Chapter 51. Test. The space inside the cabin is very large, and it can be seen that this place, like number 210 in Godric's Hollow, has been cast with the traceless extension charm. When Mike and Professor Flitwick entered the cabin, they found that someone had already arrived early. I saw two middle-aged men sitting on both sides of a huge conference table, crossing their legs and chatting. Seeing Mike and Flitwick come in, a middle-aged man with brown curly hair greeted them enthusiastically. "Phileas. Long time no see." The middle-aged man squatted down and gave Flitwick a hug. "We must have a good drink today. It's really hard to see you since you stay in Hogwarts every day. Ha ha ha, after we finish today's business, we won't go home until we're drunk." Hearing Flitwick talking about business, the middle-aged man looked at Mike and asked, "Is this the good seedling you mentioned?" "That's right, Mike Townley, the most talented child I have ever seen in all my years of teaching at Hogwarts." Professor Flitwick introduced, "Mike, this is Mario Foley, the current Deputy Director of the Aura Office. You should be familiar with his son, Abbot Foley from our college, who was the president of the Hogwarts Boys Union last year. I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Foley." Mike stretched out his right hand and said calmly, "Senior Abbot has always been my idol. I often hear him talk about how he has an excellent father. I heard that he got 12 A's in his owls this year, which is really amazing. It turns out that whether in the East or the West, parents like to hear others praise their children." As soon as Mr. Mario heard Mike talking about his son, he immediately laughed heartily, shook Mike's hand and shook it vigorously. It can be seen that he is a very straightforward person. Seeing how happily the two of them were getting along, Professor Flitwick's smile grew even brighter. "Let me introduce this gentleman." Flitwick pointed to the middle-aged man who was sitting alone at the conference table and looked a little cold. "Mr. Barty Crouch, the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a member of the Wizengamot Council, and a strong contender for the post of Minister of Magic." When old Barty heard Flitwick introduce himself like this, his face, which was originally a little dark, turned livid. Everyone knew that he lost to Fudge in the election for Minister of Magic that year because his son Barty Crouch Jr. was a Death Eater. Flitwick actually called himself a strong contender for the position of Minister of Magic in public today. In his opinion, this was simply a naked insult. However, his good upbringing prevented him from doing anything extreme, and he nodded slightly towards Mike. Seeing this, Mike naturally wouldn't try to please someone else, so he just said hello and treated it as an acquaintance. After introducing the two people, Professor Flitwick stood on tiptoe and looked around, as if he was looking for something. "Where's old Carter? He is the host of today's test. Why can't I see him?" Flitwick turned and asked Mario. "Who knows? He must have lost his way. You know, he's old, so it's normal for him to have some dementia or something like that." Mr. Mario joked, "Ah, if you mention the devil, he'll appear." As the two were talking, a man with a goatee, white hair and beard, who looked older than Dumbledore, pushed the door and walked into the cabin. "I seem to hear someone saying bad things about me, is that you, Mario?" the old man asked with a smile. "Haha, you must have heard it wrong, Carter. We are introducing you to Little Mac." Mr. Mario laughed twice and began to change the subject. "This is Gilgar Carter, former head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters, and a permanent member of the Wizengamot Council. This is little Mike, what a handsome boy." Before Mike could say anything, Gilga's big hand covered his head and said kindly, "Phileas told me everything about you, you are such a poor child." Mike felt the warmth coming from above his head, and was a little uncomfortable. Although he had been in this body for more than a year, he still didn't like people patting him on the head like a child, so he could only smile dryly and say hello. The four of them were chatting and laughing at the door, and old Batty beside them felt a little uncomfortable. He took out his pocket watch and took a look at it, then interrupted impatiently. "Now that everyone is here, let's get started. I still have a lot of work to do." Mario was obviously unhappy about the interruption of the conversation. He still wanted to continue talking about his son with his two old friends. "Well, since Crouch still has official business to attend to, let's get down to business first." Mr. Carter stretched out his hand to stop Mario, who was about to have an outburst, and said in a conversational tone. After saying that, he took out his magic wand from his robe and waved it gently. A silver-white bird stand appeared on the conference table, with a huge raven standing upright on it. The raven was about 1 meter tall, with dark feathers that shone dimly, and the lines on each feather were clear. The pair of claws were as big as an adult's palm, and the sharp claws flashed a cold light from time to time. At first Mike thought it was a living raven, but when he noticed that the raven was standing motionless on the bird stand, he realized it was a sculpture. "Okay gentlemen, today's test ceremony will begin." Carter's dry voice brought Mike back to consciousness. The person being tested this time is Mike Townley, and his recommender is Phileas Flitwick. The host was Gilgis Alexander Carter and the test witnesses were Mario Foley and Barty Crouch. After Carter introduced the people on the scene to the raven statue, he said to Mike, "Don't be nervous. This raven statue is one of the relics left by Ms. Ravenclaw. It can test whether you are qualified to join the raven's nest. The test method is very simple. Just stare into the raven's eyes. It won't be dangerous. Come on." Hearing this, Mike didn't hesitate. He took a deep breath, suppressed his inner tension, and walked to the raven statue under the gaze of everyone. Once you get closer, you'll discover the exquisiteness of this statue. Anyone who sees this statue for the first time will definitely mistake it for a living raven. Its eyes were not as dead as those of ordinary specimens or statues, but instead gave people a lively feeling. It seemed to have a kind of magic. Mike only stared at it for a moment and felt that the surrounding things began to fade. Only the dark brown vertical pupil in his field of vision began to become clearer and clearer. As time passed, all of Mike's attention was focused on that eye. Suddenly, the originally quiet statue blinked, and its eye suddenly looked towards Mike. Mike was startled by the sudden change. He looked around and found himself in a sea of light blue. Chapter 52. Claw Marks. The sudden change of scene made Mike's heart beat wildly. With a thought, the blackthornwood wand hidden in his sleeve appeared in his hand. Armor Protection. The newly learned protective spell was released. With this layer of invisible armor on his body, Mike finally had some confidence and began to observe his own situation. Everywhere he looked was a pale blue light. Since there was no reference point, Mike couldn't tell east, west, south, or north. Suddenly, in the sea of light, a dead tree more than 10 meters high that required 2 people to hug appeared not far from Mike. The branches of the dead tree were full of ravens, all staring at Mike below. The raven at the highest point was particularly large, and Mike recognized it as the sculpture at a glance. Now it no longer looked like a sculpture. There was a cold light flashing in its dark brown pupils. It twisted its neck flexibly and looked at Mike in turn with its eyes on both sides of its head. This strange scene gave Mike a lot of pressure. He waved his wand instinctively, and another layer of armor was put on his body. Unexpectedly, this action seemed to anger the largest raven, which suddenly spread its wings and made a hoarse and unpleasant cry towards Mike. This was like a signal, and all the other ravens on the dead tree flapped their wings and flew towards Mike like arrows. Looking at the flock of crows swooping towards him like a dark cloud, Mike couldn't help but feel scared. He raised the magic wand high, and a blazing white flame shot up into the sky. The expected scene of flames engulfing the crows did not appear. These ravens were like non-substantial beings. They rushed out from the blazing white flames one after another, ignoring the 2 layers of armor protection and continued to attack Mike. The first raven quickly hit Mike, but strangely, the raven turned into a wisp of black smoke and drilled into Mike's body. As the wisp of black smoke penetrated, Mike felt that the magic power in his body began to become difficult to control, and the fire spell he was releasing could no longer be maintained. And this is just the beginning. One raven after another turned into black smoke and drilled into Mike's body. Soon Mike's whole body was covered in a thick black color. At first, the magic power in the body could be suppressed by mental force, but as time passed, the magic power soon boiled like boiling water. The runaway magic brought Mike severe pain that was unbearable for ordinary people. After a while, Mike's consciousness began to become blurred and he was about to faint. At this moment, Mike felt a piercing chill in his chest that rushed straight to his brain, forcing his consciousness back from the brink of coma. As we all know, coma is a protective mechanism of the body, but under the influence of the cold breath, Mike's protective mechanism failed. So, today, Mike finally understood what it meant to be living a life worse than death. Every inch of my body was feeling excruciating pain, as if I were bitten by a bullet ant, but my consciousness was clear as a rock. What Mike didn't know was that at this moment, the greed pendant on his chest was emitting a dazzling blue light, and the black hair on his body quickly faded and disappeared under the illumination of this blue light. The giant raven on the top of the dead tree saw the whole scene, and a hint of surprise flashed in its eyes in a very human way. Mike found that he had lost feeling in his limbs, and a feeling of numbness was spreading from his limbs to his torso. He immediately realized that he could not just sit there and wait for death. If this continued, he might die here today. Damn old man Carter, didn't you say that the test would not be dangerous? Mike endured the severe pain and began to try to control the magic power in his body. When the cold breath saw Mike begin to shrink his mental power, it seemed to have its own consciousness and actively attached itself to Mike's mental power. The mental power with this icy aura seemed to have the effect of cooling down the magic power. The originally unruly magic power actually began to calm down after being swept away, and Mike's limbs were slowly regaining consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, the magic power became soft again, and the cold breath attached to the mental power was also consumed. Without the refreshing effect of the cold breath, Mike felt that his consciousness began to become blurred. He could only vaguely hear the familiar cry, and a huge bird claw quickly enlarged in the blurred vision, and then a burning pain came from his face. What? Mike covered his face, screamed and finally passed out. When he opened his eyes again, he saw 4 old faces looking down at him. Mike punched out instinctively, and one of them screamed and fell backwards. After hearing the scream, Mike finally realized that he seemed to have escaped from the sea of light. He quickly sat up and felt his face, but found it was smooth without any scars. What's wrong with your face? Professor Flitwick asked curiously. I just saw a giant raven scratch my face. It's okay. The damage you suffered during the test was not real. It was just an illusion created by the raven statue. Carter stroked his goatee and said with a smile, Congratulations, you passed the test. What? I passed? How did I pass? Mike looked confused. You passed it when the raven statue pulled you into the illusion. Only those with outstanding talents can trigger the raven statue. The illusion you entered is more like a reward. The longer you stay in it, the greater the benefits you get. Mario, who was hit in the left eye by Mike's punch, climbed up. I have to say, you are quite strong. Yes, feel it carefully. Your magic capacity and mental strength should have increased. Carter added, in addition, the meditation method should have been imprinted in your mind. This is the benefit that the raven statue provides to underage wizards. Mike turned on his magic perception and found that his perception range had increased by nearly 3 times, and his magic capacity and magic control had also increased significantly. Not only that, but passages of profound and difficult to understand text began to emerge in his mind. Mike didn't recognize these words at all, but they seemed to carry a magical power. As soon as Mike focused his attention on them, he fell into a deep state of meditation. Not long after entering, Mike was awakened by a severe headache. This state of meditation consumed a lot of mental energy. In addition, Mike had already consumed a lot of mental energy in the illusion before, so it was no surprise that he was overdrawn at this moment. It looks like our drinking party will be postponed. Phileas, take this kid back to rest. His mental strength is overdrawn. Seeing this, Mario said to Flitwick helplessly, You will definitely not be able to escape next time. Don't worry, I will definitely get drunk with you next time. Upon hearing this, Professor Flitwick hurried forward and helped Mike up and walked out of the hut. The space restriction here was released and apparition could not be used. Mike did not lose consciousness. This time's mental overdraft was nothing compared to the one in the Forbidden Forest. The 2 men walked out of the hut quickly. The little animals that had gathered around the hut and were playing and frolicking, saw Flitwick and Mike and ran away in all directions as if they had seen something terrifying. Flitwick felt strange, but didn't care. The most urgent thing now was to settle Mike as soon as possible. What they didn't know was that in a tree not far from the cabin, a raven did not run away like the other animals. Instead, it stared at Mike curiously. In its field of vision, there was a huge claw mark on Mike's left cheek, which was emitting a deep blue light. Chapter 53 Dreamland. Following Professor Flitwick back to his room at 210 Godric's Hollow, Mike fell on the bed and fell asleep without even taking off his clothes, enduring the dizziness caused by apparition and the headache caused by mental exhaustion. In the dream, Mike seemed to return to the world of light blue light again, but this time the dead tree with ravens on its branches did not appear. My eyes were blurry, with only a pale blue light shining. My body became very light, as if it had no weight. I felt warm all over, and it was very comfortable. Mike knew that this should be his dream. He ran around like a headless fly, hoping to escape from here. However, no matter how fast or far Mike walked, all he could see was the familiar light blue. He didn't know how much time had passed between half asleep and half awake, when a pleasant bird song came into Mike's ears. After experiencing the attack by the crows, Mike had a psychological trauma about the sound of birdsong. When he suddenly heard the birdsong, he instinctively shuddered. Consciousness quickly returned and Mike woke up. The morning sun shone through the window onto the blanket, making Mike feel warm. There were also bursts of bird calls coming from outside the window. Looking towards the source of the sound, it turned out to be two unknown birds arguing over a worm. Mike breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cursed, "Damn bird. Lolo should have helped herself wash last night. Now not only have the clothes on her body been changed into pajamas, but she can even smell a fragrance. Now that you're awake, there's no need to continue sleeping." Mike's mental strength seemed to have become much stronger after his last trip to the Forbidden Forest. The discomfort caused by this mental overdraft disappeared after just a good night's sleep. Not only that, he now even feels that his spirit is better than before. He couldn't wait to pick up the wand set on the bedside, put it on his arm, and trotted to the spell training room. Yesterday, due to overdrawing of mental energy, I did not test in detail how much stronger my magic power had become. I just felt it roughly. Now that I am fine, of course I have to test it carefully. As for last night's dream, Mike just thought it was what he thought about during the day and dreamed about at night. Yesterday's experience was so scary that he almost died of pain. It was not impossible for him to have a nightmare at night. The dodge training mode was turned on, and dense holes appeared on the surrounding obsidian walls. From time to time, arrows shot out from them, turning into a silent afterimage and hitting Mike. Mike had been covered with a layer of armor for protection, and the arrow hit the transparent shield with only a metallic collision sound before falling to the ground unwillingly. With a flick of the wand in his hand, dozens of fireballs the size of dragon eyes were thrown out. These fireballs did not fly far, but after being thrown out for a distance, they flew back to Mike and floated in the air. Mike's magic perception was fully activated, and the movement trajectories of those arrows that were difficult to capture with the naked eye could be seen clearly under the magic perception field of view. With a thought, the fireball that was originally floating around Mike scattered and hit the arrows, causing brilliant sparks to explode in the air. Clap! 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 Applause was heard, and Mike looked towards the source of the sound. It turned out to be Professor Flitwick. "Good, good, you have surpassed many adult wizards in terms of magical perception and control." Professor Flitwick smiled, "The power of your spells is also very strong, not inferior to those 7th-year students. I was right about you, you are definitely the most talented student I have ever taught." Mike put away his wand and bowed sincerely to the half-elf in front of him who was only a little over 1 meter tall. Professor Flitwick never married and had no children in his life. Mike could feel that Professor Flitwick probably treated him as his own child. "Thank you, without you, I don't know where I would be." "Don't say that. You've worked hard to get this." Flitwick interrupted. "Come on, let's go have breakfast." The breakfast made by Lolo was as delicious as usual, and both people at the table enjoyed it very much. After breakfast, Professor Flitwick said goodbye to Mike. He had to rush to Hogwarts to handle some work in the school today, leaving Mike alone lying on the sofa in the living room in a daze. Mike is in a very happy mood now. Thanks to the Raven statue, Mike's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. If he were to enter the Forbidden Forest again to fight Quirrell who was possessed by Voldemort, he would definitely not be so embarrassed. Not to mention defeating him, at least he would be able to escape unscathed. Mike planned to be more serious in his 2nd year, as he had made too much noise last year. Although he had passed the Mirror of Eris test prepared by Dumbledore, it did not mean that he could rest easy. You have to know that Dumbledore was a master of legilimency. If he could use legilimency on him on a whim and find out the secret of his rebirth, then he would be doomed. Forget about improving your strength and finding a way to go home. You'll be lucky enough to be able to hold on to your life by then. Dumbledore was a man who would do anything to achieve his goal. He was ready to sacrifice a poor child like Harry Potter at any time. To paraphrase Snape, in Dumbledore's eyes, Harry was a pig. He gave him some favors to let him grow up, and when the pig was fat, he would kill it. It seems that the practice of brain occlumency must be put on the agenda. Mike said in a voice that only he could hear. Mike had already taken out the methods of practicing occlumency and legilimency from the restricted section, and had also schemed through them a few times in the past few days. Its practice method and release are completely different from other spells. It has no fixed spells, and the only way to learn it is to practice day after day. Occlumency is a very special spell, the only way to defend against the legilimency spell, but it also complements the legilimency spell. Without learning the legilimency spell, the only thing that occlumency can do is to empty the mind and put the caster in an extremely calm and rational state. In this state, not only will legilimency not be able to read any information, but the speed, power, and accuracy of casting spells will also be increased to a certain extent. After learning the legilimency spell, occlumency can do more than just seal the brain. It can also create a memory while emptying the brain. This memory has no effect on the caster and there will be no memory confusion. But if someone uses legilimency on the caster at this time, they can only read the caster's fabricated memories. So, every master of occlumency is also a master of legilimency. Chapter 54. Like a dream but not a dream. The practice of brain occlumency is very simple, you just need to empty your mind. However, emptying your mind here does not mean not thinking about anything, but completely emptying your mind, abandoning all emotions, and entering an extremely rational state. The simplicity of the training method does not mean that it is easy to learn. In fact, occlumency is a spell that requires extremely high talent. A person without any talent will not see any improvement even if he practices for 10 years. When beginners first start practicing, they often confuse emptying their minds with daydreaming. Such practice is useless and will only make the person become a fool. In theory, as long as the brain can be completely emptied successfully, it means that the brain block technique has been successfully released. But in reality, beginners can only enter this state by meditating for a while in a quiet and comfortable state, and they cannot move. This level of occlumency is undoubtedly incapable of serving as a defense against legilimency. Only the ability to instantly enter occlumency in any environment can resist legilimency. Some masters of occlumency can even live their daily lives in a closed brain state, and Snape is one of the best. Snape kept his brain closed all year round, even when he was teaching students. This can be seen from his cold eyes without any warmth or emotion. Mike has always been a person who does what he thinks, and after deciding to practice brain occlusion, he immediately began to try to empty his mind. However, he obviously made the mistake that beginners often make, confusing emptying the mind with being in a daze. So, in the air of Godric's Hollow mixed with the fragrance of flowers, Mike gradually fell asleep on the sofa. His consciousness slowly sank, and when Mike opened his eyes again, he found himself in that blue sea of light again. Alarm bells were ringing in my mind. Last night's dream could be explained by the saying you dream about what you thought about during the day, but now I had the same dream again and there was no way to explain it. He subconsciously summoned his wand, but found that the wand case that was originally hidden on his forearm was gone. Mike searched his body for a while and found that not only the wand case, but also the dagger hidden at his waist and the greed pendant on his chest were all gone. Now he was only wearing an ordinary plain wizard robe. After taking 2 deep breaths to calm himself down, Mike began to observe his surroundings. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he saw Mike he was shocked. Not far from him, the familiar dead tree stood quietly. But unlike the last time, this time there was only a small raven perched on its branches. The raven saw that Mike had discovered him, so it cried out and flew towards him. Mike turned around and ran away without a second thought. He didn't want to experience the feeling of losing control of his magic and the pain in his heart again. However, 2 legs naturally cannot outrun wings. Mike had not run far when he felt his left shoulder sink. He turned his head and found that the raven had landed on his shoulder and was looking at Mike curiously with its dark brown pupils. Not sensing the raven's ill will, Mike stretched out his right hand to grab it. But just as his hand approached, it was pecked hard by the raven. Feeling the pain, Mike quickly withdrew his hand and checked the injury on his hand, only to find that his hand was completely unharmed. Quack! Mike heard the unpleasant cry of a raven and looked towards the source of the sound. He found that as the cry sounded, the surrounding scenery slowly began to change. The light blue light around began to dim rapidly, and dark green bricks emerged. In just a moment, they formed a room that Mike was very familiar with. This is the Ravenclaw common room. Mike couldn't believe it. It should be night now, and it was dark all around. Mike searched carefully in the faint moonlight. The statue of Ms. Ravenclaw was still standing in the lounge, and the bookshelf was full of various books. The full-length mirror that the seniors put in the lounge because they were vain was still there. This was indeed the Ravenclaw lounge. Mike walked to the full-length mirror and looked in it, but was surprised to find that the mirror was empty and there was no reflection of himself at all. There was a sound of wind in his ears, and the raven standing on Mike's left shoulder slapped Mike hard with its wings. "Who can't endure this?" Angry Mike decided to teach this bad bird a lesson today. But when he turned around, he found that the raven was pointing its wings in the direction of the dormitory, obviously wanting Mike to look that way. Looking in the direction the raven pointed, I saw a young girl sneaking out of the dormitory like a thief. Her face was covered by a layer of grey mist, and her features could not be seen at all. Mike could only tell that she was a girl from her exquisite body curves. The girl was wearing a Hogwarts school robe and a blue tie around her neck. Judging from her attire, she should be a student of Ravenclaw. But her hand holding the wand was emitting a faint blue light. Looking closely, there was a claw mark on the back of the girl's right hand, which was the source of the blue light. She acted as if she couldn't see Mike. She looked around furtively for a while and then walked to the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw as if no one was around. Mike became curious and hurried forward to check it out. The girl was facing the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw, with her hands raised to her chest and clasped together as if praying, while muttering something. "You are the breeze from the quiet lake, you are the prophet exploring the truth, you are the most beautiful human being in the world, your foolish student here asks you to open the door to wisdom." As the girl's voice became more and more frenzied, the claw marks on the back of her hand began to emit a dazzling blue light, and a blue light door on the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw slowly opened. The girl screamed excitedly when she saw the light gate, then quickly covered her mouth as if she was afraid of waking up her classmates. Watching the girl happily walk into the light gate, Mike on the side was already stunned. Although he didn't like reading miscellaneous books that couldn't help him improve his abilities, he had read the famous Hogwarts, a history. It was clearly recorded in it that Ms. Ravenclaw came from the tranquil lakeside. Combined with the situation just now, the you mentioned by the girl was obviously referring to Ms. Ravenclaw. So ladies from Ravenclaw are so vain. Mike muttered to himself. But I felt relieved when I recalled the spell that Riddle used to summon the basilisk in the original book. Are Slytherins only allowed to be Slytherins, but Ravenclaws are not allowed to be beautiful? And on Mike's shoulder, the raven actually showed a very human look of helplessness after hearing Mike's mumbling. Chapter 55, Claw Marks Reappear. Just as Mike was stunned, the light gate on the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw began to shrink after the girl entered. Seeing this, Mike hurried forward to enter, but he was still a step too late. Instead of entering the light gate, he bumped heavily into the statue. Rubbing his red forehead, Mike couldn't help but feel distressed. But complaining is of no use now. The most urgent task now is to figure out what exactly happened. Based on the existing intelligence, the place where the light door leads to is most likely the Chamber of Secrets left by Ms. Ravenclaw. Since Slytherin can leave a Chamber of Secrets in Hogwarts, then Ms. Ravenclaw, who is also one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, can certainly do it as well. When Mike read the original novel, he had thought that the other 3 founders of the Academy also left their own secret rooms, and he even figured out how to enter them. For example, Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets may require a tiara to open. Now it seems that Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets does exist, but the key to open it is not the crown, but the claw marks on the back of the girl's hand. But Mike still had questions in his mind. Why did he come here? What time is it now? Have all the treasures in the secret room been taken away by the girl just now? You brought me in, so please tell me what's going on. Mike repeated his guess to Raven, who was still standing on his shoulder. This raven's intelligence was obviously no less than that of humans. When it heard Mike's question, it gave him a sarcastic look, then pointed at the wall and mirror not far away with its wings. Mike looked towards the wall that Raven pointed at, but didn't see anything unusual. This wall is used by Ravenclaw to hang portraits of famous figures from Ravenclaw College. Mike can be said to be deeply impressed by this wall because their male student union president Abbott Foley likes to take the freshmen to stand in front of this wall and tell the stories of these celebrities whenever he has time. After looking left and right for a long time, Mike finally discovered something strange. It turned out that a few portraits on the wall were inexplicably missing. Mike couldn't remember the other portraits, but he remembered clearly that the portrait at the end was of Gilderoy Lockhart. When Mike saw this man's portrait framed on the wall of fame in the Ravenclaw common room, he was stunned. Later, after asking Penelope, he learned that a previous female student union president from Ravenclaw was a fan of Lockhart and forced Lockhart's portrait to be hung up despite the objections of the male prefects at the time. That tough senior has graduated for 5 years and is said to have started working at the Ministry of Magic. And since there is no portrait of Lockhart on this wall, it means that the image Mike is seeing now is at least 5 years ago. Of course, it could be longer. After all, it's not just Lockhart's portrait that is missing from the wall. Mike took note of the appearance of the last portrait on the wall so that he could compare it with Ravenclaw's current wall of fame and deduce a more exact time. After collecting all the information on the wall of fame, Mike looked at the mirror again. It seemed that Raven was answering his questions in this way, so there might be some secrets hidden in the mirror. I walked to the mirror and looked inside, only to see that the mirror that originally could not show Mike's figure had now returned to normal. A blond boy stood in the mirror, wearing a plain wizard robe, with a terrified expression, and a black raven on his shoulder. He was looking at Mike at this moment. Mike couldn't help but be terrified, because the person in the mirror was himself, and the most important thing was that there was a huge claw mark on his originally fair and handsome face that was emitting blue light. Mike quickly moved closer to the mirror, stretched out his hands and felt the claw mark on his face. Mike in the mirror made the same move. Ga. 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 The raven standing on his shoulder saw Mike's action and made an unpleasant noise that sounded like laughter. The voice sounded extremely harsh to Mike's ears, not because it was unpleasant, but because he heard a sense of gloating in it. Mike was so angry that he reached out and grabbed the raven on his shoulder. Maybe because he was too absorbed in laughing, he didn't notice that Mike was being strangled by him. The ugly cry stopped abruptly, and the raven fluttered its wings in Mike's hands, struggling desperately, and its dark feathers fell one by one. Don't think I can't recognize you just because you've become smaller, look at what you've done. Mike grabbed the raven's neck with both hands and yelled, "Why do you grab the back of a little girl's hand, and you grab my face when you grab me? I think you did it on purpose, you flat-haired beast." Mike began to increase the strength in his hands. The raven obviously couldn't bear this force and began to roll its eyes. Don't ask me why the raven rolled its eyes. Seeing the raven in his hand struggling less and less, Mike quickly relaxed his grip. This raven was obviously related to Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets, and he didn't want to strangle it to death. As the strength in Mike's hands weakened, the raven, which seemed to be dying, became full of energy again. It flapped its wings and broke free from Mike's hands. It flew lightly to the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw and looked at Mike triumphantly. This cunning little guy was just pretending. Mike was fooled by the raven again, and he felt like he was going to explode. He quickly stepped forward and stretched out his hand to catch the raven again. The raven on the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw looked at Mike rushing towards it and flapped its wings calmly. As the raven flapped its wings, a strong wind blew towards Mike. Mike felt a strong force coming and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. The power of this strong wind was more than that. The tables, chairs, sundries, and even the blue bricks on the wall in the lounge were blown down and hit Mike, who had already been knocked down by the strong wind. Mike was hit so hard that he held his head with his hands, curled up and turned his back to the direction of the wind. The wind did not stop, bringing all kinds of things to hit Mike's back. Mike felt that his back was in so much pain that he almost lost consciousness. But the pain came and went quickly, and as the wind raged, the Ravenclaw common room slowly fell apart, and finally turned into a sea of light blue again. Mike was also teleported out, and only the raven was left in the sea of light. The raven looked at Mike's original location with a complicated expression, flapped its wings and flew back to the dead tree, closed its eyes and began to take a nap. At this time in number 210 Godric's Hollow, the house elf Lolo was anxiously looking at Mike, who was sleeping on the sofa, and muttering to himself. Lunchtime has passed. Lolo should wake up the distinguished guest and eat. No. No. This is the host's distinguished guest. Lolo will be scolded if he disturbs the guest's sleep. Lolo is indeed a waste. He is unable to complete the master's orders. No wonder the old master gave Lolo to the new master. Just as Lolo was feeling sorry for himself, Mike, who was sleeping on the sofa, suddenly sat up with a somersault. Mike felt his face and found it was smooth, without any claw marks. But his back was still aching, reminding him that what happened just now was not just a dream. Turning his head to look at Lolo, who was sitting on the ground because of his fright, Mike ordered, "Go get me a mirror." After hearing the order, Lolo ignored the tears that came from being scared, and after snapping his fingers, a round mirror appeared in his hand. "Thank you." Mike took the mirror and ignored Lolo, who was excited to hear his thanks, and began to observe himself in the mirror. His face in the mirror was still as handsome as ever, and the horrible claw marks did not appear. Mike heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the claw marks would not appear normally. This was good. If he was really disfigured by the claws, how would he find a wife in the future? Chapter 56. Testing. Professor Flitwick came back during dinner, carrying a long object wrapped tightly in oil paper on his shoulder. Judging from its shape, it should be a broom. Seeing this, Lolo hurried forward to help his master with the luggage, but was waved away by Professor Flitwick. Ignoring Lolo, who was banging his head on the floor to punish himself, thinking he had done something wrong again, he walked into the living room carrying the package, shouting, "Mike! Come and see what I brought you. Is this a flying broom?" Mike looked at Professor Flitwick carrying the long broom-shaped package in front of him with some disbelief. "Wow, you're such a smart kid. This is the latest Nimbus 2001, a belated birthday present for you." "I'm so sorry, kid. I actually forgot that your birthday was the day before yesterday. I only suddenly remembered it today when I was busy with the admission of new students at Hogwarts." Professor Flitwick said apologetically, "It has been coated with the latest anti-magic coating, and it can't even be stuffed into the traceless extension charm bag. By the way, this thing is really heavy. Come and help me carry it." Upon hearing this, Mike hurried forward and took the broom off Professor Flitwick's shoulder. As soon as he picked it up, Mike felt that this broom was much heavier than other flying brooms. Looking at Professor Flitwick rubbing his shoulder, a feeling of bitterness rushed to his nose. "How many years has it been since I last celebrated my birthday? 10 years? 20 years? I remember the last birthday present I received was a paper airplane made by Jimmy in his craft class." Although this so-called birthday was just a random date given by Mike, as an orphan, he didn't know his own date of birth at all. Although Jimmy later asked him for a remote-controlled airplane with a wingspan of 3 meters as a return gift, Mike was still very touched. After all, this paper airplane represented that little Jimmy still had his father in his heart. Mike squatted down and hugged Flitwick, saying thank you with a sob in his mouth. Flitwick was startled by his action, and he hurriedly comforted him. "Why are you still crying? Don't you like this gift?" "No, don't little wizards like flying brooms nowadays?" Mike had the soul of an adult after all, and he quickly recovered from his emotional breakdown. "I like it very much. This is the best gift I have ever received." Mike raised the broom. "Next year I will join the school Quidditch team and use this broom to win honor for Ravenclaw." "Oh? So confident? Then I'll be waiting, ha ha ha." Flitwick joked. The house elf Lolo at the side no longer banged his head on the floor, but looked at the two people who were chatting with a begging look. Since the distinguished guest arrived, the host's mealtimes have become less punctual, and it's all the guest's fault. "Oh. No. Lolo is such a bad elf, he actually said bad things about the guests behind their backs, damn it. Damn it." Then he actually started to strangle himself with the curtain beside him. Catching a glimpse of the house elf Lolo's movements out of the corner of his eye, Mike hastily invited Professor Flitwick to the restaurant for dinner, thinking that if they hesitated any longer, Lolo might strangle him to death. When Lolo, who was standing by, heard the host and respected guests say that dinner was about to start, she immediately loosened the curtain that was strangling her neck, wiped the tears from her face, and happily went to decorate the restaurant. With a snap of Lolo's fingers, a sumptuous dinner appeared in front of the two. While eating, Mike began to test Professor Flitwick. "Have you ever heard of the secret passage or chamber in the Ravenclaw common room?" "Hey? Who did you listen to?" "Fred and George told me before the holiday. They said they saw it on a map." Professor Flitwick was a little surprised at first, but he laughed when he heard that it was the Weasley brothers who said it. "Then they must be fooling you. I have worked at Hogwarts for decades, and I have never known that there were any secret passages in Ravenclaw. Hogwarts does have many secret passages, but there are absolutely no secret passages in the lounges of the 4 major colleges, at least not as far as I know." Professor Flitwick vowed. "Really? Isn't it true that as long as you recite a spell in front of Ms. Ravenclaw's statue, or hold a token, a light gate will open, and through this light gate you will see Ravenclaw's treasure? That's what the Weasley brothers told you too." Mike nodded. "I think you might have been fooled, Mac." Professor Flitwick stuffed a piece of cut steak into his mouth and muttered, "You must not have studied history of magic well. The founders of the 4 major colleges, except for Slytherin who is said to have built a secret room in Hogwarts to hide his treasures, the other 3 founders left all their wealth and knowledge to their descendants, so it is absolutely impossible for them to have any treasures." Mike's heart sank when he heard Professor Flitwick's words, and the touch he had just felt for the birthday gift Flitwick had given him disappeared. The claw marks on his face were given by the raven statue that Raven's Nest used for membership tests. The statue had been in the hands of Raven's Nest for thousands of years, and countless wizards had been tested and admitted to the society by it. Based on the images he saw in his dream, Mike was almost certain that he was not the only lucky person. There must be information about the claw marks and the light gate in the Raven's Nest. However, Professor Flitwick, who has been a member of Raven's Nest for more than 30 years and is the head of Ravenclaw College at Hogwarts, and whose position in the society is definitely not too low, actually knows nothing about the light gate? Mike smelled danger. Either Raven's Nest really didn't know about the light gate on Ms. Ravenclaw's statue, or knew about it but didn't tell Professor Flitwick. Or Professor Flitwick was hiding something from me. The probability of the former is not zero, but it is very low. People with dark hearts will naturally imagine others to be the same as themselves, and Mike almost instinctively chose to believe the latter. If you think about it carefully, Professor Flitwick's behavior is indeed very strange. I am just a mudblood with outstanding talents. Why should he be so nice to me? The greed pendant was one of the relics of Lady Ravenclaw, but Professor Flitwick gave it to Mike, who had only known him for a few months. If it were Mike, he would not be so selfless. Mike felt that a giant beast called conspiracy was approaching him, waiting for him to step into the trap and eat him in one bite. At this moment, the joyful atmosphere at the dining table continued, and Mike and Professor Flitwick were still enjoying the delicious food made by Lolo. Lolo stood beside the dining table, ready to serve them at any time. Chapter 57. Copy Spell. On the last day of July, a thin owl hit the protective spellbound window glass of number 210 Godric's Hollow with a dull thud. When Mike went over to check, the poor little guy could no longer move. A roll of parchment was tied to its legs. It seemed that the owl relied on its tenacious will and risked its life to deliver the letter here. Respecting it as a competent messenger, Mike took the letter off its body and took it to the kitchen by its two paws to prepare to give it a grand funeral and cremation. Unexpectedly, before Mike could take off the warrior's thick feather coat, the protagonist of the funeral woke up. This won't do. A funeral should look like a funeral. The water in the kitchen is almost boiling, waiting for the warrior to take off his feather coat and take a bath. How can the funeral go on if he wakes up now? Mike put his hand around the warrior's neck, intending to make it fall asleep again. There was actually a collar hanging around the warrior's neck, with a few big words engraved on it, Weasley. Now the funeral could not go on at all. Mike was not cruel enough to roast and eat his friend's owl. After preparing clean water and food for the warriors, Mike finally had time to open the envelope. The letter was from the Weasley brothers, who claimed that they had made a lot of money thanks to McFly in the last school year, so they were planning to hold a party at home and specially invited Mike to attend. The letter also mentioned that Franklin had been taken to the Burrow by them, and Harry also received the letter they sent, which would arrive soon. No wonder the old owl looked like it was about to die. It turned out that it had traveled to so many places. Mike curled his lips. The capitalist qualities of these two brothers were becoming more and more obvious. An owl was only worth a few dozen gold galleons. Was it worth it to let this old owl, whose feathers were almost falling off, risk its life to deliver a letter? It has worked hard for your Weasley family for so many years. Wouldn't it be nice to let it stay at home and enjoy its old age? While looking down on the stingy brothers, he gently stroked the owl's feathers. Perhaps because of its old age, the owl was very gentle, and it squinted its eyes comfortably when Mike stroked it, and rubbed Mike's hand with its wet beak, not knowing that this person just wanted to roast it and eat it. Looking at the owl's still trembling legs, Mike decided not to let it deliver the return letter. If he let it deliver the letter now, it would most likely die on the way. It's better to go there yourself. Thinking of this, Mike told Lolo to take good care of the owl warrior, and asked him to tell Professor Flitwick that he had gone to the Weasley house and might stay there for a few days, then turned and walked towards his room. It's always embarrassing to go to someone's house empty-handed for the first time. I heard that Mr. Weasley really likes Muggle things, so that's great. I can just buy him some random Muggle toys. Taking out a £100 note from his collection, Mike copied it into two and threw it up. As a puff of green smoke rose, two identical $100 bills appeared in front of Mike. Mike picked up the two bills and looked at them from left to right. He found that not only were the patterns the same, but even the stains he accidentally put on them were exactly the same. He nodded with satisfaction. Mike brought the copying spell from the restricted books section. The difficulty of this spell was not high, but it was not widely circulated in the wizarding world. The reason was that in addition to being a spell strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic, its effect was too useless in the eyes of traditional wizards. The objects copied by the cloning spell are no different from the originals in terms of appearance and quality, but in the final analysis, the copies are just fakes with a false appearance. For example, you use the cloning spell to copy a piece of bread. This piece of bread looks and smells exactly like real bread, but it is inedible. As time goes by, the magic power on it will slowly run out and eventually turn into nothingness. Eating it may temporarily make you feel full, but it cannot provide any nutrition to the human body. When the time is up, the sudden disappearance of the food in your stomach will cause you to feel even hungrier. But using it to copy money or precious metals does not have this disadvantage. Apart from the fact that they will suddenly disappear, no existing detection methods of muggles can detect the difference between the replica and the real thing. In fact, wizards are not stupid. The cloning charm was once widely used to copy gold galleons for fraud. Later, due to the popularization of magic detection spells and the Ministry of Magic's strong control over the cloning charm, these practices gradually disappeared. So, what the goblin in Gringotts said to Mike was correct. Muggle currency is meaningless to people in the wizarding world. Only good citizens like the Weasleys who abide by the law and wizards who don't know how to use the copying charm live a tight life. Mike came to the living room excitedly with a thick stack of pounds in his hand. He saw Lolo staring at the owl nervously. He greeted him and rushed into the fireplace. Mike's magic power was not strong enough. The pounds copied by the copy spell could only exist for one day. He had to hurry up and spend them all. Mike dusted himself off and walked out of the leaky cauldron. The bustling streets of London appeared in front of him. Mike took a deep breath of the air with the smell of fireworks and shook his head comfortably. He hadn't been back to the Muggle world for a whole year, and even the air that was seriously polluted by heavy industry smelled so good. The money on him, even the serial numbers, are exactly the same. Mike doesn't dare go to those expensive luxury stores. He can only go to those stores where the total consumption will not exceed £100. Fortunately, the value of the pound was still very strong in 1992, and £100 could buy a lot of things. The latest remote control airplane, Mr. Weasley must like it, so he bought it. What? Only £20 a piece? Give me 5 cookbooks? Mrs. Weasley would love them. Only £5 a copy? Give me 20 copies of cookbooks from all over the world. The shopping lasted until the afternoon. This time, Mike only copied about £10,000. However, he didn't spend all the money until the bags of traceless extension spells he carried were filled. There were about £3,000 to £4,000 left. Mike couldn't help but sigh that he hadn't lived in the Muggle world for too long, and even the money he used to be good at was no longer available. Coming to an empty alley, Mike made enough space and stretched out his blackthornwood wand. Boom! With a loud bang, a 3-decker bus painted bright purple appeared in front of Mike, with the words Night Bus written in gold on the window. Mike walked into the car through the open door. The conductor in the purple uniform was about to say something when Mike threw out 11 silver sickles and said, "Go to the burrow in Ottery St. Catchpole." Do you know the burrow? Chapter 58. Burrow. You mean the Weasleys? Of course I know. And you want chocolate? Just 4 more silver sickles and you. Before the conductor could finish his words, Mike went up to the second floor of the night bus, leaving the conductor standing there at a loss. There are several single beds on the second floor of the night bus, and some hemp ropes are placed on the beds. These should be the seat belts in the wizarding world. They are really simple. Mike called the conductor up, collected the pillows from other empty beds and used them to support his back, then asked him to help tie Mike securely to the bed, and then he ordered the driver to drive. There was another deafening bang, and the night bus started. Mike only felt a strong push on his back, and the scenery outside the window turned into a stream of light flying backwards. The speed of this magic car was really amazing. Compared with it, the flying car modified by Mr. Weasley was simply rubbish. As the sky gradually darkened, the night bus finally arrived at its destination, the burrow. Mike was helped off the bus by the conductor. The driver was driving in a really wild way. Drifting was normal, but have you ever seen a car turn right at the spot? This magic car was obviously cast with space magic, so there was no need to worry about obstacles, but the driver still drove like a fool. Mike swore that he would never take the night bus again and would just sit in the fireplace. This experience was really terrible. Suppressing the nausea in his stomach, Mike looked up and saw a 4-story building with an extremely crooked and unscientific structure. The Weasley family's burrow seems magical to Muggles and is very consistent with their impression of a wizard's residence. However, in the eyes of wizards, it is an extremely poor house. Wizards are also human beings, and their aesthetic tastes are not much different from those of normal muggles. They also like ornately decorated villas and classical and luxurious manners. Therefore, a real wizard's residence should be like Professor Flitwick and Malfoy Manor, which looks no different from ordinary muggle buildings on the outside, but has a lot of secrets inside. As Mike was looking around the burrow, a little red-haired girl poked her head out of the door, and when she saw Mike standing outside the house, she quickly retreated. Not long after, the Weasley brothers and Franklin came out. "Mike, why are you here at this time?" George opened his arms and hugged Mike and said, "Where's Errol? Why hasn't he come back?" After hugging everyone who came to greet him, Mike explained, "Are you talking about the old owl with almost no hair? I left it at Professor Flitwick's house to rest." "You are so stingy that you actually used such an old owl to deliver letters. Aren't you afraid that it will die of exhaustion on the way? You earn." Before Mike could finish his words, George covered his mouth with his hand. He glanced nervously in the direction of the burrow, and when he saw no one noticed, he breathed a sigh of relief and raised his index finger to his mouth as a gesture to keep quiet. As soon as Mike saw him like this, he knew that the Weasley brothers must not have told the Weasleys about their partnership and made money, or at least concealed the amount of money they made. Of course, Mike also understood their actions. With Mrs. Weasley's temper, she would definitely confiscate all of the nearly 6,000 gold galleons they made in just 1 year, so he nodded to George. George then let go of his hand that was covering Mike's mouth. He wanted to say something to Mike, but he saw Mike made an okay gesture to them and walked towards the burrow, so he had to follow him with everyone. As soon as I walked into the burrow, the aroma of grilled sausages filled the air. Mrs. Weasley was waving her wand in front of the stove, and pots, pans, and other kitchen utensils were flying in the air. One sausage after another was grilled until both sides were browned, and then automatically floated into the prepared dinner plate on the side. After grilling the last sausage, Mrs. Weasley finally noticed Mike. She wiped her hands on her apron and said with a smile, "You must be Mike, come and sit down. George and Fred have told me about your situation. You have earned 200 gold galleons in 1 semester. It's really amazing. When can you invite that kid named Dolphin to be our guest? I know about the Caro family. They are very pitiful." After hearing what Mrs. Weasley said, Mike couldn't help but be shocked. 6,000 gold galleons were said to be 200 gold galleons. The Weasley brothers were so stingy even to their own mother. He despised the Weasley brothers in his heart but did not show it on his face. He smiled and replied, "You are too kind. It is because of George and Fred that we can make money. By the way, I also brought gifts for everyone this time. I almost forgot." As he spoke, Mike took out gift after gift from the bag of the traceless stretching charm. Mrs. Weasley originally wanted to be polite, but as Mike took out more and more things, all of which she had never seen before, her attention was drawn to the gifts. Not only her, but everyone in the room gathered around unconsciously, even the little red-haired girl who was hiding on the second floor and secretly watching them at the beginning was led down. "Here, this is for you, recipes from all over the world. I think you will like it. This is for you, Franklin, the latest Game Boy handheld and 20 matching cartridges, not bad, isn't it? This is for you, Ginny. It's a sterling silver hairpin. Don't be shy, come and get it. Look, there are pearls on it. Here you go." Looking at the remaining remote control cars on the ground, Mike remembered that there seemed to be someone missing here, so he asked, "Where is Mr. Weasley?" However, no one paid any attention to him. Mrs. Weasley was happily flipping through the recipes. As soon as Ginny got her hairpin, she hurried back to the second floor, probably to look in the mirror. Ron and the Weasley brothers threw aside the MP3 players that Mike gave them, and curiously gathered around Franklin to study the Game Boy handheld game console. Mike spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, he had to sit down and taste the grilled sausages that Mrs. Weasley had just made. It's true that what Mrs. Weasley made was quite delicious, and it didn't sound like something made by a British wizard at all. Just as Mike was eating with gusto, the magic clock on the wall suddenly made a loud musical sound, and a pointer with Mr. Weasley's photo on it turned to the position marking home. Then a slightly plump middle-aged man with red hair pushed open the door. "Wow, why is the house so lively today?" Mr. Weasley put his hat on the shoe cabinet at the door and asked in surprise when he looked at everyone in the room. Then he noticed the things in everyone's hands, opened his mouth in surprise, and said in a trembling voice, where did these things come from? Chapter 59, Fighting the Goblins. The Weasley family was very satisfied with the gifts Mike brought, as could be seen from their reactions at dinner. Mr. Weasley held on to the remote-controlled car tightly. He really couldn't understand why this thing, which had no trace of magic at all, could move according to his instructions. Little Ginny had no appetite for food. She had already put the silver hairpin on her head, and she would touch it from time to time. There was a small pearl on the hairpin, which sparkled under the candlelight. As for the three Weasley brothers and Franklin, they were playing happily with a Game Boy, which they had pestered Mike to get. According to their conversation, they were playing a game called Pokémon, which was also a game that Mike's youngest son Jimmy liked to play in his previous life. Fortunately, Mrs. Weasley was not obsessed with the recipe. She chatted with Mike at the table and kept adding dishes to Mike's plate. Seeing that no one else was in the mood to eat and she was the only one serving the guests, Mrs. Weasley, who could no longer bear it, roared and stopped everyone's unreasonable behavior. She turned around and put on a smiling face like a Sichuan opera and continued to entertain Mike. Thanks to Mrs. Weasley's extraordinary efforts, the atmosphere at the dinner table finally returned to normal. After dinner, everyone dispersed as if they had completed their mission. Those who were studying remote control cars continued to study, those who were playing games continued to play games, those who were vain continued to be vain, and even Mrs. Weasley went to study the recipe. No one cleared the dishes on the table. Of course, Mike couldn't help to clean up, so he grabbed Franklin, who wanted to continue catching elves with the Weasley brothers, and went to the yard. Don't look so sad. What's so fun about games? Mike punched Franklin in the chest. Let me ask you, how are you learning the notes I gave you? When the note was mentioned, Franklin's originally gloomy face immediately changed into a proud expression. Needless to say? Of course I learned them all. I even mastered the emotion casting technique, although the success rate is relatively low. Oh? Are you sure? Then let's give it a try. Mike was a little surprised, but he quickly reacted and pointed at the goblins in the Weasley family's yard. Goblins are a common humanoid magical creature in the UK. Adult goblins are about 30 centimeters tall, with a large head and a pair of large feet that are seriously out of proportion to their body. Goblins usually live in underground caves. Because they feed on the roots of plants, they often mess up crops and gardens, and they have super fertility, so they are defined as pests. Mrs. Weasley obviously neglected the management of her garden. At this moment, several goblins were happily playing in the overgrown garden. Franklin was a smart man, and of course he understood what Mike meant. He gave Mike a look that said "Watch me." And then he took out his wand and shot out a beam of lightning that shattered into pieces. A red light flashed across and hit a goblin on the far right. The goblin exploded like a watermelon hit by a hammer, creating a bloody mist. The goblins nearby screamed and fled in all directions when they saw their friend who had just been playing with them explode. But Franklin's face didn't look good, because he had just aimed at another goblin. Mike, who was a shooting expert, naturally noticed it. He shook his head and sighed, looking very disappointed. Seeing this, Franklin's face turned even worse. Nonsense, how could anyone tell a black person's face in the dark? And he hurriedly aimed again in the hope of saving some of his face. Fortunately, goblins are extremely stupid, just like roe deer. The news of their companion's explosion was passed on to the cave by the survivors, and as a result, many goblins refused to believe it and insisted on coming up to the ground to take a look. A petrification spell was fired, accurately hitting a goblin that was peeking out of the cave entrance. Seeing that his spell had hit the target, Franklin's face finally looked better, and he looked at Mike with some pride. At this time, the Weasley brothers were being pulled by the ears by Mrs. Weasley to tidy up the dining table. After seeing what Mike and Franklin were doing in the yard outside the house, the two brothers looked at each other and smiled strangely at the same time. Ron, who was standing by, shuddered in fear when he saw this smile. He was very familiar with this smile. It was the smile that his two brothers would show every time they wanted to play a trick on him. Hey, Mike! What are you guys playing? A goblin game. The Weasley brothers came up to Mike, arms around each other's shoulders. How about taking the two of us? Before Mike could answer, Franklin spoke up. He had a very good relationship with the Weasley brothers in the past 2 days. Come on, I promise to beat you to a pulp. The Weasley brothers looked at the black guy in front of them, and strange smiles appeared on their faces again at the same time. How can there be a game without betting? George said. That's right. How about whoever comes last will wash the dishes? Said Fred. Mike looked at the two people's smiles and knew their purpose, but he did not expose them. Instead, he smiled and said, I think it's feasible. I will be the referee. The timer is 5 minutes. The last one will help Mrs. Weasley wash the dishes. What do you think? After saying that, he took out his magic wand and waved it gently, and a fluorescent scoreboard made of floating magic power appeared above everyone's heads. The three of them nodded upon seeing this. Start! Following Mike's order, spells suddenly spread across the garden, and the goblins were either exploded, petrified, or burned to death in various ways. But there were obviously a lot of goblins under the Weasley family's garden. After killing one wave, another wave of goblins would come to the ground to check, blinking their curious eyes. It was simply endless. The Weasley brothers have been helping their family clean up goblins since they were 6 years old. They are very experienced and Franklin is no match for them. The two brothers worked closely together, one of them used restrictive spells such as obstacles and transfiguration to trap several goblins together, and the other used a fire spell to kill all the goblins. The two of them took turns to kill with high efficiency. On the scoreboard above their heads, their scores rose like rockets, leaving Franklin far behind. What are you doing? Just when everyone was having fun, a familiar roar came from behind. Turning around, they saw it was Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley looked at the mess of crops in the garden and felt her heart bleeding. The family was already so poor, and George and Fred dared to mess things up. It was really unreasonable. Chapter 60. Letter from Penelope. The Weasley brothers were taken back into the house by their old mother, grabbed by their ears. From the screams that came out of the house from time to time, it seemed that the two brothers had been severely beaten. Ron was obviously very happy to see his two brothers who always bullied him being taught a lesson by their mother. He lay on the stair railing and looked down, laughing happily from time to time. However, it turns out that snitching coupled with gloating comes at a price. Early the next morning, after finding out what had happened, the Weasley brothers pulled their little brother Ron out of bed, under the pretext of exercising. Judging from Ron's desperate expression, Mike guessed that the one being trained must be Ron. Franklin was also pulled up by Mike. The kid played games until late at night. When he followed Mike outside, he still looked sleepy. I tested Franklin's magic level last night. Although Franklin lost to George and Fred, Mike was quite satisfied. After all, although the two brothers were a little naughty, they were real geniuses. Mike could see that Franklin had indeed studied the notes he gave him very carefully and did well, but this was not enough to help Mike. Wake up! I'm going to teach you a spell next. Mike patted Franklin's head, we don't have much time. If you can learn it before school starts, I'll take you to a good place. Franklin was patted on the head by Mike twice and suddenly woke up. Hearing Mike's words, he asked curiously, where? You should learn it first before you speak it. Mac rolled his eyes at him. I'm going to teach you the disillusionment charm. Have you heard of it? Isn't the disillusionment charm a control spell? Franklin exclaimed when he heard it, and then felt something was wrong. He turned his head and found that there was no one around, so he whispered, where did you get it from? Don't worry about that. I'm just asking you whether you want to learn it or not. Mike asked with a smile. Franklin nodded hurriedly. You know, this is a control spell. If he missed this opportunity, he might never have the chance to learn it in his life. Okay, when you cast the disillusionment charm, you need to hide your breath as much as possible. It sounds tricky, but it's actually very simple. You just need to slow down your breathing and heartbeat. At the same time, draw a Z in the air with your wand. Do you understand? Remember, it sounds easy. Everyone in the wizarding world knows that the spell for the Kedavra curse is Avada Kedavra. Why haven't I seen the Kedavra curse used everywhere? Mike glared at Franklin and said, try it first and let me see. Franklin was speechless after being retorted by Mike, so he had to shrink his neck and start casting the disillusionment spell as Mike said. Hide without a trace. After spending more than half an hour adjusting his breathing, Franklin roared out a spell and swung the wand in his hand violently, making a whistling sound. However, nothing happened. Snapped. Mike slapped Franklin on the head. You think you are casting an exploding charm? Why are you yelling so loudly? Hey? Brother, you are casting an disillusionment charm, a disillusionment charm used to make yourself invisible. Mike looked at his red palms, sighed deeply, took out a book and threw it to Franklin. Forget it. Here are the notes on the disillusionment charm. Just practice it slowly by yourself. I'll test you tomorrow. After saying that, he walked towards the burrow, leaving Franklin standing there alone, rubbing his head in grievance. After returning to the burrow and happily drinking a glass of iced plum juice handed to him by Mrs. Weasley, Mike's anger slowly dissipated. Franklin was a weird guy. Sometimes he was so smart that he could understand what he meant with just a glance, but sometimes he was so stupid that people wanted to kill him with a hammer. Boom! 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 As soon as Mike put the cup on the table, he heard the sound of knocking on the glass. He looked up and was delighted. Isn't this our owl warrior? He quickly went forward, opened the window and let it in. The little guy obviously remembered Mike. He rubbed Mike's hand with his head, raised his legs and showed Mike the 2 letters tied to his legs. Mike took the letter and read it. The sender of the first letter was, as expected, Professor Flitwick. There was no special message in the letter, just wishing Mike a good time. The sender of the second letter surprised Mike a little, it was Penelope. It seemed that Penelope sent the letter to Professor Flitwick's house, so Errol had to bring it with him. In the letter, Penelope enthusiastically invited Mike to go to Diagon Alley together on the weekend before school started, saying that she wanted to thank Mike properly. As soon as Mike saw the word thank you, he understood that Penelope must have received the Hogwarts prefect badge. The little girl must have thought that she had said hello to Professor Flitwick, but in fact, Mike had never mentioned this to Professor Flitwick at all. Penelope was able to become a prefect entirely due to her own efforts. Nodding with satisfaction, Mike carefully put the letter into the bag with the invisible extension charm. If the Weasley brothers saw this letter, with their gossipy nature, everyone in Hogwarts would know that Penelope invited Mike to Diagon Alley for a date after school started. I have to say, this world is really magical. Just as Mike thought of the Weasley brothers, these 2 came back carrying Ron. Yo! Isn't that Errol? It's just right. We've sent Harry nearly 10 letters and he hasn't replied to us yet. Let Errol make another trip. The 2 men put Ron, who looked so depressed that he could barely stand, on a chair and said with a smile. Do you want Errol to tire himself to death? Didn't you see it before it flew back? If you want to send a letter, rent an owl from the Owl House in Diagon Alley. Mrs. Weasley refused to listen and hit the 2 brothers on the forehead. And Ron, what's wrong with you? It's okay. He's just a little exhausted from overexercise. The Weasley brothers explained with a somewhat stiff expression. While explaining, they looked at Ron who was slumped in the chair with a kind look. No, yes, I'm just a little exhausted. Poor Ron had no choice but to give in under the pressure of his 2 unscrupulous brothers. Okay, Mom, let's go mail the letter. The Weasley brothers regained their playful smiles after they had fooled him. If Harry doesn't reply again this time, we'll have to go check it out in person. Don't expect anything unexpected to happen. Mike, do you want to come with us? What do you mean? Sending a letter or going to Harry? Both. Send the letter to me. Forget about looking for Harry. I have things to do here. I advise you not to be too anxious. Harry has the protective spell left by his mother, so he will definitely not be in any danger. Chapter 61. Ollivander explains. Happy times always pass quickly, and soon it was the day I had agreed to meet with Penelope. Franklin finally learned the disillusionment charm. Although the release speed was very slow and the invisibility effect was not good, he was still very happy. After sending Harry 15 letters without receiving any reply, the Weasley brothers could no longer bear it and decided to go to Harry's house tonight. They also asked Mike and Franklin if they would go, but Mike refused again. Mike decided to be sincere and try not to deal with the savior Harry from now on, so as not to arouse the suspicion of Dumbledore, the old bee. But Franklin seemed to want to go, so Mike hit him on the forehead and gave up. Mike arrived at Diagon Alley early that day. He had to go somewhere else before meeting Penelope. Jingle bell. Ollivander's wand shop was still the same, shabby and dilapidated. Mike pushed open the door and walked into the small shop. A crisp sound came from the bell at the door. Oh, Mr. Mike Townley. 13 inches, blackthorn wood with dragon heartstrings, not easy to bend, a wand for a warrior. I remember it correctly. Ollivander said in a somewhat erratic and hoarse voice, what brings you here? Is there something wrong with your wand? Mike was not surprised that Ollivander accurately stated his name and wand information. He brushed his fingertips across the stool covered with a thick layer of dust, then pulled the curtain beside him and wiped it with disgust before speaking. That's right, Mr. Ollivander. I feel like there is indeed a small problem with my wand. Although it is getting better, I still think I should come and consult you, the wand master. Oh? Please let me see your wand. Ollivander immediately became interested when he heard it. I encountered a very thrilling attack in the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to come back alive. Mike took out the blackthorn wand and handed it to Ollivander. After that, I found that there was a problem with my wand. It seemed to have become stronger. Ollivander took the blackthorn wood wand with both hands, put on a monocle as thick as the bottom of a bottle and observed it carefully. It took him a long time to hand the wand back to Mike. What you are experiencing is normal. Blackthorn has a peculiar property. It will produce the sweetest berries after the worst frost. And the wand made of this wood can only truly blend with its owner after experiencing danger or hardship. After that, the blackthorn wand will become an incredibly loyal servant. Ollivander said in a very bewitching voice, also, I have to give you some advice. I found that there are many small scars on your wand. It seems that you don't care about the maintenance of the wand in normal use. This is very irresponsible behavior for the wand, which is your most important companion. I think it would be best if you could buy a set of wand maintenance tools. I only need 10 gold galleons for a set, and also come with a wand maintenance manual. What do you think? Accompanied by Ollivander's voice of welcome back next time, Mike walked out of the shop holding a set of wand maintenance tools. Looking at the people coming and going on the street, Mike felt a little dazed. Damn, he was acting like a reclusive master 1 second, but in the next he changed his style and became a businessman who values money more than anything else. Are all the so-called masters nowadays so shameless? Shaking his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, Mike quickly squeezed into the crowd. It was getting late and Penelope was still waiting for him. After finally arriving at the agreed location, Florin's cold drink shop, Mike's forehead was already covered with sweat. Hogwarts was about to start school, and many students and their parents came to Diagon Alley to buy things they needed for the new semester. These few days could be said to be the busiest time in Diagon Alley. Penelope was sitting by the window, smiling at Mike who was squeezing in from the crowd. There was a glass of ice water on the table in front of her. Judging from the water level, she must have been waiting for a while. Sorry, Penelope, I didn't mean to be late. It was because a black cat crossed my way on the way here. Mike wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained. It's okay, I just got here too. Penelope supported her chin with one hand, and looked at Mike with a smile in her big eyes, but she did not expose Mike's rough excuse. Penelope was dressed very lively today, no longer as neat and capable as she usually was at Hogwarts. The long blonde curly hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and the hem of her white printed t-shirt was tucked into her denim shorts. There was a Doraemon printed on it, but the big head of Doraemon was bulging out, making it look very three-dimensional. Her long legs were swaying gently, and the white color seemed to reflect light under the sunlight. Mike looked a little dazed and it took him a long time to swallow a big mouthful of saliva. Mike blushed as he looked at Penelope's teasing smile. It had been almost 2 years since he came to this world, and he had never been close to any woman in these 2 years. If he was originally a child, it wouldn't matter, but he was an adult man in his previous life. Seeing Penelope dressed like this, he actually lost his composure. In order to ease his embarrassment, Mike coughed lightly and called the waiter, "Give me 2 Florin's signature cones." The summer in the UK is not hot, and a temperature of 30 degrees is considered high. But it is human nature to like sweets, so there are many customers in the store at this time. When the clerk heard Mike's words, he just nodded slightly and ran back to the counter to get busy. "It's so hot, Penelope." Mike finally breathed a sigh of relief and pulled the chair in front of Penelope and sat down. "Oh, no. It should be Penelope's prefect, right?" Upon hearing this, Penelope laughed so hard that her body shook, and even Doraemon on her chest swayed, which made Mike swallow hard again. "It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to become the prefect. You know, Paula has been eyeing the position of prefect for a long time. She is a pure blood. How can a muggle-born wizard like me snatch it from her? I know Paula. I heard that she comes from an unknown pure-blood family, not even one of the 28 pure-blood families. Not only is she not as good as you in terms of how she behaves, but she is also far worse than you in terms of appearance. How can she compare to you?" Mike said with a smile. It turns out that all women like to be praised, whether they are little girls or old ladies. After hearing Mike's compliment, Penelope covered her mouth and laughed for a long time. She only stopped laughing when the waiter brought 2 ice cream cones. I still have to thank you. This is a gift I picked out especially for you. Come open it and take a look. Penelope took out a gift box from her small bag and handed it to Mike. She came from a Muggle family and her family was not rich, so they could not afford a bag for the traceless extension charm. Chapter 62, Date with Penelope. Mike reached out to take the gift box, and took the opportunity to pretend to accidentally touch Penelope's little hand, in return for a pair of big white eyes. Mike opened the gift box with a smile. Penelope's small hands felt smooth, but as soon as he opened the gift box, Mike's smile froze. The gift Penelope gave him was actually a set of wand maintenance tools, and it was not as advanced as the ones he had just bought from Ollivanders. It was just a set of intermediate maintenance tools, which cost about 5 gold galleons. Mike knew that Penelope's family situation was not very good, and Penelope could not use up the 100 gold galleons exchange limit that Gringotts gave to Muggle wizard students every year. This set of maintenance tools was probably bought by Penelope with the money she had saved for a long time, and he couldn't help but feel a little touched. He adjusted his facial expression, restored his original brilliant smile and said, "Your gift is really timely, isn't it? Professor Flitwick just said that my wand was damaged in the battle in the Forbidden Forest last year and needs to be properly maintained, so you gave me a set of maintenance tools. Thank you so much." Penelope ate her ice cream cone and smiled at Mike, "As long as you like it." Florin's ice cream cones are very different from those in the Muggle world. The cream and milk used in them are all produced from a magical creature called the English horned bull. The milk produced by this magical creature is not only delicious but also rich in magic. It is said to be very beneficial for the growth of magic power of young wizards. Therefore, this magical creature was raised in large numbers by wizards. As far as Mike knew, the Malfoy family had the largest scale of breeding. In addition, Florin's ice cream cones are attached with a magical spell. After eating them, snowflakes will appear all over the cones, which is very beautiful. Although Penelope looked very gentle while eating, she ate very quickly. She finished an ice cream cone the size of an adult's palm in no time. Mike couldn't help laughing when he saw her looking unsatisfied, and handed her his share. Penelope's face turned red, as if she was afraid that Mike would laugh at her greed, so she hesitated to take it. In the end, Mike forced the cone into her hand and she gave up. Looking at the greedy girl in front of him, Mike smiled faintly and said, "Senior Penelope is in the 5th grade this year and will graduate in 2 years. How about it? Have you decided where to work after graduation?" It was Penelope's turn to freeze her smile. She stopped eating the ice cream cone in her hand and said with some disinterest, "It's not that easy. We are all Muggle-born wizards. You know how the wizarding world treats us. You are so talented that you are loved by Professor Flitwick. Even when you had no place to live during the summer vacation, Professor Flitwick invited you to live in his house. You don't need to worry about your future employment at all. I'm different. My magical talent is just average. So what if I have outstanding management talent? The Ministry of Magic will never allow a Muggle-born witch to join the company. Employment? I think after graduation, I will be lucky enough to find a job in a restaurant like the waiter just mentioned. Senior Penelope, you are being too modest. In my opinion, with your ability, you are more than qualified to join the Ministry of Magic. It is their loss if they don't want you." Penelope didn't respond to Mike, but just shook her head slightly. "In fact, you still have a chance to work in the Ministry of Magic." Mike said meaningfully, "Of course, the method I'm talking about is not the stupid method of marrying a pure-blood wizard. I guess Percy has been pestering you these days, which must be making you feel distressed. What can we do?" Penelope was a little at a loss when Mike hit the nail on the head, but she quickly calmed down. Mike saw all of Penelope's performance, and he nodded with satisfaction. Not only does Penelope have a very high emotional intelligence, but her magical talent is not as bad as she said. On the contrary, she is one of the best in her grade. Mike decided to win over such a talent. Do you know Raven's Nest? It is the famous Ravenclaw Mutual Aid Society. The requirements for joining are very strict. Not only do applicants need to have outstanding abilities, but they also need to be recommended by a member who has been a member for more than 1 year. Mike smiled. "Oh, yes. The current director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and member of the Wisengamot Council, Mr. Barty Crouch, is also a member of Raven's Nest. In fact, I met him just last month, at my initiation ceremony. Penelope opened her mouth in surprise. She didn't even notice that the cone in her hand had fallen onto the table. She stammered, you mean that you have joined Raven's Nest? So what do you mean by telling me this? That's right. Mike snapped his fingers and said, in my opinion, your potential is enough for you to join Raven's Claw. All you lack is a recommender. After joining Raven's Nest, it will be as easy as snapping your fingers for you to join the Ministry of Magic. What do you want? As expected of a talented person that Mike had high hopes for, Penelope recovered from her initial shock in just a few words. You think too much of me. I'm not that kind of person. I will recommend you to join Raven's Nest before you graduate. You and I are both Muggle-borns, so I will help if I can. Mike raised his eyebrows at Penelope and said, well, it's getting late. We really shouldn't waste our date time in this crappy soda shop. Let's go out for a walk, beautiful lady. It turns out that the act of window shopping is just as appealing to women as you complimenting them on their beauty. At first, Penelope was a little wary of Mike. After all, she couldn't believe that Mike would help her so selflessly. In her impression, Mike was not such a generous person. However, after walking around for a while, Penelope gradually relaxed and a smile appeared on her beautiful face again. Especially after visiting Madame Primpenera's beauty potion shop, Penelope was completely different from before, moving among the bottles and jars in an almost frenetic state. When the two parted in the evening, the small bag that Penelope was carrying was gone, and instead, she had a bag with a woodpecker pattern embroidered on it and pinned it around her waist. It was filled with the fruits of her day's shopping, from Madame Malkin's custom-made robes to a variety of beauty potions. Of course, all of this was paid for by Mike. Penelope initially wanted to finish buying the items on the Hogwarts item list, after all, she only had so many gold galleons on her. But when Mike took out a bag full of gold galleons and waved it in front of her, indicating that she was welcome and that he would cover all the expenses for today, she completely let go. However, Penelope was just a little girl who was used to being poor. She didn't even know how to spend money. She bought a lot of things but only spent less than 200 gold galleons. Thank you so much for today. Penelope said with a smile, school is about to start. Where are you going these days? Go stay at Professor Flitwick's house for a few more days. It's getting late, so you should go back early. Be careful on the road. Mike answered absent-mindedly. Okay, bye. Penelope quickly lowered her head and kissed Mike on the cheek, then turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Mike stroked his cheek. The warm touch just now made him a little distracted. Damn it, according to normal routine, we should be lying in the hotel by now. What a pity. Mike sighed in annoyance, and glanced at his little brother while speaking, what a pity that you are not up to standard. Chapter 63. Mike's small business. Perhaps because he had become rich overnight in his previous life, Mike had always been extravagant with his money. Even so, Mike never considered himself a spendthrift. There are only two ways to save money, increasing income and reducing expenditure. Mike believes that increasing income is far more important than reducing expenditure. Although blindly reducing expenditure can save money, it will also turn people into bumpkins like Penelope who can't even spend money well. Only increasing income can make people become truly rich while saving wealth. Due to the school holidays, the business of dolphin magic drink had to stop. Without business, there would be no income, and it was not okay to just sit there and eat up all the money. Penelope's poor appearance yesterday gave Mike a lot of inspiration. This era is not like his previous life where the currency depreciated severely. In the UK during this period, the pound is still very strong. For example, in 1989, an average worker could earn about £3 per hour, which is £8 per month if he works 22 hours a day and 528 days a month. Now it is 1992, and only 3 years have passed. After accounting for inflation, he can now earn £3 per month. With this £600, a family of 3 can have enough food and drink, provided that they are not living in first-tier cities. An income of £600 a month can definitely represent the income level of most people in the UK today. The exchange limit given by Gringotts is 100 gold galleons per year, which is £500. This is definitely not a small amount for these ordinary families. In addition, the Ministry of Magic subsidizes the items on the Hogwarts admission list, so it takes far less than 100 gold galleons to buy all the items on the admission list. This leads to the fact that most young Muggle-born wizards will not exchange for the full 100 gold galleons. In Mike's opinion, this was a blatant waste, but Mike considered himself a thrifty boy and naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. So, at the entrance of Diagon Alley, two young men, one black and one white, appeared and did nothing but stare at the entrance wall every day. Whenever they saw someone wearing Muggle clothes and coming to Diagon Alley alone, these two would approach him stealthily and ask, "Friend, do you want gold galleons?" If they are accompanied by their family, these two people will pretend to be kind people and introduce everything about the wizarding world to them. Finally, they will tell them that they can provide them with pounds for free so that they can exchange them for gold galleons, and the price is just a tiny commission. It is said to be a negligible commission, but in fact it is very unfair. For every transaction, the two men would charge an 80% commission, of which the two teenagers, one black and one white, would take 50%, and the goblin from Gringotts who specialized in handling the exchange of pounds for gold galleons would take 30%. These two boys are naturally Mike and Franklin. Mike is a professional when it comes to observation. In his previous life, scouting was essential when robbing a bank and stealing things, which also enabled him to develop a pair of sharp eyes. Mike could tell which people were Muggles and which were wizards. Which families were well off and which families were so poor that they could barely afford to eat. This saved them a lot of effort in doing business. Hogwarts is about to start, and everyone is thinking about buying the things they need for the new semester in these 2 days, so there is a lot of traffic in Diagon Alley. As a result, Mike and Franklin's small business grew bigger and bigger. Although the commission rate he offered was very exaggerated, it was free gold galleons after all, so most people were quite satisfied with their service. Of course, there were some short-sighted people who tried to bargain with Mike, and some even blackmailed Mike by threatening to report the two for speculation and infringement of the interests of the Ministry of Magic. Naturally, Mike would not be polite to these people. He told them his name openly and claimed that he would teach them a lesson when he got to school. Mike had made quite a name for himself in school last year. Now all the students in Hogwarts knew that he was Professor Flitwick's favorite disciple and that he was very powerful. It was obviously inappropriate to offend such a person who would almost certainly become a prefect or even the president of the male student union in the future for a few gold galleons. So these troublemakers had no choice but to give in and let Mike take a huge commission. Facts have proved that most of the Muggles and half-blood wizards who go to Hogwarts come from poor families. In just 3 days, Mike and Franklin earned nearly 1,000 gold galleons. On this day, Mike and Franklin met a few acquaintances while looking for business as usual. "Mike? Franklin? What are you doing blocking the entrance?" The person who spoke was Mr. Weasley, followed by Mrs. Weasley, Harry, and the 5 children of the Weasley family, big and small. We were shopping." Mike hesitated for a long time and then made up an excuse. "We are going to buy new books, let's go together." Harry was probably cooped up in the summer vacation and now he likes to be in a crowd. When he heard Mike and the others were shopping, he hurriedly invited them. "No, we still have to wait for someone." Mike shrugged. "Waiting for whom?" "Penelope." Percy jumped out upon hearing this and asked in an extremely sharp voice. "I don't think this has anything to do with you." Mike realized that Percy's intentions were not good, but he did not show weakness and answered word by word, "Percy, Mr. Weasley." Percy was unwilling to do this and poked his left chest with his fingers, where a Hogwarts prefect badge was shining brightly in the sunlight. "Look carefully. I'm the prefect." "The prefect? Is that how you talk to a prefect?" "Wow, the Gryffindor prefect is meddling in Ravenclaw's affairs." "Prefect Percy, you have such great authority," Mike said in a very strange tone. After that, he looked at Franklin, and the two of them burst into laughter. Percy's face was twisted with anger, and his right hand was trembling as he fumbled around on his body, as if he was looking for his wand. Mike's wand had already appeared in his hand. As long as Percy dared to point the wand at him, he would put Percy under a disarming curse. He had a close relationship with the Weasley brothers, so he was willing to let Percy suffer a little. But before Percy could take out his wand, George at the side dragged him towards Mr. Weasley who was shopping in front. Fred made a face at Mike, nodding and bowing in a weird manner. Mike understood what he meant, that he wanted Mike not to argue with Percy. Out of consideration for their relationship, Mike couldn't get angry and could only wave his hand to signal them to leave quickly. Fred didn't say anything when he saw this. He just nodded to Mike and quickly caught up with George and Percy who hadn't walked far yet. Looking at the 3 of them who were still struggling, Mike smiled disdainfully and spat in the direction they were leaving. Franklin, who was standing by, probably thought it was cool and spit as well, but he spit much farther than Mike and almost spit on a passing lady. Chapter 64. Afu. On the crowded platform 9 1/4, Mike and Franklin carried their luggage and struggled to walk through the crowd. The happy summer vacation finally ended, and the little wizards welcomed the annual school opening day. For Hogwarts, the magical school of magic, it was obvious that the little wizards had little aversion to school, unlike the previous life when the school opened, when the students all had miserable expressions. The two of them finally squeezed onto the train and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The platform was full of little wizards and their parents. Many parents were reluctant to leave even after sending their children on the train, but just stood there stupidly and waved. Mike was an orphan in both of his lives and had never experienced parental love, so he couldn't understand this feeling. When he suddenly witnessed such a scene, his heart ached. Fortunately, Mike was thick-skinned and had a black heart, so he didn't show it. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter was heard, and an owl standing above Franklin's head was staring at Mike, making sounds that were very similar to laughter, as if mocking Mike's weakness. Mike glared at it fiercely and hit it on the head without any hesitation, finally making it stop. This owl is Franklin's pet, which he bought with the money he earned in Diagon Alley in the past few days. The two's small business was very prosperous. In just 1 week, they earned nearly 2,000 gold galleons, of which Mike took 1,400 for himself and left 600 for Franklin. As a result, Franklin spent 400 gold galleons to buy such an owl. It was the first time that Mike realized that there was someone who was more spendthrift than him. 400 gold galleons were enough for the Weasley family to eat and drink well for several months, but Franklin used it to buy an owl that was useless except for delivering letters. According to the clerk, this owl is a rare species that has become extinct in the Muggle world, called the laughing owl. This owl is relatively large, usually up to 40 centimeters long, and after being cultivated by wizards for a long time, its intelligence is also quite outstanding, almost comparable to that of a 3-year-old child. This alone is not worth the 400 galleons price tag. The most valuable thing about this owl is its laugh-like cry. Franklin decided to buy the laughing owl after hearing its cry for the first time, simply because he thought the laughing owl's laugh sounded very similar to his mother's. Franklin thought that the sound of the bird was like the sound of nature, but Mike heard it as noise. The mocking laughter made Mike very irritated. After listening to Franklin's reason for buying it, Mike became very curious about Franklin's mother. What kind of woman could have such a mocking smile? Such an interesting person must be met if there is a chance. Mike is not interested in pets, and even if he must have one, he would not get an owl. This was all because of that damn raven. Ever since he was teased by that raven several times during the summer vacation, Mike has become very hostile to all birds. If the laughing owl named Alpha by Franklin was not Franklin's pet, Mike would have roasted it for food. That kind of laughter was really asking for a beating. The two found an empty room and walked in. Before they even put their luggage away, Franklin hurriedly took out a bottle of mineral water, poured a little water into the bottle cap, and respectfully held it in front of the laughing owl above his head, calling a fo non-stop. Mike felt that Franklin might not be so filial to his own mother. Others would keep an owl in a cage, but he was afraid that his afo would get depressed after being locked up for too long, so he let the owl move freely, and he was not afraid that it would escape. The result is that the laughing owl has made a home on Franklin's head, and it stays there all day long. Franklin's hair is made into a bird's nest shape by it, which is very funny. It is said that black people have always had bad hair quality. Most black people will go bald when they reach middle age. If they don't want to go out with a big bald head, they can only wear a wig. In my previous life, I heard a customer named Chen from Hong Kong say that the black people in Africa support countless wig factories in China. I don't know if it is true. If it is true, Franklin may have to use a wig before he is 30 years old. Well, it's decided. This year's Christmas gift for Franklin is a wig, just in case. It must be made in China, as I heard the quality is the best in the world. Bang! Just as Mike was daydreaming, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and little Hermione, sweating profusely, grabbed Mike's hand without even looking at Franklin, who had an owl on his head. "Have you seen Harry? Don't worry, didn't they get on the train?" Mike pried Hermione's hand apart with some effort. This little girl has been developing into a violent girl recently, and her strength has become stronger and stronger. When Mike held Mike's hand just now, he actually felt that his hand was pinched and hurt. It doesn't matter if he missed the train. Dumbledore will definitely find him later. But... Hermione obviously disagreed with what Mike said. She was about to refute but was interrupted by someone behind her. Who missed the train? Penelope walked into the carriage. Today, Penelope has returned to her old state as a senior school girl. Her long golden hair is simply pinned behind her ears, and her perfect figure is covered by a plain robe. However, unlike the past, this plain robe has many patterns sewn with gold thread, which looks quite elegant. Mike spent 20 gold galleons to buy this dress. It's Harry. He seems to have missed the train. Mike spread his hands. Hermione was very worried. I persuaded her that Dumbledore would find Harry back. Indeed, just as Mike said, Dumbledore will not let his savior disappear for no reason. Your worries are completely unnecessary. Penelope said, leaning on the back of Mike's chair. Hermione looked at Mike and Penelope and felt a nameless anger rising in her heart. A blush quietly floated on her cheeks. She cursed secretly, "Stinky woman," and slammed the door and left. The word "bio" was blocked, so I could only use "stinky woman." At this time, Penelope also noticed the peculiar shape of the owl on Franklin's head and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hermione, who hadn't walked far outside the house, heard the laughter in the box, stamped her feet in frustration, and quickened her pace to walk away. Mike in the box couldn't help laughing at Penelope's overjoyed look and asked, "Shouldn't you be in the prefect's compartment? Why are you here?" Chapter 65. Trading. I was just bored, so I came to chat with you. Penelope might have laughed too quickly and was a little out of breath. Where's Percy? Is that guy still bothering you? No, power is the most important thing to that guy. Penelope shook her head slightly. For example, right now, he is maintaining order in the back carriage. Mike sneered when he heard this. It was indeed the job of the prefects to maintain order in the freshman carriage. However, almost all prefects would not do such a thankless job. After all, naughty kids all over the world were equally difficult to deal with. A prefect who wants to do this tough job is either a good-natured person who wants to help everyone, or an ambitious person who is eager to show off. Percy certainly falls into the latter category. Last year, Percy was not seen guiding the freshmen, but this year he has become so diligent. His goal is nothing more than the position of the male student union president next year. However, he has already been trying to win people's hearts before the semester has even started, which surprised Mike a little. It seems that he has read the book How Prefects Get Power for a reason. Seeing that Mike didn't say anything, Penelope changed the topic to a lighter one and continued chatting with Mike. The Hogwarts Express was not very fast, the bright sunshine outside the window did not make people feel hot, and with a beautiful girl by his side, Mike felt that life was so beautiful. It was a pity that Franklin beside him was really unromantic and was still serving the broken bird on his head. Clang! With a loud bang, the door of the box was opened again. Mike looked towards the door with a bad face. He wanted to see which bastard dared to ruin such a beautiful scene. Draco walked into the box with a broomstick in his hand, followed by two followers, Goyle and Crabbe. He was very arrogant. Seeing Mike staring at him fiercely in the box, he restrained himself a little. "Mike? Are you on a date? Whether you're dating or not is none of your business. But what are you doing walking around with a Nimbus 2001? Mike paused and said as if he suddenly realized something. "Oh. Are you planning to show off this Nimbus 2001 to Potter? You are really a child, ha ha ha." After that, Mike and the others burst into laughter. Penelope was more polite and knew to cover her mouth while laughing, but Franklin and the owl on his head were not so good. They laughed so hard that they collapsed on the carpet and were pounding the ground with their fists. Draco, who was standing by, was very happy when he heard the first half of the conversation when he saw that Mike recognized that what he was holding was the most advanced Nimbus 2001. He raised his head proudly. From the angle Mike was sitting in his seat, he couldn't see Draco's expression at all, he could only see a pair of dark nostrils. Draco broke down when he heard the second half of the sentence. The laughter of the crowd was like a bunch of small knives, constantly cutting his face. Especially the owl, it was the first time Draco saw an owl that could laugh. If it were any other time, he would definitely beg his father to buy it home to play with, but now Draco just wanted to strangle it to death, that laughter was too mocking. Mike, who was sitting in his seat, stopped and looked at Draco at the door, his face changing from blue to white, feeling a little surprised. "This is strange. If Draco had been humiliated like this at other times, he would have probably started cursing and even started a fight. Why is he so sincere today? Franklin laughed for a while and found that Mike and Penelope had stopped and were looking at Draco and others expressionlessly, so he stopped laughing too. However, Alpha above him obviously didn't think so and was still laughing. Alpha's iconic laughter echoed in the small box. Franklin noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. One hand was already on the wand beside him, and the other hand pinched Alpha's beak, which made it stop. Seeing that Draco still said nothing and just stared at him fiercely, Mike stood up and walked to Draco and looked at him with cold eyes. Seeing this, Franklin also hurried forward and stood not far behind Mike, with the magic wand already in his hand. Penelope was a little overwhelmed, but after a little hesitation, she gritted her teeth and followed Franklin's example and stood behind Mike. The distance between Mike and Draco was less than 20 centimeters. Draco looked at Mike, who was half a head taller than him, and looked at him with such cold eyes. Cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. He felt panic in his heart and could not help but take a half step back. Mike noticed Draco's little move, and said with a slightly mocking smile, "Why don't you get out of here?" Draco's face darkened when he heard this, and his fists turned white from being clenched. Goyle and Crab behind him were about to step forward to teach Mike a lesson, but they found that Franklin had already pointed his wand at them, so they had to give up. Draco took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to take out his wand. At the same time, he pulled an ugly smile and said, "I heard that you joined the crow's nest." "So what?" Mike pressed forward again. Draco was startled by his sudden action and took a big step back, almost retreating to the corridor. "We can be friends, Mike." Draco could no longer keep the smile on his face. "You saw how much Dumbledore favored Gryffindor at last year's year-end dinner. If we want to defeat Gryffindor this year, we can only have a chance if we combine the strength of Slytherin and Ravenclaw. I won't mention whether the two of us second-year wizards can represent our respective houses." Mike did not comment. "I just ask you, what good will this do me? Don't talk about the honor of the house, that means nothing to me. I don't care whether Gryffindor wins or Hufflepuff wins." Draco seemed to be shocked by Mike's remarks. He didn't react for a long time. He was silent for a long time before he said, "You can gain the friendship of the Malfoy family." "Ha ha ha ha." Alfred, who was standing above Franklin, seemed to be amused by Draco's words and laughed mockingly again. Mike and the others also laughed happily under the influence of this devilish laughter. "The friendship of the Malfoy family is worthless to me. I know exactly what you mean. Don't you just want me to help you deal with Gryffindor?" Mike almost died of laughter. "Since you are asking someone to do something for you, at least be sincere and don't keep fooling me with such empty talk." "What do you want?" Draco said through gritted teeth. Mike stopped smiling, put on a serious expression, leaned over and whispered to Draco unforgivable curses. "As long as you give me the 3 unforgivable curses, I will help you deal with those reckless people in Gryffindor. How about that? I heard that your whole family are dark wizards, so I guess you can still cast a small unforgivable curse." Draco's face turned pale instantly after he heard Mike's whisper, and he looked at Mike in horror with his mouth wide open. Chapter 66, Allow me to take a leave. First of all, I would like to apologize to all the readers who have always supported me. There will be only one update today. I really can't take it anymore after working 2 consecutive night shifts. I know that the recent chapters are pretty poorly written. I will revise them when I have the chance. I hope my readers will forgive me. I believe that many readers are aware of the recent disturbance in the online literature world. To be honest, the situation this time is far more serious than many people expected. Almost everyone in several of my groups is in danger, but fortunately, my flopped novel is safe for the time being. Alas, I just woke up and my brain is a mess. I couldn't even write the leave application in a straight line. In short, please allow me to take a day off today, adjust my state, and sort out the plot of the 2nd grade. In addition, I received a message from the website today, and this book will be strongly recommended in the category this Sunday. I won't go into detail about what this means. This work of interest has become what it is today thanks to the support of all my readers. Let me name a few readers who left a deep impression on me. Thanks to Trooper 1770, HHYWR, GM845660, Lingen, Book Friend 20170526034629063, and Global Cold Weather for their donations. The amount of donations is not important. I feel your kindness. I would like to thank all the bosses here. The other two are my good friends in real life, so I won't be polite here. Thanks to Global Cold Weather for building a reward building for me. Thanks to Ao Zhijikuang, Gutaziueao, and Nanzinj for adding this novel to the reading list. I really don't deserve it. I would like to thank Wang Xiaoshi, Global Cold Air, Roaring 9 Heavens 68, Silent Smile 1, Kai, Dried Fish, Harry Snape, Only Love, Deep Pit, Hiding from the Fusion for Half a Day, Hualien Kangyu, Tian Huanchen, All Fakes Are Fake, 64,973, Only Love. Natural Face, You Are Very Beautiful, I Have Helped Dangwo, Drunk Cat But Not Drunk, PT 198111210, A Certain Civilization No. Intelligent Brain, Foot Picking Expert, Dilruba Dilmurat's husband and other readers for voting for me every day. I typed all the names above by hand. Please forgive me for not typing all the names of some readers with special characters or special meanings. I am familiar with these readers. I know that there must be readers who have been voting for me. I am very sorry that they were not mentioned this time. There are too many people. If I can't do it, I will just kowtow to you. Before I knew it, I have written so much on a leave application. I won't say anything else. The takeaway has arrived. I will eat the takeaway and then take a nap. I will start writing when I wake up. Chapter 67 Franklin is an American. As the sky gradually darkened, the Hogwarts Express finally arrived at its destination. Mike and Franklin got off the train under the guidance of Penelope. This year they will take another route to Hogwarts Castle. Every year, only freshmen need to take a boat to the castle by water. It is said that this is to pay tribute to the 4 founders of Hogwarts. These 4 great wizards originally rowed a boat to the cliff where Hogwarts is now located. Draco didn't agree to Mike's request after all. He was shocked after hearing Mike's whisper. He had guessed what Mike wanted, maybe gold galleons, powerful magic props, or control spells, but he didn't expect Mike to want to learn the 3 unforgivable curses. Although the Ministry of Magic had long defined the Killing Curse, the Imperious Curse and the Cruciatus Curse as 3 unforgivable spells once cast, most pure-blood families did not take them seriously before Voldemort was born. At that time, these 3 simple and rough spells were widely circulated in pure-blood families, to the extent that even teenage wizards could learn them at will. Only the Mudbloods did not have the opportunity to learn them. However, after the bloody and dark period of Voldemort, people deeply realized the harm of these 3 spells, and the Ministry of Magic began to strictly control these 3 spells. Now, any book that records the method of releasing the 3 unforgivable curses will be destroyed as a black magic item, so most of the black magic families, including the Malfoy family, teach the method of the 3 unforgivable curses by word of mouth. It was impossible for Draco to learn how to cast the 3 unforgivable curses, because his parents would never allow him to learn such dangerous spells at such a young age. Mike didn't care about it. If the plot went well this year, the conflict between Draco and Harry would become more serious. Then there would be no doubt that Draco would fall into the trap. This year, the person who guided the freshmen to board the boat was still Hagrid. His large stature was very noticeable among the crowd. Next to him stood a red-haired boy who was helping him get the freshmen on the boat obediently. That was Percy. Hagrid was very grateful to Percy for coming to help him. In previous years, at this time of year, Hagrid felt that his beard would turn a few grey hairs because these naughty kids were too difficult to discipline. This year was different. Percy, a good boy, volunteered to help him maintain order. This was simply great. Thinking of this, Hagrid excitedly patted Percy's shoulder to show that he was optimistic about him. Mike saw with his own eyes that Percy's face became extremely distorted the moment Hagrid's palm hit his shoulder. It seemed that Hagrid used quite a lot of force in that hit. Taking a deep breath, Mike took a few quick steps to catch up with Franklin and Penelope in front of him. The 3 followed the large group to an open space. The weather was very good tonight, and the bright moonlight made everything on the open space clearly visible. There were a large number of carriages parked on the wide open space, and the reins of these carriages were strangely suspended in the air, as if they were tied to some transparent creatures. Of course, this is in the eyes of other little wizards. In Mike's vision, he could clearly see 2 strange creatures standing at the front of these carriages. These creatures looked very much like the legendary Pegasus, but had dragon-like heads. They were pitch black and skinny like skeleton war horses from hell, exuding an ominous aura. This is the Thestral, a creature that can only be seen by those who have witnessed death. And for this reason, many people think that the Thestral is an ominous creature that will bring disaster, but the Thestral is actually an extremely excellent mount, loyal, fast in flight, and comfortable to ride. What the hell is this? Franklin asked in surprise, pointing at the Thestral. Mike looked at Franklin in surprise. He didn't expect that Franklin had actually seen real death. Thestral, only those who have seen death can see it. What, you have seen death? My parents are dead. Franklin's tone became very sad when he heard this. Oh. I'm sorry. Seeing his expression, Mike didn't intend to ask any further questions. However, Franklin was not ready to stop. It seemed that he had not confided these things to anyone for a long time, and he told the whole story in one go, like pouring out soybeans. I am an American. I believe you can tell from my name. My parents were originally. Oh. Damn, I can't remember. My head hurts. Franklin suddenly covered his head. Oh. 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 Are you okay? If you can't remember, just don't think about it. Do you want me to ask someone to take you to Madame Pomfrey? Seeing this, Mike stepped forward and supported Franklin, who almost fell, and asked. No, I feel fine. Anyway, my parents died in front of me. I can clearly remember the feeling of their blood splashing on my face, but I can't remember how they died. It's really strange. After my parents died, a person who claimed to be my aunt appeared. I swear I never knew I had such an aunt. She took me to England, and you should know what happened next. I received a letter from Hogwarts. I thought racial discrimination in the United States was serious enough, but I didn't expect it to be worse in the UK, especially in the damn wizarding world, where there is even discrimination based on bloodline. What a bunch of barbarians. Although Franklin claimed that he was fine and did not look like anything was wrong, Michael and Penelope helped him into the carriage and asked the head of the male and female student union, who were maintaining order among the senior students, for permission to leave for Hogwarts immediately. But a carriage can only be driven if there are 4 people sitting in it, and the number of carriages is determined by the number of students. If the 3 of you leave like this, it means that some people will have no carriage to sit in. The male student union president said with some embarrassment. My friend is not feeling well. If anything happens to him because he doesn't get treatment in time, it will all be your fault. You old-fashioned old fogey. I say it again. Drive. Mike roared. The newly appointed male student union president seemed very embarrassed. Just as he was about to say something else, he was stopped by the female student union president next to him. Well, since someone is feeling unwell, then you may leave immediately. I have your permission. The female student union president said to Mike with a smile, and then winked at Mike and Penelope, signaling them to leave quickly. From the tie of the female student union president, it can be seen that she is also a member of Ravenclaw. Mike didn't exchange pleasantries with her. He thanked her and got back into the carriage. Franklin's health is the most important thing now. As for someone who might not be able to ride in the carriage because of this, Mike didn't care. Chapter 68. Unlucky Percy. Following an order from the female student union president, the carriage that Mike and his companions were riding in was silently towed by 2 Thestrals. After a period of running, the 2 Thestrals spread their bat-like wings, flapped them twice, and flew up with the carriage. The Thestral is indeed an extremely outstanding magical creature mount. Not only is the entire takeoff process as smooth as flowing water, but the flying speed is also very fast. Mike felt that these Thestrals were able to fly not because of their wings, but because of another special power. Because when these Thestrals spread their wings, he saw with his own eyes that there were many holes on their wings. The largest one was even as big as Mike's head. No matter what kind of creature it was, it would definitely not be able to fly with such a pair of tattered wings. The climate in the UK is relatively cold, and the evening breeze brought a slight chill to his body. Mike shook himself twice and stopped looking at the 2 Thestrals, and got back into the carriage. In the carriage, Franklin was teasing Alfred, the laughing owl above his head. Due to the nature of owls being active at night and hiding during the day, the little guy seemed very excited, and his big eyes were curiously looking at the decorations inside the carriage. It seems that you are in good condition. Mike sat next to Franklin and said to him. I've said it before, it's no big deal. Franklin waved his hand and said, this is an old problem. I get a headache when I think of my parents, but it's fine as long as I don't think about it. Let's go check on Madame Pomfrey. It would be best if everything is fine. If anything goes wrong, we can find out in advance. Franklin originally wanted to say something, but when he saw Mike's sincere eyes, the words that were at the tip of his tongue did not come out. He just felt his nose sour, nodded, and stopped talking. The thestral flew very quickly, and in a short while it brought the two to the hunting grounds of Hogwarts, where Professor Kettleben was already waiting. Professor Kettleben is the professor of magical creatures at Hogwarts. He is a very enthusiastic old man. Because he usually has to take care of and study those dangerous magical creatures, Professor Kettleben is often injured, which also caused him to lose an arm and half a leg forever. It is said that due to his physical disability and increasing age, he will retire next year. Professor Kettleben was very surprised that Mac and the other two arrived at Hogwarts early. After learning the whole story, he hurriedly notified Madame Pomfrey and asked her to send Franklin to the infirmary. Michael and Penelope originally wanted to go with them, but were sent to the Great Hall by Madame Pomfrey on the grounds that they would disturb the treatment. Professor Kettleben did not leave. The thestrals carrying senior students were landing one after another, and he had to pick up these students here. Don't worry, Pomfrey is definitely the most skilled healer I have ever seen. Even the chief physician of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries is not as good as her. Professor Kettleben threw 2 pieces of fresh meat to the 2 thestrals. Seeing that Mike and Penelope looked very worried, he comforted them, so don't worry, your friends will be safe. You should hurry to the Great Hall. Mike and Penelope had no choice but to leave after hearing that. The auditorium was decorated magnificently tonight. When the two arrived at the auditorium, some students were already sitting on the 4 long tables representing the 4 major colleges. Professor Flitwick was sitting on the high platform, chatting with other students. He saw Mike and Penelope walking into the classroom, and he stood up from the high-cushioned chair and waved to them. He almost fell off the seat because of the big movement, but Snape cast a levitation spell at the same time. Mike also saw Professor Flitwick and waved to him. At the same time, he also noticed that Professor McGonagall was not in the classroom. It seemed that McGonagall was still the professor who organized the freshmen to participate in the sorting ceremony today. Mike and Penelope sat down at the Ravenclaw table, and soon Professor Kettleben came to the hall with a large group of senior students. The atmosphere in the entire auditorium instantly became lively. The seats around Mike and Penelope were filled with people. Everyone was talking about what they had seen during the holidays and expressing their joy at seeing their friends again. Dumbledore on the stage looked at the messy little wizards below with a smile and did not try to stop them. He looked as if he had seen the most beautiful scene in the world. Finally, Professor McGonagall, who was standing outside the door waiting for the new students, could no longer bear the noise. She rushed into the hall, put her wand to her throat, and shouted loudly, "Be quiet! The new students will be here soon, sit down and be quiet. You don't want to." However, before she could finish her words, the door opened again, and a wet red-haired boy walked in. It was Percy. Percy felt that he was extremely unlucky tonight. Those damned naughty kids were like demons from hell, making him exhausted. If it weren't for the need to create the image of a caring big brother, Percy swore that he would definitely let them know why the flowers were so red. My shoulder was still aching, that damn Hagrid had nearly broken his bone when he slapped me in the face. However, this was not the worst of the night. When Percy arranged for many young wizards to arrive at the empty space where the thestrals were parked, he found that there was no thestral carriage. There was only a note left by the male and female student union presidents on the empty space. It read, "Sorry, there was a small accident. Although I don't know who you are, you may have to share a small boat with the freshmen." Percy didn't complain. He turned around and ran towards the pier because he knew that Hagrid and the others were about to set off. If he couldn't catch the boat, he might really have to walk to Hogwarts. Fortunately, Percy caught up with the boat, but unfortunately, since the seats in the boat were also fixed, he could only squeeze into the boat with Hagrid. The result is predictable. Hagrid's boat was already struggling to carry the weight of Hagrid alone, and with Percy's weight added, the poor boat capsized without a doubt. Fortunately, there was an octopus sea monster in the Black Lake that Hogwarts raised specifically to prevent young wizards from falling into the water, otherwise Percy might not be able to come back tonight. Everyone in the hall burst into laughter when they saw Percy's embarrassed look, with the Weasley brothers laughing the loudest. Amid the laughter of the crowd, Percy's face almost turned the same color as his hair. He had never been insulted like this before. Professor McGonagall's face was also very ugly. She was always a person who cared about her reputation. With a flick of her wand, all the moisture on Percy's body disappeared. Seeing that Percy was still frozen in place and looked at a loss, she shouted in a very low voice, "Go back to your seat. Don't you think you haven't lost enough face today?" Hearing this, Percy felt as if he had been pardoned, and hurried to the Gryffindor table. On the way, he was tripped by someone and almost fell, causing the students in the hall to laugh again. Chapter 69. Dinner Party. Before Percy sat down, George and Fred made room for him between them and motioned for Percy to sit between them. George even handed Percy a biscuit. Percy was so embarrassed that he just wanted to find a hole to hide in. Seeing his two brothers making room for him, he thought his brothers were more reliable, so he sat down without thinking, and did not refuse the biscuits George handed him, stuffing them into his mouth. He had been soaking in the Black Lake for a long time and was already hungry. Percy apparently forgot that his two brothers also had a famous title, King of Pranks. As soon as Percy ate the ordinary-looking cookie, orange flames began to appear all over his body. Percy was horrified to find that he was on fire, and began to beat the flames desperately. However, those flames were just like the fierce fire in the legend, which could not be extinguished at all. In a hurry, Percy didn't care about whether he was embarrassed or not, he just lay on the ground and started rolling back and forth, hoping to put out the fire. The surrounding wizards cried out in surprise, but the Weasley brothers looked at Percy's miserable appearance and didn't help him, they just laughed there. After rolling on the ground for a while, Percy discovered something unusual. Although the flames looked scary, he did not feel burned by the flames, and even his clothes did not catch fire. On the contrary, he felt warm and comfortable. The coolness brought by being soaked in the cold water of the Black Lake and being blown by the cold wind for a while was also driven away by the flames. He struggled to get up from the floor, and seeing George and Fred looking like they were about to die of laughter, he was immediately furious and opened his mouth to say something, but the expected curse did not come out. Instead, a stream of fire and black smoke spewed out of Percy's throat. The little wizards around now knew that this was just another prank by the Weasley brothers. They laughed at Percy, who had a ferocious expression and was breathing fire. Mike saw the whole scene there, and he couldn't help but sneer when he saw Percy looking so angry. There are 7 brothers and sisters in the Weasley family. Apart from Ron, who is a hopeless person, Percy is the most useless. Just talking about the incident just now, if it was George or Fred who fell into the Black Lake, they would definitely regard the laughter in the auditorium as a compliment rather than a mockery, and would even brag to others about their experience of falling into the Black Lake and fighting the monsters in it. This approach is much better than being a coward like Percy. Leaving aside other houses, many people in Gryffindor would definitely want to try the feeling of close contact with the Black Lagoon monster. Professor McGonagall, who had previously returned to the outside of the auditorium to reorganize the order for the freshmen, returned to the auditorium again. The noisy environment in the auditorium made Professor McGonagall very angry. She yelled at all the old students again, which made this group of excited students quiet down again. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly as she watched everyone calm down again, and walked to the sorting hat in the middle of the auditorium. She coughed lightly, waved her wand, and the door of the auditorium opened automatically. The freshmen outside the gate lined up in an orderly manner and walked into the auditorium tremblingly under the gaze of all the senior students and professors. They also heard the laughter in the auditorium before, and looked at everyone in the auditorium curiously, but found that the atmosphere in the auditorium was quite serious, and they couldn't help but become nervous again. When all the freshmen entered the auditorium, the sorting hat in the center of the auditorium sang the sorting song that it had spent a whole year preparing. After the song was over, everyone in the auditorium responded with the most enthusiastic applause. Mike was drowsy listening to the song. He really couldn't understand the aesthetics of the wizarding world for music. In his opinion, the sorting hat's singing level was not even as good as the rap of CAI in his previous life. The sorting ceremony was nothing special. After the sorting hat looked into the little wizards' brains, they were sorted into their respective houses. Mike suspected that the sorting hat was originally designed to identify dark wizards who wanted to sneak into Hogwarts. Every time a freshman is assigned, there will be a burst of warm cheers in the college he is assigned to. Mike was treated the same way in his first year. He felt a little flattered at first, but later he realized that this was just a routine operation. A freshman girl with long light blonde hair caught Mike's attention. It's not that this girl is particularly beautiful, but her temperament is completely different from the freshman next to her. A pair of huge carrot earrings appeared and disappeared in her light golden hair as she walked, and she also wore a necklace made of butter beer bottle caps around her neck. The most eye-catching thing was her silver gray eyes. Other freshmen either looked erratic and nervous, or looked around curiously, but her eyes were calm, as if everything in front of her had nothing to do with her. "Are you attracted to her already?" Penelope noticed Mike's actions and poked him with her arm. "Why, are you jealous?" Mike replied calmly, "That's Luna Lovegood. Her family and the Weasleys are neighbors. I met her once during the summer vacation. Oh, by the way. It seems that her father is also the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler." Penelope looked at Mike doubtfully for a few seconds and didn't ask any more questions. The sorting ceremony for the freshmen was soon over. Before the banquet began, Dumbledore solemnly introduced this year's new defense against the dark arts professor, Lockhart, to everyone. Lockhart was wearing a pink suit today, with his hair slicked back, looking very sexy. When he heard Dumbledore introduce him, he stood up from the teacher's seat, showed his signature smile to the people in the audience, and bowed slightly. His appearance reignited the atmosphere in the auditorium, and the witches in the auditorium cheered him with the greatest enthusiasm. An unknown senior student not far from Mike fainted from excitement, and was now being held in the arms of a boy next to him, pinching his reine jaune. Seeing the boy's delighted face, Mike guessed that he must have taken advantage of the senior student. Mike also noticed that even the librarian, Madame Pants, had her arms folded across her chest as if her heart was beating too fast and she was about to faint, while Filch looked at Lockhart with a hostile expression. When everyone finally quieted down, Dumbledore announced the official start of the dinner. Following his order, a large amount of exquisite food suddenly appeared on the empty long table. Except for a few crazy people who were still looking at Lockhart, everyone started to eat. Chapter 70, Night Visit to Ravenclaw. Amid the students' laughter, the Hogwarts dinner finally came to an end. The prefects of each college led the students of their respective colleges back to the common room in an orderly manner. Mike noticed that when the dinner was announced to be over, an unfamiliar Slytherin student said something in Snape's ear, and then Snape followed the student out of the hall. "It looks like Harry and Ron have arrived," Mike thought to himself. Without paying any attention to it, Mike followed the crowd back to the Ravenclaw common room. The young wizards were exhausted after a whole day of revelry. After yawning and listening to the prefects explaining the rules of Ravenclaw to the freshmen, they said goodbye and returned to their dormitories to sleep. Mike was not the same as them. The morning jogging training during the summer vacation had greatly improved his physical fitness. Today's activity was nothing to Mike. The Ravenclaw common room was empty late at night, and the bright moonlight from outside shone through the arched windows inside the common room, illuminating the room. Mike stood in front of the celebrity wall in the Ravenclaw common room, carefully observing the portraits on it. Not only was he observing the portraits hanging on the wall of celebrities were also looking at Mike curiously, and some even asked Mike why he was not going to bed so late. Mike ignored it and focused on looking at the portraits at the end. There, Lockhart's portrait was posing in front of Mike, while in a portrait slightly in front of Lockhart, an old man was sleeping soundly. Taking his eyes away from Lockhart's eye-catching portrait, Mike carefully looked at the old man. In Mike's memory, the portrait of this old man did not appear in that strange dream, which means that knowing the identity of this old man and the year and month when he was hung up, you can roughly know when the events in the dream happened. The old man had messy brown hair and a pair of silver eyes. Mike didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that he looked very familiar. Right below the portrait, there is a row of small gilded characters, which read: Urgot Ollivander, 1813–1912, was a famous European wand maker who discovered many new wand materials such as teak and merlet. He was awarded the first-class Order of Merlin in 1890 and his portrait was hung here in the same year. Now everything is clear. This old man is the father of Ollivander in Diagon Alley. Unexpectedly, his father is much more powerful than him and even won the first-class Order of Merlin. The portrait in front was of a witch named Axia Fangcourt, an astrologer. According to the portrait, her greatest achievement was the discovery of 2 new constellations. Mike really couldn't understand what kind of achievement this was. This portrait was hung in 1870, which means that everything in the previous strange dream should have happened between 1870 and 1890. After figuring out the time when the incident happened, the next thing to do was to investigate the identity of the female student. Fortunately, the time span between the 2 portraits was not very long, so it was relatively easy to investigate. If the time span between them was like the portraits at the top of the Wall of Fame, with a time span of hundreds of years, then Mike would have no way to check it at all, because the data was too huge. Then, Mike cast his eyes on the statue of Lady Ravenclaw on the other wall. After carefully examining it for a long time, Mike could not see anything special about it. It was just an ordinary stone statue. The only difference was that it was slightly more refined than the monster statues in other places in Hogwarts. After hesitating for a while, Mike decided to take a risk and try to see if he could open the light door. After all, the light door might be closely related to the heritage of Ravenclaw. Mike imitated the girl in the dream and clasped his hands tightly in front of his chest, praying devoutly, and finally murmured, "You are the breeze from the quiet lake, you are a prophet exploring the truth, you are the most beautiful human being in the world, and your foolish student is begging you to open the door to wisdom." As Mike finished his prayer, he felt a burning pain on his face. At the same time, a light gate on the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw was slowly expanding. The light blue light released by the light gate merged with the moonlight outside the window, and the entire Ravenclaw lounge was blue and beautiful. But Mike had no intention of appreciating the beautiful scenery in the Ravenclaw common room at this moment. The light door seemed to contain a kind of magic, attracting Mike to walk in. Beads of sweat were dripping down Mike's forehead. As the beads of sweat fell, Mike's eyes gradually became dull. The blue claw marks on his face were emitting a dazzling blue light, which echoed the light emitted by the light gate. Finally, Mike began to walk towards the light gate involuntarily. Mike felt like he was back in the blue ocean again, feeling light and warm all over. A woman wearing a crown and with a raven on her shoulder was waving at him not far in front of him. He couldn't see the woman's face or clothes clearly, only her light blue eyes were exceptionally clear in this blurry world. Mike had never seen his biological mother in his past or present life, but the way those eyes looked at him made Mike feel as if his mother was looking at him lovingly, and he couldn't help but walk towards the woman. He could still hear the woman's whispers in his ears, and he couldn't hear clearly what she was saying, but it made Mike feel very happy. "Ga! Ga! Ga!" The raven standing on the woman's shoulder made an unpleasant cry at Mike. Mike frowned and reason returned to his body. However, the woman's whisper in my ear suddenly became rapid. Listening to the whisper that sounded like the sound of nature, the rationality that had just returned disappeared in an instant. Getting closer and closer, Mike found that he had unknowingly walked in front of the woman. At this moment, she had her arms open, as if a mother was waiting for her child to come into her arms. Mike's face was filled with a happy smile, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace, wanting to throw himself into the woman's arms. However, just as Mike was about to touch the woman, a bone-chilling coldness invaded Mike's body, causing him to shiver unconsciously. Chapter 71. Stimulated by this cold force, Mike's sanity began to return rapidly. The blue sea of light where Mike was located was gradually becoming unstable. The blue lights were no longer as stable as before, but began to twist and stretch like the aurora. The figure of the woman in front of him began to distort and fade. She seemed to have sensed something and became very anxious. She stretched out her hand to grab Mike. At this moment, the raven on the woman's shoulder once again made a shrill cry. As the cry reached Mike's ears, the figure of the woman in front of him seemed to become more solid. The icy power in the body seemed to sense the crisis Mike was in, and it gathered from his limbs to his chest, eventually forming an ice dragon that rushed straight to Mike's brain. The ice dragon was raging in his mind. Mike felt like his head was about to explode. He screamed in pain, and with the scream, the woman's body, which had become somewhat solid, quickly dissipated. She seemed to realize that the situation was hopeless, so she gave up trying to grab Mike's hand and stared at Mike with her blue eyes. There was no kindness in her eyes at this moment. Instead, she was filled with astonishing resentment, as if she had endless grievances to tell Mike. Mike's scalp was numb when he saw her. Fortunately, the woman and the raven on her shoulder soon turned into nothingness. As the woman disappeared, the blue sea of light in front of him quickly dissipated, and the light around Mike quickly dimmed, and finally returned to the appearance of the Ravenclaw common room. Mike was breathing heavily, his face covered in cold sweat. He looked up and found that he was less than 1 meter away from the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw, and the light gate on the statue had closed silently. At this point, Mike didn't know what had just happened. The light gate had the ability to deceive other people's minds, and he was almost lured into the light gate. And that woman, wearing a crown and a raven on her shoulder, could she be Ms. Rowena Ravenclaw? Shouldn't it be possible? Whether in Hogwarts, A History of the School or in the mouths of those ghosts, the description of Ms. Rowena Ravenclaw is powerful and kind. Mike can't associate her with the woman who just tried to bewitch him into the light gate. Shaking his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, Mike knew that he didn't have time to think about these things now because the danger was not over yet. The blackthornwood wand had quietly appeared in Mike's hand. Mike held the wand and observed the surroundings vigilantly. The cold power that pulled him out of the illusion just now must have come from the real world. Maybe the person who helped him was nearby. No matter what purpose he had in helping me, that person must know something about the light gate, and I must find him out and interrogate him clearly. In the Ravenclaw common room, the moonlight shining through the arched windows had changed its angle. It seemed that he must have been immersed in the illusion for so long that even the position of the moon had changed. All the portraits of celebrities on the wall had fallen asleep, even Lockhart, who loved to show off the most, had fallen asleep and was now drooling beside the picture frame. Apart from that, everything in the Ravenclaw common room was exactly the same as before Mike fell into the illusion. Mike scratched his head, still worried, and began to carefully search every corner of the Ravenclaw common room. However, Mike checked the entire Ravenclaw common room and found nothing suspicious. Looking at the gradually brighter sky outside the window, Mike had no choice but to return to his dormitory. It wasn't long before dawn, so Mike decided not to sleep. He lay on the bed and started thinking about what was going to happen tonight. Everything that happened tonight was strange, starting with the light door. Mike had no intention of entering the light door. He was a cautious person, and the origin of the light door was still unclear. Even if there was a high possibility that Ravenclaw's treasure was inside, Mike would not risk entering. But what I didn't expect was that the light gate had such a bewitching power. If it weren't for the mysterious person's help tonight, I would have been trapped in the light gate and my life or death would be unknown. Mike felt bitter at the thought of how easily his mind was bewitched. If he could learn occlumency, the situation would certainly be much better. However, Mike had to practice occlumency almost every night during the summer vacation, but he would fall asleep easily every night, as if it was not occlumency training at all, but a way of daydreaming that helped him sleep. After a month of not finding the trick to occlumency, Mike was very distressed. Did he really not have the talent to practice occlumency? The next time the light door was opened, the bewitching power would most likely appear again. It seemed that he would never be able to use the light door before he completely mastered occlumency. And the woman in the illusion, Mike thought that woman looked like Rowena Ravenclaw. The crown on her head was the best proof. The crown of Ravenclaw was the most precious treasure of Hogwarts. Although it was nominally lost, Mike knew very well that it was hidden in the room of requirement. Mike even ran to look for it before, but as soon as he got close to the crown, before he reached out to touch it, he felt a very evil force tempting him to put on the crown. He was so scared that he immediately fled from the room of requirement. Now it seems that the power of Voldemort's residual soul is far inferior to that of the woman. Although he didn't get the crown, Mike saw its appearance clearly, so he was sure that the crown on the woman's head in the illusion was definitely the legendary Ravenclaw's crown. But what if that woman was really Lady Rowena Ravenclaw and was so eager to walk into the light gate? She even resorted to deceptive tactics. The strangest thing tonight is the cold force that pulled him out of the illusion. Why is he willing to help him but not show up? Mike rubbed the greed pendant around his neck, his mind was in a mess, and he felt as if he was caught in a big conspiracy. Before he knew it, it was already bright outside the window. Looking at the light coming in through the gap in the curtains, Mike flipped off the bed. At this point, he could only take things one step at a time. Thanks to his strong mental strength, not sleeping for a night doesn't have much impact on Mike. If necessary, Mike can now even stay in an alert state for 3 days and 3 nights, but he will be weak for a while afterwards. But too many things happened last night, and Mike still felt a little depressed. He ran to the bathroom and wiped his face with cold water, and then he became much more sober. After cheering himself up, Franklin came to the restaurant. When he saw Mike coming in, he waved to him and motioned him to sit here. This morning's meal was completely different from yesterday's dinner. It was just a loaf of bread, a glass of milk and a plate of mashed potatoes. Mike sat in the seat reserved for him by Franklin and looked at the breakfast in front of him without any appetite. Franklin didn't care about all that and gobbled up the food in front of him. Every morning was the time for owls to deliver messages. If he didn't finish his breakfast quickly, when the army of owls arrived, there would inevitably be some owl feathers and bird droppings on his plate. Franklin's guess was correct. As soon as he finished eating the food in front of him, the owls that delivered letters flew into the restaurant one after another. They circled over the restaurant for a while, found the recipient, and then dropped the letter they wanted to deliver. Of course, some feathers and bird droppings were also dropped along with the letter. Mike's milk and mashed potatoes were ruined. Looking at the feather floating in the milk and the indescribable thing in the mashed potatoes, Mike shook his head. It seemed that these two things could not be eaten. Fortunately, the bread was hidden in Mike's arms when the owl army just appeared, so it was not ruined. The army of owls came and went quickly, except for a few extremely shameless ones who were still stealing the breakfast of the little wizards on the dining table. The rest flew back to the owl house next to the Ravenclaw Tower. After flying all night, these owls needed a good sleep. As soon as the owls left, a deafening roar of anger came from the Gryffindor table, for stealing the car. I wouldn't be surprised if they kicked you out. You'd be in trouble if I caught you. I don't think you've ever thought about how worried your parents would be if they found out the car was missing. Mike was startled by the sound and almost dropped the bread in his hand. Franklin, who was standing by, came up to Mike and whispered, "You don't know yet, do you? Harry and Ron stole Mr. Weasley's flying car and came to school last night. We've seen that car before." Mike nodded calmly, motioning for him to continue. Unfortunately, they didn't have a pilot's license yet. In the end, they didn't land properly and crashed into the Whomping Willow in the school. I heard that the Whomping Willow is an extremely rare magical tree, and the professors in the school were furious. Franklin's voice was getting louder and louder. But even though they made such a serious mistake, they didn't get any points deducted. The punishment they received was just detention. Of course, I don't mean to say that I hope Harry and Ron will receive a heavier punishment. It's just that Professor McGonagall is too partial to her students. It wouldn't be too much to deduct 100 points for such a mistake. Franklin's words instantly resonated with the students around him. They all started discussing last night's events. They were all very dissatisfied with Professor McGonagall's favoritism towards Harry and Ron. Looking at their indignant expressions, they wanted to go to Principal Dumbledore to protest. Chapter 72, A New Semester Full of Smoke. After all, the students of Ravenclaw are not the little lions of Gryffindor. Although they are all very emotional and act as if they are about to stand up and protest to Dumbledore, not a single one of them actually takes any action. Everyone knew that it would be useless to protest to Dumbledore about this matter. Dumbledore would definitely favor Gryffindor, as could be seen at last year's year-end dinner. Seeing his classmates looking very angry, Franklin knew that he might have been in trouble, so he hurriedly pulled Mike out of the restaurant. "Ah, it's a pity for Mr. Weasley. He is the head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Department of the Ministry of Magic, but his own son actually drove a Muggle car that had been illegally modified with magic through the city. He has been suspended for investigation. It's hard to say whether he can keep his job." Franklin was a little sad. Mr. Weasley was very nice to him. "Don't worry, Mr. Weasley will be fine. The suspension is only temporary, and he will be reinstated after this storm is over." Mike stuffed the last bit of bread in his mouth and muttered, "How is it possible?" Franklin's eyes widened in surprise. He is the director of the Ministry of Magic's Muggle Artifacts Department, and he secretly hid a prohibited item like a flying car at home. This is embezzlement. According to the laws of the Ministry of Magic, he will be imprisoned in Azkaban. Mike carefully smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes. He had just walked in a hurry and his clothes were a little messy. This would not do. The next class would be Professor Flitwick's Charms class, and he had to give the old man enough face. Mike didn't care much about Franklin's question and answered nonchalantly, "If it was a mudblood like you or me who committed such a thing, we would definitely be imprisoned in Azkaban. But Mr. Weasley is different. He is a pure blood, and one of the most prestigious 28 pure blood families." After saying that, he ignored Franklin and walked towards the Charms classroom at a quick pace. After hearing Mike's answer, Franklin stood in the corridor in a daze for a long time. Mike's words just now gave him a great shock. He has lived in the United States since he was a child and has long been aware of discrimination against Chinese people. However, he is only a 12-year-old child after all, and his mind is still immature. This time, Mike used Mr. Weasley's story to show Franklin for the first time the cruel discrimination based on blood relationship in the wizarding world, which shocked him greatly. When he came to his senses, Mike had already walked a long way away. Franklin gritted his teeth and chased after the figure in the distance. Professor Flitwick's class was very boring. This was Mike's personal experience at this time. The second-year spells course was useless to Mike. Although those strange spells were very interesting, they had little effect on Mike's strength improvement. But after all, it is the class of my own dean, so I still have to give him the most basic respect. Mike sat upright in his seat with a smile on his face, as if Professor Flitwick's class was very interesting and he enjoyed it. Whenever Professor Flitwick asked a question, Mike would always raise his hand, and Professor Flitwick was very cooperative, ignoring the Slytherin students at the next table who raised their hands high, and let Mike answer every time. The second-year charms course was naturally no problem for Mike. Every time he answered, Professor Flitwick would cheer loudly and then give him extra points. In just one class, Mike earned 50 points for Ravenclaw. This was absolutely impossible in previous years. The professors were very restrained in adding and deducting points. It was very good to get points. It seemed that after what happened at the dinner last year, Professor Flitwick was also very angry and was ready to favor his students to compete for this year's House Cup. However, if you do it on the first day, I will do it on the 15th day. The retribution for Professor Flitwick's actions soon appeared. The afternoon class was Professor Snape's potions class, and it was taught by Ravenclaw and Slytherin students. Snape must have known what happened in the morning's charms class, and he followed Flitwick's example and only let Slytherin students answer questions, while ignoring the hands raised by Ravenclaw students. What's even worse is that Snape is still looking for trouble with Ravenclaw. Franklin, a rough-handed guy, has become Snape's main target. After one class, all the 50 points that Mike earned in the morning were deducted, while Slytherin was given 20 points. It's not that Snape was unwilling to give Slytherin extra points, but Malfoy and his friends were really disappointing. Except for some easy points, they almost didn't answer any questions correctly. Franklin was very dissatisfied with Snape's behavior towards him. If Michael hadn't stopped him, he would probably have fought with Snape in class. This kind of scene not only happens in Mike's class, but in almost all classes in other grades. Professors are crazy about giving extra points to students they like and crazy about deducting points from students they hate. After class, when Mike passed by the 4 hourglasses representing the 4 major colleges, he found that the various colored gems representing the college points were constantly increasing and decreasing, and the amplitude was very large. Mike shook his head. It seemed that the consequences of Dumbledore forcing Harry to cheat at the end-of-year dinner last year were very serious. Now the professors of the college have all torn their faces. The smell of gunpowder is so strong at the beginning of this semester. It is hard to imagine how tragic the scene will be at the end of the semester. The professors are fighting each other, and their students are naturally the same. After a whole day of classes, students from the 4 major colleges also had many fights in private. Of course, fighting was impossible, and being caught would mean deduction of points and detention. No one except the stupid Lion of Gryffindor would be willing to do this, at least not for the time being. Therefore, most of the conflicts among students nowadays are still based on verbal attacks. Mike saw with his own eyes that the male student union president, whom he had met once that night, was surrounded and scolded in a corner by the female student union who was from Ravenclaw and a group of Ravenclaw seniors and juniors. The reason was that the male student union president was from Gryffindor, and last year Gryffindor snatched the House Cup from Ravenclaw by cheating. Mike also heard some of their conversation as he passed by them. The senior and junior students kept uttering all kinds of dirty words that Mike had never heard of. Their cursing was so fancy and their words so gorgeous that Mike felt inferior to them. The male student union president, who was surrounded by a group of girls, was desperate. These were all girls, and he couldn't use force. He also wanted to escape, but if he wanted to get out of the crowd, he would inevitably have physical contact with those girls. Whenever he touched those girls, they would shout that they were molesting him, forcing him to cover his ears and squat on the ground and take the scolding. Chapter 73. Quidditch School Team Selection. The poor male student union president was besieged for a full half hour. By the time the Gryffindor students received the message and prepared to rescue their student union president, the female student union president had already left with her group of girlfriends. The Slytherin students arrived faster than the Gryffindor students. They were there laughing loudly at the poor male student president. For the Slytherin students, the happiest thing was to see Gryffindor in trouble. When the Gryffindor students arrived at the scene in a rage, this was the scene that appeared before them. The male student union president collapsed in the corner, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, tears in his eyes. His clothes were in a mess, and his collar had been torn open. The worst thing was that there were several black footprints on his vital parts. No one knew which tough senior student had done that. The Slytherin students once again surrounded the male student union president from Gryffindor with a grin on their faces, laughing at him wantonly. Some of the braver ones even went up and poked the male student union president with their fingers to see if he was dead. The Slytherin's strong presence naturally aroused the Gryffindor's dissatisfaction, and the two groups soon pushed and shoved each other, and were about to fight. Mike and Franklin stood not far away, watching the excitement with a smile on their faces. It was really interesting to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between two tigers. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of the Gryffindors, the poor male student union president was finally saved. Several tall and strong senior students took advantage of their size to squeeze into the crowd and carried him out. This time the Slytherin students were also unhappy, and some of the hot-tempered ones even took out their wands. Mike and Franklin were not the only ones watching the fight. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students had also gathered near Mike. Seeing that an ordinary dispute was about to turn into a magical brawl, everyone was extremely excited. However, there was a sudden explosion in the crowd opposite, and as a cloud of blue-grey smoke rose, the Gryffindor and Slytherin students screamed and ran away in all directions. Mike and the others thought someone had cast a powerful spell and were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. But the blue-grey smoke soon drifted near them, and a very foul smell spread throughout the auditorium. It was a dung bomb. Mike and Franklin had no choice but to leave this troubled place with their noses covered. It was obvious that the Weasley brothers were the only ones who would use such a wicked thing as a dung bomb. After finally returning to the Ravenclaw common room, Mike and Franklin breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't know how many dung eggs the Weasley brothers had used, but the disgusting stench not only filled the entire hall, but also polluted a large area near the hall. The two were breathing heavily when a young man wearing Quidditch protective gear came towards them. Mike knew this man, Roger Davis, a sports star of Ravenclaw and the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. "Mike? I've been looking for you for a long time. Dean Flitwick recommended you to our Ravenclaw Quidditch team. We have an open interview today. Let's go." Roger sniffed a few times and said, "What's that smell on you? Why is it so smelly?" Mike understood immediately. Professor Flitwick didn't give him the Nimbus 2001 for nothing. His purpose was to get him to join the school Quidditch team. He smiled bitterly but didn't refuse. He said, "Okay, I'll use my own broom. You should have a broom for the test, right? My friend is going to take the test too." Roger looked at Franklin next to Mike with some doubt. He didn't know Franklin. In fact, if Professor Flitwick hadn't called him, he wouldn't even know Mike. The Quidditch team had a lot of training, and as the captain, Roger had a lot of things to do, so he basically gave up all socializing. "Hello, I'm Franklin Clinton." Franklin introduced himself to Roger in a dignified manner. "Okay, let's hurry up, everyone else is waiting for us at the stadium." Roger said this and turned and walked out of the Ravenclaw lounge. Mike gave Franklin a wry smile and followed him. Mike actually doesn't like Quidditch at all. This ball game with so many loopholes in the rules is even more barbaric than American football, and it's not worth watching. Often, the outcome of Quidditch depends entirely on the quality of the seekers and the quality of their broomsticks. The difference in equipment between the top professional leagues is slightly smaller, but it is not the case for internal competitions at schools like Hogwarts. Just like Harry Potter in the original book, in his third year, he held a professional league-specific fire bowl to compete with other colleges' seekers who were holding Nimbus Series or even Sideswipe Series broomsticks. Harry's flying speed was several times faster than others, so if he still lost, it would be strange. Not to mention that there is a rule in Quidditch that the beater can hit the bludger towards the opposing player, which leads to a very high probability of injury to Quidditch players. There is also a record of students dying in Quidditch games in Hogwarts history. It was incredible that such a brutal competition was so popular among the vast majority of wizards around the world. In Mike's opinion, it was no different from the beast fights in ancient Rome, both were just as bloody and violent. "Here we are." Roger's voice interrupted Mike's wandering thoughts, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the Quidditch field. The first few days of each school year are the time when each college's Quidditch team recruits members, so the Quidditch field is very lively today. The stands, which were usually sparsely populated, were now packed with people. Not only senior students, but many freshmen came to the stadium to watch the fun. This showed the status of Quidditch in the minds of wizards. "Listen, Mike. Since Professor Flitwick thinks highly of you, I believe in your ability. There is one starting position for a batsman in the Ravenclaw team, and it's reserved for you. You just need to go up and fly a few laps," Roger said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "As for your friend, it's a pity that he can only be a substitute. We have plenty of substitutes, so just let him choose a position." After saying that, Roger made an okay gesture to Mike. Mike was confused. Did Professor Flitwick already designate him as a member of the team? Chapter 74. Justice and Fairness, friendship first and competition second. These beautiful virtues that people attribute to sports are actually just fantasies. Realistic sports events are filled with all kinds of filth beneath their glamorous appearance. Quidditch, a sport that burns so much money, has been doomed to be forever associated with power and gambling since the day it became popular. In the original book, Malfoy's behavior of sponsoring the team's latest flying broomsticks to become the team seeker is actually just a routine operation in the Quidditch industry. As for what happened to the original seeker of the Slytherin team, no one cared. Even if Draco was a Quidditch idiot, the strength of the Slytherin Quidditch team would be much higher than before due to the advantage of advanced equipment. So it seemed that sacrificing the original seeker of the team was not a bad idea. Mike was also an old man who had been working in society for many years. He nodded slightly to Roger and continued walking behind him. Originally, the reason Mike didn't want to join the school Quidditch team was that he was worried that long-term training would take up his time to learn magic, but now he doesn't have to worry about it. Since he was admitted through the back door by Professor Flitwick, it should not be difficult for him to occasionally miss training. After all, those with power can do whatever they want. A large number of Ravenclaw students had already gathered in the Ravenclaw selection area. These students were all there to participate in the selection of substitutes for the Ravenclaw school team. That's right, substitute selection. The youngest starting players of Ravenclaw are third-year students. After joining the team, second-year newcomers have to sit on the bench for at least a year before they have a chance to become starters. Those who become starters as soon as they join the team are either gifted or, like Mike and Draco, have been admitted through the back door. Okay, our people are finally here. So this year's Ravenclaw team selection is about to begin. Roger clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Let me tell you the rules first. It's very simple. Do you see those magic circles in the sky? All you have to do is ride your broomstick through those magic circles one by one. Do you understand? You can choose to use your own broomstick. If you don't have a broomstick, come to me to get the sweeping 7 stars for the test. Most of the wizards who came to test did not have their own flying brooms. In addition to some Muggle-born wizards who did not have enough gold galleons, many half-blood or even pure-blood wizards did not have their own flying brooms. After all, the price of a new flying broom ranged from hundreds to thousands, which was not affordable for ordinary wizard families. Of course, you can also choose to buy second-hand flying brooms, but these second-hand flying brooms are not guaranteed to be of good quality. After long-term use, their performance and safety will definitely decline. The reason why Hogwarts still uses those old flying brooms is largely due to the daily maintenance of these brooms by Mrs. Hodge, the flying broom master. Mike did not go up to get the test broom like everyone else, but took out his own Nimbus 2001 from the pocket of the Traceless extension charm. The latest model of Light Cycle 2001 immediately attracted the attention of all the little wizards around. Everyone exclaimed and crowded towards Mike, wanting to see Light Cycle 2001 more clearly. Mike noticed that even Roger's eyes flashed with envy. The Nimbus 2001, the same flying broom used by the England national team this year, was priced at 1,800 gold galleons, which was far beyond Roger's affordability. All right. All right. Everybody disperse. Roger still fulfilled his duty as the captain and dispersed more and more little wizards. Mike, you go first. I believe everyone can't wait to see the speed of Nimbus 2001. Mike did not refuse, and sat on the Nimbus 2001. The selection of the school Quidditch team was not difficult. The magic circles in the sky were very large and the distance between them was very far. Basically, anyone who could skillfully control a flying broom could pass the test. This was not surprising, after all, this selection was actually just a selection of substitute players. As soon as he sat on the Nimbus 2001, Mike felt the difference between it and those old-fashioned flying brooms in flying class. Not only did it have a magic seat, but Mike also felt that there were many invisible magic threads gently binding his body. No wonder it dared to sell for 1,800 gold galleons. The comfort and safety of the sweep series were completely incomparable. After putting on the goggles, with the thought, Halo 2001 took Mike into the sky at an extremely fast speed. During the summer vacation, Mike had already become familiar with the operation of the Nimbus 2001, so these simple tests were not difficult for Mike. He passed through one ring after another at a very fast speed, and the turning arc was much smaller than those riding the sweeping series brooms on the other fields, which fully demonstrated the excellent speed and flexibility of the Nimbus 2001. When Mike finished the test and landed, the little wizards on the scene all burst into warm applause. Some little witches even screamed and wanted to come up and hug Mike. Fortunately, there were too many people on the scene and they couldn't squeeze in. It took 50 seconds. All 17 magic rings hit. That's outstanding. Roger was so excited holding a magic stopwatch in his hand that he couldn't control himself. He couldn't tell whether the last word "that's outstanding" was referring to Mike or Nimbus 2001. The second person to take the test was Franklin. Originally, he needed to queue up slowly to get the broom for the test, but Roger, probably for Mike's sake, waved his hand and handed him a sweeping 7 stars broom. Mike could have lent him his own Nimbus 2001, but Franklin refused after hesitating for a moment. The reason was that if he took the lead, others would surely come to borrow Nimbus 2001 from Mike, and if Mike refused, it would surely cause resentment from others. After Mike's performance, Franklin's test seemed dull. He took off slowly and turned so sharply that it almost formed a circle. When he landed, only Roger applauded him. The strange thing is that Roger was so excited that he didn't even realize that his hands were red from being clapped. As soon as Franklin got off the broomstick, he hugged him. Excellent! Excellent! It took only 3 minutes and all 17 magic rings hit the target. You set a record. Franklin looked at Mike not far away with a puzzled look on his face. He really couldn't understand why Roger was so excited when he was flying so slowly. Roger didn't explain anything. He just patted Mike and Franklin on the shoulders and let them leave first. The results of the selection would not be announced today. Confused, Franklin had no choice but to follow Mike and leave the Quidditch field. It was a long time before Franklin knew the reason for Roger's excitement. Although he flew very slowly, taking a full 3 minutes to complete the test that Mike only took 3 seconds to complete, he created the fastest record in the history of the test with the sweeping 7 stars. Chapter 75, First Encounter with Lockhart. Mike did not hang around in Hogwarts, but went straight back to the Ravenclaw Tower. Although staying up all night last night was not a big deal for Mike, it was better to catch up on some sleep. But when Mike came to the Eaglebeak door knocker, he found someone already waiting there. Lockhart was wearing a turquoise dress today. His golden hair must have been smoothed by a lot of hair smoothener. He had a book under his arm, and it looked like he had just finished class. Mike walked in and saw the title of the book, Hanging with Ghouls. The strange thing was that Lockhart's signature smile was gone, replaced by a distressed look. Okay, okay. Try again. I will definitely get it right this time. Lockhart said confidently. Excuse me, what is the word that is often used in ancient magic to improve the stability of spells? The voice of the eaglehead door knocker came over without a trace of emotion. Lockhart's expression became very stiff after hearing this. After hesitating for a long time, he replied. Axie. Mistake. Alder. Mistake. Well. I don't know. After making several mistakes in a row, Lockhart finally couldn't stand it anymore. You damn door knocker is still so annoying. Let me in. Lockhart knocked the eaglehead door knocker with the book in his hand with a ferocious expression, and kept cursing in a dialect that Mike couldn't understand. But he might have forgotten that there was a protective ban attached to the eaglehead door knocker, and anyone who tried to open the door by force would be attacked by the door knocker. Sure enough, the 2 sapphires in the eye sockets of the eaglehead door knocker flashed blue light, and Lockhart flew backwards and hit the wall hard. Mike was speechless as he watched Lockhart rolling and groaning on the ground. The eaglehead door knocker can be said to be the most useful access control system in the 4 major colleges. Like the Sorting Hat, it is endowed with the ability to read people's hearts, but its wisdom is not as high as that of the Sorting Hat. It will ask questions based on the problem solver's knowledge reserves, which means that as long as it asks a question, theoretically you will be able to answer it. After all, you must have learned the knowledge in this area. This means that the older you get and the more you learn, the harder the questions become. Therefore, first-year students, especially Muggle-born first-year students, are generally not trapped outside the door. On the contrary, senior students are often forced to sleep on the floor outside the door, which makes Ravenclaw senior students usually carry a sleeping bag with them in case of emergency. Lockhart is obviously the type of person who returns all the knowledge he has learned to his teachers after graduation. Although he despised Lockhart, a scoundrel who only sought fame and reputation, Mike still stepped forward to help him up because of his professor status. Are you okay, Professor Lockhart? Lockhart only noticed Mike's presence at this time. Seeing that Mike wanted to help him, he hurriedly struggled to stand up from the floor and said no. I'm fine. I just tested the power of Ravenclaw's access control device, and the result is very good, just as good as when I was studying in Ravenclaw. Lockhart's expression suddenly became very surprised when he was halfway through speaking. You are? Mike. You must be Mike. Flitwick mentioned you to me, saying that you are the best student he has ever taught, and you also joined that organization. Mike looked at Lockhart, who was trying hard not to show his ugliness, and his contempt for him increased. It was ridiculous that he pretended to be fine when his calves were shaking from the pain. No matter what he was thinking, Mike's manners were impeccable on the surface. He smiled and replied, Yes, I am Mike Townley. Professor Flitwick thinks too highly of me. I just did what I should do as a student. You are so modest. The fact that you can join that organization fully demonstrates your excellence. Lockhart walked a few steps closer and said, Tell me quickly what the test of the crow's nest is like. I also want to become a member of the Ravens. They have sent me several invitations, but unfortunately I have never had the time to go. Mike was already a little impatient. Just as Lockhart said, being able to join Raven's Nest did prove that Mike was an excellent wizard, but at the same time, as a Ravenclaw, Lockhart had not joined Raven's Nest for such a long time, which also proved that he was just a mediocre person. I'm not very clear about this. To be honest, I don't know how I passed it at the beginning. Professor Flitwick should be able to give you a satisfactory answer to these questions. Mike stopped pretending to be polite with Lockhart and said directly, Also, don't you think it's inappropriate for us to talk about the crow's nest here? You were going to enter the Ravenclaw common room just now, right? Since I'm here, let me take you in. After saying that, he walked to the eaglehead door knocker without paying attention to Lockhart's reaction. Lockhart was indeed a famous person and had an extremely thick skin. When he heard that Mike had rejected his request in disguise, the embarrassment in his eyes flashed for a moment and then disappeared, and he took a few quick steps to catch up with Mike. Well, you are right. The matters concerning that organization should not be discussed in public. I didn't expect that you have understood the principle of keeping a low profile at such a young age. It's really outstanding. You will definitely become a celebrity like me in the future. Your humility will bring you many benefits. Lockhart was still educating Mike as he walked. Mike was speechless after hearing this, and muttered in his heart. Become a celebrity like you who looks good on the outside but is actually rotten inside? I strongly suspect that you are scolding me, but I have no evidence. Ignoring Lockhart's compliment, Mike signaled the eaglehead door knocker to ask the questions quickly. He didn't want to stay with Lockhart for a moment. The question posed by the eaglehead door knocker to Mike was much simpler. Mike only thought for a moment and answered the question correctly. Seeing that the door of the lounge was opened, Mike ignored Lockhart behind him and walked straight in. Lockhart followed closely behind Mike, wishing he could stick close to him. He was afraid that the door would suddenly close and lock him out again, because their behavior was theoretically cheating, and the eaglehead door knocker might suddenly close the door in order to lock him out. Fortunately, what Lockhart was worried about did not happen, and he entered the Ravenclaw common room safely. As soon as he entered the Ravenclaw common room, Lockhart once again put on his signature smile that had won the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award 5 times, and his turquoise dress, which was originally a little messy, was also straightened out by him. Chapter 76. Perfume. Lockhart's arrival made the entire Ravenclaw common room boil. The girls rushed to surround him, and many smart girls took out the books of Lockhart that they had bought before and asked him to sign them. The other girls who didn't have time to get their books screamed and pulled at the plain robes they were wearing, wanting Lockhart to sign directly on them. The Ravenclaw library area, which was almost full, was empty in an instant, leaving only a few boys looking at Lockhart surrounded by girls with envy and jealousy. The scene was basically no different from that of Star Chasers in the Muggle world. Seeing this, Mike was about to sneak away, but Lockhart was not going to let him go and reached out to grab him. Look, Mike. These fans are so enthusiastic. I think you have never seen such a scene before. Perhaps in order to redeem the bad impression he had left on Mike, Loha boasted to Mike, but don't worry. I believe you will have such an opportunity in the future. After saying that, he took out a gorgeous peacock feather pen from his pocket and began to sign for the girls. If you want to become a celebrity, the skill of signing is essential. Lockhart signed his name with Mike and said, Look at my signature. I asked a literary master to design an artistic signature for me. It is so beautiful. If you need, I can also introduce the master to you. Mike felt unhappy when he saw Lockhart grabbing his hand. He struggled hard but failed to break free. He felt annoyed. The strength of this body was still much weaker than that of an adult. Finally, Mike took out his wand and quietly used a relax force on Lockhart, thus escaping from Lockhart's claws. Lockhart collapsed to the ground amid the exclamations of the girls. Fortunately, Mike didn't use much magic, so Lockhart recovered quickly, gave the girls he accidentally knocked down an apologetic look, and continued to sign autographs. Mike got out of the crowd and smelled himself with some disgust. He found that because he had been with Lockhart for too long, he was also stained with some of Lockhart's unique perfume. Mike was very familiar with this smell. He had seen this kind of perfume when he was shopping with Penelope. It was called Gourmand Eau de Parfum. It was an extremely expensive men's perfume. According to the clerk, a lot of precious magic materials were added to it. Its top notes have an effect similar to that of a love potion, which can create everyone's favorite scent and thus gain the favor of others. Of course, the effect is definitely not as good as that of an authentic love potion. Its middle note has an effect similar to that of a pure drug. Mike's understanding of it is that its middle note can release a large amount of pheromones, thus causing the other party to react. And its base note is even more powerful. It is said that due to the indescribable scent of fire dragon added in it, it can make people more manly. Originally, Mike was not interested in perfume, but due to his male instinct, he was particularly impressed by this perfume. However, Mike thought that he did not need this kind of thing at all. With his handsome face, money, and strength, what kind of girl could not chase him? This kind of thing is of course good for use on oneself, but when he thought that the smell on his body came from Lockhart Mike, he felt nauseous and released several in a row towards the place where he had just been caught by Lockhart to clean it up. Suddenly, an arm stretched out from Mike's arms and hugged Mike's arm. "Why are you back with Lockhart?" Penelope's voice came over. "What do you smell like?" "It smells so good." Penelope's current state is very strange, and her face looks very intoxicated. It's obvious that she has been tricked. Mike looked at Penelope hugging his arms, and he couldn't help but start to complain in his heart. Damn! Is this thing so useful? It is indeed a high-value magical perfume for men. You get what you pay for. Even cleaning it up can't get rid of this smell. No, I'll place an order with the beauty potion store in Diagon Alley. I want to buy 1 bottle. No. 10 bottles. Seeing that Penelope's head was about to reach his neck to smell it, Mike hurriedly released it on his body several times again to clean himself up, and only then was the fragrance on his body completely removed. This is a public place, it would be bad if we made a fool of ourselves. Ah! What happened to me? Penelope recovered and found herself almost hanging on Mike, so she screamed and jumped away. Don't get excited, you were just bewitched by the gourmand. Mike looked at Penelope's bewildered look and explained hurriedly. What? Are you talking about the infamous low-end version of the love potion? I didn't expect you to be the kind of person who would use this kind of thing. Penelope's little face turned red and she shouted excitedly. Oh! I told you, don't get excited. Mike spread his hands to signal Penelope to calm down. You saw it too, I was with Lockhart just now, and the smell of perfume on me was accidentally picked up from Lockhart. If you don't believe me, look over there. After saying that, Mike pointed his finger at Lockhart. At this time, Lockhart had finished signing autographs and was being led by the head girl to visit the Ravenclaw common room. The highlight of the tour was the Wall of Fame with Lockhart's portrait hanging on it. Lockhart seemed to be unaware that his portrait was hung on the Ravenclaw Wall of Fame, and was very surprised. It was not until the head girl introduced the origin of the portrait to him that he suddenly realized something. Mike shrugged it off. Anyone with a little knowledge would know that the creation of a magic portrait requires the participation of the person himself. How could Lockhart not know that his portrait was hung on the Wall of Fame? When the Lockhart in the portrait saw the real person coming, he smiled at Lockhart with his signature style. Suddenly, the smiles of the two Lockharts at the same time gave the witches present double the joy. They made some meaningless noises and rushed towards Lockhart with intoxicated faces, as if they wanted to get closer to Lockhart. Different from the reactions of those girls, the portraits of other people on the Wall of Fame looked at Lockhart, who was showing off with disdain, and some old men and women even spit at Lockhart's portrait. You believe it now, right? Mike said to Penelope, who was already dumbfounded. Penelope was so angry that she almost went crazy. She clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth. After hearing Mike's words, Penelope did not respond. Instead, she rolled her eyes at Mike and quickly squeezed into the crowd, whispering in the ear of the female student union president. The female student union president was listening to Penelope's whispers nonchalantly at first, but her infatuated smile soon froze on her face. By the end of the conversation, her face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. "You are such a person!" the head girl roared. "How dare you use cologne, a love potion, to confuse us? We really misjudged you. Sisters, fight!" Before she could finish her words, she kicked him. The other witches present looked on in amazement as their student union president kicked Lockhart right in the vitals. Lockhart's devilish smile could no longer be maintained, and he collapsed with a look of pain on his face, covering the part of his body that was kicked. At this time, the other witches quickly recovered from their shock. When they heard about Gulliver's perfume, they angrily joined in beating Lockhart. Some witches didn't know what gourmand perfume was, but blushed after a kind person explained it to them. The boys in the lounge were laughing with glee at Lockhart's miserable condition. Some of them even wanted to go up and kick him a few times. They had long been annoyed with Lockhart, this peacock. Mike couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when he saw Lockhart being drowned in the crowd. This female student union president from Ravenclaw was really tough. She knocked Lockhart down with one kick. If nothing unexpected happened, the footprints on the vital parts of the male student union president should have been from her feet. The beating lasted until Professor Flitwick hurried over. The girls who had just been beating Lockhart immediately turned into weak and powerless girls when they saw Professor Flitwick coming, especially the female student union president, who burst into tears and squatted in front of Professor Flitwick, sobbing and telling about Lockhart's evil deeds. Lockhart was unconscious, his gorgeous turquoise dress had turned into a few rags, hanging limply on his body, and his once smooth golden hair was now a mess like a bird's nest. Professor Flitwick has always been a person who is more emotional than rational. Facing the crying complaint of the female student union president, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Looking at the boys who were laughing and discussing Lockhart's hairstyle not far away, he roared and randomly called out a few boys, asking them to carry Lockhart to the principal's office. The nature of this matter is extremely bad. Dumbledore must take a good look at what kind of person this defense against the dark arts professor he found is. Mike had quietly hidden aside before Professor Flitwick arrived, and was lucky enough not to be chosen by Professor Flitwick. Seeing Lockhart's miserable appearance, Mike secretly gave up the idea of buying gourmand perfume. He didn't want to be beaten up by a group of girls like Lockhart. Chapter 77, Handshake. It was already the next morning when Mike woke up from his sleep. He pushed open the door of his dormitory and came to the Ravenclaw common room, where he saw a group of girls, led by the head girl, removing the portrait of Lockhart from the Wall of Fame. Lockhart's portrait was completely different from his usual flamboyant self, and he screamed and tried to stop the girls. However, as a magical portrait, it obviously couldn't affect the real world, and he could only helplessly watch as he was removed from the Wall of Fame. Amid the gloating laughter of the other portraits, the female student union president took the lead and stomped hard on the portrait, making a big hole in Lockhart's chest. Then the other girls came forward and kicked the portrait one by one, and soon the portrait was completely disfigured. Mike pulled a boy who was watching the fun on the side to ask about the situation, and then he found out why the girls were so angry. It turned out that after Professor Flitwick took Lockhart to Dumbledore to question him yesterday, Lockhart was not punished too severely. He was only deducted 1 month's salary. This made the Ravenclaw girls very angry, and thus the scene just now happened. Carefully bypassing the girls who were still venting, Mike came to the library area in the Ravenclaw common room, ready to look for the historical records of Rowena, Ms. Ravenclaw. Originally, if one wanted to check such records, one should go to the Hogwarts library, but Ravenclaw was completely different from other colleges in this regard. Since there is a library area in the Ravenclaw common room, a large number of books on the history of Ravenclaw are collected here, and the level of detail of the information is far greater than that of the Hogwarts school library. However, after searching the library for a long time, Mike still couldn't find the information he wanted. There was very little information about Rowena Ravenclaw, and the information Mike had found so far only recorded a little history of Rowena Ravenclaw before her death. Lady Rowena Ravenclaw had a magical tiara that increased the wisdom of its wearer, but her daughter Helena, hungry for wisdom and greedy for knowledge, stole her mother's tiara and fled to the forests of Albania. After being betrayed by her daughter, Rowena Ravenclaw became depressed and fell seriously ill. But she did not blame her daughter, but concealed the fact that Helena had stolen the tiara from others. Because she wanted to see her daughter before she died, Rowena entrusted the Slytherin student, Baron, to find Helena. However, Barrow killed Helena and then committed suicide. The crown was never heard from again, and Rowena died of depression. This story is widely circulated within Ravenclaw because it mentions the lost artifact of Ravenclaw, the crown. But apart from that, there is very little information about Ravenclaw in the library section, especially about things before she founded Hogwarts. There is only a short sentence that resembles an introduction: "She is the breeze from the lakeside." Just as Mike was searching for information in the sea of books, a familiar voice interrupted him. "Mike, what are you looking for?" Mike looked back and saw little Hermione looking at him curiously. Instead of answering her question, he replied, "Isn't this my dear Hermione? How come you have time to come to Ravenclaw today?" "Oh, it's like this. Do you know what the antidote to the slug curse is?" Ron wanted to curse Malfoy, but because his wand was broken by the Whomping Willow, the curse backfired on him. Now he's spitting out slugs non-stop. Hermione said anxiously. Mike certainly knew the solution to the slug curse. Professor Flitwick had taught Mike many solutions to mischief spells last school year, and the slug curse was one of them. But Mike didn't plan to tell Hermione. After all, he didn't like Ron. Besides, spitting out slugs wouldn't kill anyone, so he would get used to it after a while. "I'm sorry, Hermione, maybe you should go find Percy or George and Fred, they must know." Mike shrugged and said, "By the way, why did Ron suddenly think of provoking Malfoy?" "Because Malfoy said I was a mudblood." Hermione paused halfway through her speech as if she saw something. "Wait, what is that? Is it a portrait of Lockhart?" "No. What are they doing?" After saying that, he rushed into the crowd that was destroying Lockhart's portrait and pushed away a girl who was laughing and stepping on the portrait. The girl who was pushed away took a few steps back and was about to fall to the ground, but was supported by the girls around her. The head girl stepped out of the crowd, poked Hermione's forehead with her finger and said, "As a Gryffindor, who allowed you to break into the Ravenclaw common room and hurt an innocent Ravenclaw student? Deduct 30 points from Gryffindor." Hermione's little head was shaking from being poked. When she heard that she was deducted points, her eyes turned red with anger. She reached out and knocked the female student union president's hand away, ready to refute. However, Mike also squeezed in at this time, covered Hermione's mouth with his hand, and said to the head girl student union, "Oh, beautiful lady. This is all a misunderstanding. Hermione is my friend and she is here as a guest of Ravenclaw this time. Yes, Carol. Just let her go this time." Penelope stood up at some point and while talking to the female student union president, she pointed her finger at her head and made a face, indicating that Hermione's brain was not in good condition. The female student union president ignored Penelope and instead stared at Mike without blinking. After an unknown amount of time, she changed her angry look, smiled brightly at Mike and said, "Mike. Professor Flitwick's favorite student. I have heard of your name for a long time." After saying that, he stretched out his hand. Mike said something self-deprecating as he reached out and took the hand she extended. Mike started laughing as soon as he shook the female student union president's hand. The female student union president's hand was in a very strange position with her ring finger curled up, which made Mike uncomfortable. This is a handshake unique to Raven's Nest, used to recognize other members secretly in public. Mike quickly reacted and bent his ring finger on the hand he was holding with hers, overlapping it with hers. Feeling the special touch in his palm, Mike and the female student union president looked at each other, and everything was said without words. Article 1 of the Raven's Nest rules: members must do their best to help each other without infringing on their own interests. Mike knew that this time the matter was definitely settled. Chapter 78, Dog Liquor. The female student union president released her hand and said with a smile, "I'm Carol Mawson, this year's female student union president. Nice to meet you. Since she's your friend, I'll forgive her for being unreasonable this time." Mike was about to say something when Hermione rushed out and said, "Why did you destroy Mr. Lockhart's portrait? Don't you know that this is against school rules?" "Hey? This is the result of an internal vote among Ravenclaws. How can you, a Gryffindor, have any say in this?" Carol raised her eyebrows and said, "Don't you know what that shameless guy did? He actually used that despicable fake love potion. Isn't it just gourmand? I've researched it, and this perfume isn't a pseudo-love potion at all. It can only amplify other people's feelings towards the user, and it can only be regarded as a catalyst at best. You are affected entirely because you like Mr. Lockhart. Hermione argued. Besides, Headmaster Dumbledore didn't give Mr. Lockhart too severe a punishment, which shows that this matter is not a serious matter. Hermione's words frightened everyone, especially Penelope, who remembered her embarrassing reaction yesterday after hearing what Hermione said, and immediately blushed and fled away from the crowd. Mike didn't have time to observe Penelope's reaction. After hearing what Hermione said, he knew that if he let her continue talking, today's matter would definitely not end well. The rule of Raven's Nest is to do your best to help other members without violating your own interests. Hermione continued to be so persistent when Carol gave her a way out, which would obviously deal a blow to Carol's reputation. If Hermione continued like this, she would definitely not end well. Under the condemnation of the girls, Mike grabbed Hermione and dragged her out of the Ravenclaw common room. Hey, did you go crazy just now? Don't you know that you won't get any advantage even if you report this to the professor? Would you be happy just to have points deducted for nothing? Mike scolded, taking a deep breath. Hermione didn't say anything after hearing this. Her eyes were slightly red, and she turned around and wanted to leave. Perhaps because he felt that what he said was a bit too much, Mike grabbed her. You just said Malfoy called you a mudblood, didn't you? You should know what mudblood means, right? Of course I know. You and Malfoy had such a big fight in your first year. Hermione said with her neck stiff. Don't worry about it. I will take care of it. How are you going to deal with that? Ron's lousy slug curse. Hermione still kept her head down and said nothing. We are all Muggle-born wizards. In the words of the so-called pure bloods, we are all lowly mudbloods. That's why we have to unite and help each other. Only in this way can we ensure that our interests are not violated. Mike supported Hermione's shoulders and comforted her softly. Listen to me, come with me to Professor McGonagall and explain this matter clearly. Malfoy will get the punishment he deserves. As if she was somewhat reluctant to have physical contact with Mike, Hermione took a few steps back and broke free from Mike's hand. Then she said in a voice so soft that it was almost inaudible, forget it. There's no need to continue talking at this point. Since Hermione is determined not to get involved, just let her do as she pleases. After all, Mike doesn't think of himself as a bootlicker. Thinking of this, Mike said no more. He said hello to Hermione and returned to the Ravenclaw common room, leaving Hermione alone and walking silently towards the stairs. Coincidentally, Mike had Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class today. Lockhart was still as radiant in class as ever, as if what happened in Ravenclaw yesterday had never happened. But if you look closely, you can still see some scars on his face. It seems that Madame Pomfrey is not a fan of him. Perhaps because he had made a fool of himself in the Gryffindor class before, Lockhart did not bring out strange magical creatures like Cornish goblins for the students to deal with. Instead, he read the textbook very conventionally, that is, the novel he wrote. This teaching method obviously could not satisfy the Ravenclaw Eagles. In addition, Lockhart's scandal in the Ravenclaw common room made the Ravenclaw Eagles treat him as nothing. On the contrary, the Hufflepuff students who were in the same class were very interested in the class because there were many Muggle-born wizards among them. Thus, a strange scene occurred in Lockhart's class. The Ravenclaw Eaglets, who were always smart and studious, were whispering and laughing, while the Hufflepuff students looked like good students listening attentively. Of course, as an emotionless scoring machine, Mike did not slack off like his classmates. Instead, he pretended to listen to the class very seriously. And Lockhart did not disappoint Mike. Perhaps out of friendship as they both came from Ravenclaw, Lockhart not only ignored the rude behavior of the Ravenclaw little eagles, but also ignored the Hufflepuff little badgers who were listening attentively. Whenever he had a question, he would call on Mike to answer it. Even though Mike didn't know the answers to Lockhart's weird questions like how does Lockhart deal with werewolves, and could only make up some nonsense, Lockhart would still give him some consolation points. The final result was that the Hufflepuff badgers gradually became dissatisfied with Lockhart. You know, although the Hufflepuffs have the same gentle personalities as their representative animal, the badger, this does not mean that they will only accept things and have no temper. You should know that the famous flat-headed brother, the honey badger, is also a kind of badger, which is a fearless beast that can fight against anything. The dissatisfied Hufflepuffs no longer abided by classroom discipline. Lockhart's classroom was as noisy as a vegetable market. The students' laughter and chatter completely drowned out the sound of Lockhart's lecture, making it impossible for Lockhart to continue teaching. He could only look at the people in the audience at a loss. This is unprecedented in the history of Hogwarts. Lockhart has set a new historical record. No professor's class has ever been so chaotic. In the end, the desperate Lockhart could only say helplessly that the class was over early and then fled the classroom because the little wizards in the audience had already started throwing things onto the stage. Mike looked at Lockhart's embarrassed back, chuckled twice, and prepared to leave the classroom. He still had a lot of information to check. However, just as he stood up, a familiar voice suddenly called him. Chapter 79, Dolphin's Visit. Mike. Mike, do you have time? Dolphin said shyly, rubbing his robe with both hands. Mike put the books on the desk one by one into his invisible stretching spell bag, and replied without even looking at Dolphin. Dolphin? What do you want? To make it short, I'm busy. Mike's words made Dolphin even more nervous, and his hands, which were rubbing his robe, turned white from excessive force. Yes, it's like this, I came to thank you for the money you gave me last time. Dolphin stammered, something else. Can we talk to you alone in a place with few people? Mike turned his head and looked at Dolphin deeply, then said, okay, come with me. Then he walked quickly towards the Ravenclaw Tower without saying a word, and Dolphin hurriedly followed him, holding a huge cloth bag in his hand. The bag seemed to be filled with something very heavy, and Dolphin had a hard time walking. Halfway through the walk, he changed from carrying the bag with one hand to dragging it with both hands. Mike walked very fast, and Dolphin, who was dragging the cloth bag, was left far behind. This strange scene attracted the attention of the surrounding little wizards. Everyone looked at Dolphin curiously, and some even pointed at him. Dolphin was obviously not used to being watched by so many people. Beads of sweat flowed down his face and soon wet his collar. Mike also noticed the strange looks from the people around him, and when he turned around, he saw the embarrassment of Dolphin. He shook his head, exhaled deeply, and pointed his wand at Dolphin. Wingardim Leviosa. As the spell was released, the cloth bag that was originally dragged by Dolphin floated up by itself, rolled a few times in the air, and flew towards Mike. Its speed was much faster than when Dolphin was dragging it. The things in the cloth bag seemed to be very important. Dolphin held on to the bag tightly and refused to let go, until he was dragged on the ground with a scream. He and the bag changed their identities in an instant. Mike slapped his forehead at the weird scene in front of him and complained, Jesus! You are a wizard. And a pure-blood wizard. Why do I feel that you are more like a mudblood than me? Where's your wand? Where's your magic? When Dolphin first found out that Mike was helping him, he smiled happily, but as Mike spoke, the smile on his face froze little by little. Finally, when Mike said the word mudblood, his expression had completely changed from joy to horror. Mike ignored Dolphin's expression and after he finished complaining, he quickened his pace and rushed to his dormitory. The door of the dormitory closed silently. Only then did Dolphin relax a little. When he passed through the Ravenclaw common room just now, the strange looks from the surrounding Ravenclaws made him feel very stressed. Mike sat on the bed and took out a bottle of Dolphin magic drink from the bedside table. Just as he was about to unscrew the lid, he found Dolphin blinking his big eyes at him. He had no choice but to take out another bottle of magic drink and throw it to him. Tell me what you want from me. Dolphin hurriedly caught the magic drink. When he heard Mike's question, he first thanked him, and then said, it's like this. I really want to thank you. I have never had so many gold galleons. Thanks to you, I have had a very good summer vacation. It was only then that Mike noticed that something was different about Dolphin. His old, worn-out robes were replaced with new, plain robes with the logo of Madame Malkin's robe shop sewn on them in gold thread. Mike had seen this robe before. According to Madame Malkin, it was made of silk thread spit out by some magical creatures. It was not only very comfortable to wear, but also kept warm in winter and cool in summer. Most importantly, it also had a weak anti-magic effect. And corresponding to its quality, its price was also very high. Such a tailor-made robe would cost at least 100 gold galleons. Dolphin's shoes were also replaced with a pair of brand new musk shoes. These shoes should have been cleaned up, and they were still spotless even after walking such a long distance. Looking at him carefully, Dolphin seemed to have gained a lot of weight. Should I say that he is worthy of being a pure-blood noble? He would rather spend money on such an insignificant thing than buy a bag with a traceless stretch spell. Mike complained in his heart. Okay, I know all this. If you have anything else to say, just tell me. Don't beat around the bush. Although he kept complaining in his heart, Mike still spoke expressionlessly. Well, I thought I had some other things at home that might interest you, so I brought them all this time. Mike's cold attitude put a lot of pressure on Dolphin, and sweat began to form on his forehead again. As long as you give me as many gold galleons as last time, no. Just give me half of what you gave me last time, and all these things will be yours. After saying that, Dolphin carefully placed the cloth bag in front of Mike. When Mike heard what Dolphin said, he immediately became interested and used the levitation spell to carefully control the things in the bag to fly out one by one. Family genealogy, 1, family genealogy, 2, genealogy, 3. This naughty kid stole his family tree. His father will definitely smash his PG when he finds out. Mike suppressed the urge to complain and continued to check the contents of the bag. A stale cucumber, a dirty magic doll, a plate of stargazing pie that has begun to stink. Mike couldn't help himself when a pair of baggy men's boxer briefs flew out of the bag. What's wrong with your brain? Hey? What the hell is this? Mike waved his wand vigorously and yelled at Dolphin. With Mike's roar, the pocket on the ground along with all the scraps of garbage floated up and hit Dolphin. No. No. Take another good look, there must be something you need in here. Dolphin was hit and ran away with his head in his hands, screaming continuously. Mike ignored Dolphin's pleas for mercy and continued to control the things in the bag and throw them at Dolphin one by one. Suddenly, a piece of parchment flying out of the cloth bag caught Mike's attention. Mike gave up control of the other objects and manipulated the parchment to float in front of him. This is a very old parchment with many gaps on the corners, probably because it was not properly stored and was gnawed by mice. There is nothing written on the parchment, only some dirty material stubbornly attached to it. Chapter 80, The Curse of Death. From the outside, this is just a very ordinary parchment, but Mike felt an ominous aura from it. Mike had felt this ominous aura before on the bookshelf dedicated to black magic in the Forbidden Area, but the aura on the parchment was much weaker than the aura on the black magic bookshelf. If Mike hadn't had a great increase in the strength of his magic perception after the adventure during the summer vacation, he probably wouldn't have felt it. If Mike's guess was correct, this parchment must be related to black magic. Considering that this naughty kid, Thorfinn, stole his family tree, it was not surprising that he stole the black magic recorded in the family. Seeing that Mike seemed very interested in the parchment, Dolphin said hurriedly, I stole this from my father's study. How is it? Is it valuable? Hey? Your dad's study? Mike asked doubtfully, it should be hidden well, right? No, this piece of parchment is placed in the drawer of my father's desk. He uses it as absorbent paper to prevent the tobacco from getting damp. Dolphin said. Mike was a little disappointed when he heard this. A piece of parchment used to prevent tobacco from getting damp would not be a valuable thing. But holding on to the last glimmer of hope, Mike opened his magic perception vision and looked at the parchment. Under the magical perception, Mike was surprised to find that some words gradually appeared on the parchment. These words looked completely different from the ordinary magical aura, a very ominous black color, and Mike could still see clearly with his high magical perception, and the black aura on the words was still dissipating. Perhaps because it was too long ago, the handwriting on the parchment was very blurry. Mike squinted his eyes and carefully identified it for a long time before he could see the content of the first line of words clearly. This is a language that Mike has never seen before. Although the main body is still English letters, the arrangement and combination are completely different from the English used by modern people. But the strange thing is that although Mike does not recognize these words, the meaning of these words appears in his mind by itself. The curse of death. Avada eats big melon, it says so. Mike felt the hairs all over his body stand up, this surprise was too great. But he was not completely overwhelmed by joy, and began to look down quickly. He was very worried about whether the contents of this parchment were well preserved. Fortunately, although this parchment had suffered a lot of damage such as blisters and rat bites, the part that recorded the method of releasing the killing curse was still relatively intact. At least Mike could still recognize the meaning of the words on it when he used all his strength to perceive it. Mike quickly took out a pen and notebook from the traceless extension spell bag and copied down the contents of the parchment. However, since the contents were all written in an unknown language, when Mike wrote down the meaning that automatically emerged in his mind, there were many problems with the words not expressing the meaning. After copying it several times, Mike finally gave up this useless behavior. Learning magic is a rigorous behavior, and any deviation may lead to the failure of casting the spell. Especially for black magic, if the release fails and causes backlash, it will cause serious harm to the caster. Carefully putting the parchment into the bag cast by the traceless extension spell, Mike waved his wand and poured out all the remaining contents in the cloth bag. Since the writing on this parchment could appear under the perception of magic, then were the garbage here also special? Sure enough, in Mike's magical perception, there were a few items in the pile of garbage that were faintly emitting magical light. But when Mike took out these items one by one, he was disappointed to find that most of these items were also parchments, and they were tattered by rats, making it impossible to recognize the contents on them. "Do you have any more of this kind of parchment?" Mike asked Dolphin with the last glimmer of hope. "No. No, these parchments are all we have. Are you satisfied?" Mike exhaled deeply, threw a cloth bag full of gold galleons to Dolphin and said, "There are 200 gold galleons in it, take away the rest of this garbage." Dolphin took the bag, his face smiling so much that his eyes were almost invisible, and he hurriedly put all the things on the floor in order and left Mike's dormitory. Seeing that Thorfinn had left the dormitory, Mike waved his wand and released a warning spell at the dormitory door. After confirming again and again that the door was safe, he could not wait to look at the parchment. "I am indeed the chosen one." After disappearing for such a long time, the strong luck gold finger finally activated again. "Knowing that I urgently need a powerful direct damage spell, I used this method to send the killing curse to myself. Although the contents of the other parchments are all unrecognizable, the killing curse is enough." The green light in the Forbidden Forest last year has become a shadow in Mike's heart, often accompanied by an endless cold breath in his dreams. The reason why Mike risked being discovered and entered the restricted book area was largely due to his fear of the killing curse. The more fear he had, the more he desired to possess this power. At this moment, Mike's hands holding the parchment were shaking unconsciously. By the time Mike finished reading the contents of the parchment, it had already darkened outside. He had been reading for so long without realizing it. Although he was starving, Mike's heart was burning with desire, and he had no desire to eat. After reading the parchment, Mike finally had a more detailed understanding of the killing curse. The killing curse does not actually require a high level of magical power. A large number of adult wizards in the wizarding world can successfully cast it after a period of study. Even with Mike's current magic power, he has already met the requirements for releasing the killing curse. This is the horror of the killing curse, which is incredibly lethal and easy to learn. No wonder the Ministry of Magic listed it as one of the 3 unforgivable curses. This kind of thing is like a gun. If it is not regulated, frequent shootings are inevitable. The wizarding world is sparsely populated and cannot withstand such a torment. Compared to its requirements for magic, its requirements for emotions are actually more stringent. The caster must have a strong desire to kill the other party in order to successfully release the Avada Kedavra curse. This was not too difficult for Mike, as he had killed countless people in his previous life, and his heart had long been hardened to stone. After confirming that he was able to learn the killing curse, Mike rushed to the room of requirement. He couldn't wait to start the experiment. However, what Mike didn't know was that when he walked through the Ravenclaw common room, a pair of light blue eyes as beautiful as lake water were silently watching him in the corner. Chapter 81. Mike, who knew nothing about this, did not start learning the killing curse immediately after arriving at the room of requirement. Instead, he reviewed all his knowledge of the killing curse in his mind. The killing curse is a very powerful black magic. It is powerful not because of how amazing its power is. Some people may think that the instant death feature of the killing curse is very powerful, but in fact, many spells can easily achieve this effect. Although evil curses such as Thunderbolt Explosion are not listed as unforgivable curses, their lethality is no weaker than the killing curse. If they hit the human body directly, it can also achieve the effect of instant death. And it's not just the explosion spell, there are also burning flames, shattered and even transfiguration. These can be considered daily spells and they are all quite lethal. Compared to the powerful lethality of spells, the human body is too fragile. The reason why the killing curse is regarded as an unforgivable curse is that the Ministry of Magic explains that it is not only incredibly lethal, but long-term use will also affect the user's mind, making him evil and crazy. Mike scoffed at this statement. In his opinion, there was only one reason why the killing curse was strictly prohibited: it was too easy to learn. The spells mentioned above, such as the fire curse and the explosion curse, require a considerable amount of magic power to kill the enemy instantly, and also require a very high level of magic power to support. However, the killing curse does not require this at all. Its magic power consumption is negligible compared to the former, and even underage wizards can easily learn it. As for affecting the user's mind, Mike would never believe it. There are many people who can cast the killing curse in the original book. The famous half-blood Prince Snape can cast the killing curse, and he uses it no less than the Death Eaters, but he doesn't become much more evil. Another reason why Michael was so eager to learn the killing curse was that the killing curse directly affected the soul, which allowed it to cause damage to some special units. For example, ghosts, dementors, and magic portraits could all be threatened by the killing curse, but the effect was not as good as it was on humans. And most importantly, the killing curse could destroy Horcruxes. In the original book, the means Harry and others used to destroy the Horcruxes were the venom of the basilisk and the sword of Gryffindor that absorbed the venom of the basilisk. However, Mike did not plan to participate in the main plot of the original book this semester, and the basilisk was left to Harry and Dumbledore to deal with. So he naturally could not get the venom of the basilisk, so the characteristic of the killing curse that can destroy the Horcrux is very important, because the Horcrux is not just the notebook. After confirming the above, Mike took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and took out a glass box containing a white mouse from the traceless stretching spell bag. Since the anti-killing curse vest saved his life, Michael has prepared many mice in his invisible stretching bag so that he can assemble an anti-killing curse vest at any time. These mice were purchased by Michael from the Muggle world. Although there are mice available in Diagon Alley, the price is too high. The special effect of the killing curse makes it not so effective on the alchemical doll. In order to observe the effect of the killing curse more intuitively, Mike chose to use a white mouse as a target. He took out a little white mouse and used a levitation spell to make it float in the air and unable to move. Then Mike closed his eyes and began to plan his murderous intentions. Mike also killed a lot of people in his previous life. According to Mike's guess, he should have some so-called murderous aura on his body, just like those professional killers. The more people he kills, the different his temperament will be from ordinary people. Then it should be easier for him to release the killing curse, and it is not impossible to succeed in one go. Avada Kedavra. After brewing for a moment, Mike suddenly opened his eyes. The spell drew a strange arc in the air and pointed at the little white mouse, while he shouted the spell of Kedavra. However, nothing happened. The expected flash of green light and the white mouse falling down did not happen. It turned out that Mike was too naive. Killing more people does not mean that the killing intention is stronger. If the attempt to generate murderous intent fails, then the only option is to resort to the method of association. Mike's pupils began to dilate as he watched the struggling white mouse in midair. As a homeless orphan, Mike was very familiar with mice. These damn creatures not only carried a huge amount of germs, but were also very aggressive. In the dirty and messy city sewers, some rats can grow up to 20 centimeters long. Even ordinary cats dare not mess with such rats. When Mike and his friends were wandering on the street, they couldn't stand the cold winter and went to sleep in the sewer. Although the smell in the sewer was very bad, at least the temperature was much higher than on the ground. However, that experience became Mike's nightmare. That night Mike was awakened by the screams of his friends. When he looked towards the source of the sound with sleepy eyes, the nightmare-like scene in front of him dispelled all the remaining sleepiness. One of them had more than a dozen mice the size of kittens hanging on his body, biting his flesh, and the man being bitten was screaming and struggling on the ground, trying to throw the mice away or crush them to death. However, the mice bit him so fiercely that no matter how he struggled, it was useless. He probably realized that this was not going to work, and he struggled to stand up, but he failed after several attempts. Mike looked at his feet and found that the shoes on his feet, including his toes, had been completely eaten away by rats, leaving only a few bloody finger bones exposed, and even a few smaller rats were still gnawing at the remaining flesh on the bones. After struggling for a while, he finally gave up and stood up, stretching out his hands to pull the mice off his face. There were 2 huge mice lying on his face, covering his entire face, so that Mike couldn't see his current expression. One of his ears was gone, and a small mouse was trying to drill into the ear hole, as if it wanted to get in and eat the soft meat inside. The 2 hands he stretched out were not much better than his feet. Several fingers were missing, and the white bones could be vaguely seen on the back of his hands soaked in dark red blood. He didn't know whether it was because his hands had no strength due to severe injuries, or because the 2 rats were biting him too hard, but he tried to pull them off twice but failed, and could only scream in pain. As time went by, his screams became weaker and weaker. He seemed to realize that he could not go on like this. He got ruthless, grabbed one of the mice with both hands and pulled it towards him with force. This time he succeeded, but he not only pulled the mouse down, but also his eyeball. Chapter 82. Mike was completely frozen at that moment, cold sweat uncontrollably oozing out of the pores all over his body. He wanted to scream but couldn't, and could only watch the tragedy happen. More and more rats were attracted by the smell of blood, and soon the poor guy was covered with rats and became silent. The mice that arrived later couldn't squeeze in, so they turned their attention to Mike and others. Mike will never forget that look, that green, lustful look that wanted to devour anyone. It was not until that day that Mike realized that rats that usually run away when they see people can also eat people. When people are in extreme fear, the most common reaction is to turn around and run away, or their limbs become stiff and unable to move. But there are a very small number of people who lose their minds due to extreme fear and fight back like crazy. Mike is such a person, and the ferocious gene has been buried in every cell of his body. When the first mouse touched Mike's shoes, Mike felt all the strength in his body come back. A sudden anger surged in his heart. He roared and stepped on the mouse. Although the rats were huge, they were very flexible and moved very fast. Mike's furious kick missed the target as expected. The recoil caused Mike's foot to hurt, but Mike didn't care about the pain at all because of the rapid secretion of adrenaline. Mike picked up the wooden stick that he used for self-defense and started hitting the rats. When the stick broke, he stepped on it, hit it with his fists, and even tried to bite it with his teeth. The smarter kids around had already run away, leaving only some who were too scared to move and a few boys who were usually on good terms with Mike who were still there watching him screaming hysterically and attacking the mice frantically. Although Mike was very brave at the moment, the effect of such random beating was not good. The rats always managed to escape before Mike's attack, and only a few rats died under Mike's attack. Instead, some rats took advantage of Mike's loss of control to quietly climb up Mike's calves and start biting his pants. At this critical moment, the oldest teenager in their group walked past everyone who was still looking at Mike stupidly and slapped Mike hard in the face. He slapped Mike with great force and in an unfortunate position, hitting not only Mike's face but also Mike's ear. Mike, with his blood boiling, felt a burning pain on his face, and his left ear suddenly went deaf. Although it was painful, Mike found that his sanity had returned. He turned around and saw that everyone else had already fled towards the manhole cover under the command of the young man, so he quickly followed. The experience shocked the young Mike so much that he had an extreme aversion to rats ever since. Even after he became wealthy in his middle age, he would hire a special pest control company to remove rats from his villa every quarter. Recalling the terrible past, thinking about how he almost died from the infection caused by the wound bitten by a rat, Mike's originally scattered pupils focused, and the hand that was tightly grasping the wand was shaking constantly due to excessive force. The blackthorn wood wand seemed to feel the owner's emotions, and there were bursts of black light flowing and flickering on the wand. Avada Kedavra. As Mike roared and chanted the spell of the killing curse, the wand in his hand drew an arc in the air with a sound of breaking wind and pointed at the little white mouse. A dazzling green light emerged from the tip of the black prickly pear wand, and hit the little white mouse silently with a cold and ominous breath. The little white mouse that was waving its limbs around in the air suddenly lost its life. Its little red eyes gradually lost their luster, leaving only a lingering hint of green. However, Mike did not stop, he was already in a frenzy. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Avada! Green rays of light were shot out from the tip of the stick as Mike roared, hitting the transparent glass box containing the white mouse in the corner. Boom! The glass box instantly turned into glass shards all over the floor under the attack of the killing curse. The mice trapped inside regained their freedom and fled around in panic. But Mike did not stop his attacks. His experience as a sniper in his previous life made his accuracy in casting spells extremely high. Even though the mice moved very fast and were very small targets, they still could not escape the punishment of the green light. After an unknown amount of time, Mike finally stopped, not because he was exhausted, but because he had killed all the mice on the scene. Not only the mice, but also the room of requirement was in a mess. The tables and chairs originally arranged in the training room were all turned into broken wood, the alchemy dolls and bookshelves were also blown to pieces, and even the obsidian floor and walls were blown into pits. Ha 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 ha, 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 cough cough cough. Mike collapsed on the ground and let out a strange laugh. Maybe he laughed too quickly and choked on his saliva, so the laughter stopped abruptly and turned into a violent cough. After swallowing his saliva with great difficulty, Mike looked at the messy room of requirement and a smile appeared on his face again. This feeling, this power is so strong. Mike murmured. Mike felt extremely happy now. Although his magic power had been mostly used up and his limbs were sore and weak, his spirit was still extremely high. He even felt a little unsatisfied now, and he got up with difficulty, wanting to go to the dormitory to get some more mice to continue playing. Quack! Suddenly, Mike felt his chest burning, and then he heard the familiar cry of a raven. The excitement faded quickly after hearing the cry of the raven. Mike took out the greed pendant from his chest. The greed pendant was emitting a light blue magic light, and the raven on it seemed to come alive under the blue light. Mike, who had regained his senses, stared at the pendant in a daze, feeling a little scared. The saying that the killing curse would affect the user's mind was actually true. When he cast the killing curse just now and took a life, an indescribable pleasure surged from his heart. It was like reading carefully, and the intense pleasure urged him to cast the killing curse again and again until there was no other life around him except himself. Chapter 83. Quidditch Training. The Room of Requirement seemed to have the ability to repair itself. When Mike regained his sanity, he thought about it and the messy Room of Requirement was magically restored to its original state. That night, Mike did not return to his dormitory, but slept in the Room of Requirement. Although the effect of the killing curse was mostly dissipated by the effect of the greed pendant, it still caused Michael a lot of trouble. In his dreams, Michael always dreamed of himself using the killing curse to kill people wantonly. To be honest, that feeling was great. Humans actually like destruction more than construction. In the dream, Mike was actually conscious. He could clearly feel the flow of magic power in his body every time he cast a spell. He could also feel the warmth of the blood of people or monsters when it splashed on his face, and he could even smell the pleasant rusty smell of blood. Although Mike tried his best to wake himself up, it was no use. Mike in the dream seemed to have turned on the unlimited firepower buff. The blackthorn wood wand was like a machine gun. All kinds of magic spells turned into rays of light of different colors and gushed out without even having to recite the spells. The people and scenery around him are constantly changing. Sometimes Mike is slaughtering his classmates and teachers on the Hogwarts campus, and sometimes he is killing strange aliens on the streets of Los Santos where he lived in his previous life. When Mike was about to get lost in it, the magic alarm clock he had set by the bed woke him up. Mike felt like his head was about to explode and his eyes hurt so much that he couldn't open them. This feeling was just like the hangover he had from drinking fake liquor in his previous life. The lounge transformed by the Room of Requirement was extremely luxurious, and the bed Mike was lying on was as soft as a cloud, which made it extremely difficult for him to get up. When the alarm rang for the third time, Mike finally sat up with difficulty. The severe headache made him extremely irritable, and the situation did not improve until he drank a bottle of dolphin magic drink. Mike forced himself to get out of bed and walk towards the dressing mirror not far from the room. He really wanted to know how miserable he looked now. The floor of the room was covered with a thick carpet, which was warm and furry and very comfortable to walk on bare feet. When Mike finally moved to the dressing mirror, a boy with sunken eye sockets, messy hair, and bloodshot eyes appeared in front of him. Call. Mike exhaled deeply. The side effects of the killing curse were far greater than he had expected. It seemed that the principle of equivalent exchange also applied in the wizarding world. While the killing curse was extremely powerful and consumed very little energy, it also required great willpower from the caster. Most of the crazy Death Eaters in the original book really became like that due to excessive use of the killing curse. The reason why some high-end Death Eaters, mainly Snape, were able to maintain a relatively normal state was because they had very strong willpower. Especially Snape, as a master of brain occlumency, his attainments in this area far exceeded most people in the wizarding world. It's occlumency again. Mike sighed helplessly. It seems that if he wants to completely master the killing curse, he must master occlumency. And if he wants to resist the temptation of the light door in the Ravenclaw common room, he also needs occlumency. It can be said that occlumency is the spell that Mike wants to master the most now. However, Mike's research on brain occlumency remains blank until now. Mike didn't dwell on it for too long. He washed up a bit, made himself look a little better, and then went to the classroom. It took him a long time to get up today, and if he didn't go now, he would be late. When Mike sat in the crowded classroom, he realized that the impact of the killing curse on him seemed far from over. Now Mike had a feeling of chest tightness and shortness of breath, which made him very irritable. Previously in the corridor, a first-year student accidentally bumped into Mike while playing with his classmates. Normally, Mike would just laugh it off when encountering such things, but today, Mike actually had a strong urge to pull out his wand and cast a killing curse on him. The naughty Gryffindor kid originally wanted to apologize after bumping into Mike, but when he looked up and saw Mike's bloodshot eyes, he was so scared that he couldn't even speak. In the end, he burst into tears under Mike's murderous gaze. Mike was awakened by the miserably crying of the naughty kid. Looking at the naughty kid crying with snot and tears and the strange looks from his classmates, he knew that his expression must be very scary. Fortunately, there were not many classes today, and Mike, suppressing the irritable feeling in his chest, rushed out of the classroom as soon as the professor announced the end of get out of class. In his current state, it was not suitable for him to stay in a crowded place. But when Mike hurried back to the Ravenclaw common room and prepared to go to the dormitory for a good sleep, he found that Ravenclaw Quidditch captain Roger was playing with a golden snitch model in the common room boredly, as if waiting for someone. "Hey! Mike!" Seeing Mike coming in, Roger immediately put away the golden snitch model in his hand and greeted Mike. Mike had a bad feeling in his heart that Roger might come to find him for training. Pretending not to hear Roger's voice, Mike quietly quickened his pace and walked towards the dormitory. "Hey, brother!" Roger rushed behind Mike and grabbed Mike's shoulder with his right hand. "Don't walk so fast. I'm here to inform you that you have been accepted by the school Quidditch team. And your friend, he was also accepted, although he is a substitute batsman. Now come with me, our new member's first round of training is about to begin." Mike, who was suddenly grabbed by someone, felt the irritation in his heart emerge again. He resisted the urge to take out his wand, turned his head and looked at Roger without saying a word. Roger was frightened by Mike's eyes at this moment. The cold eyes when Mike turned his head made him feel as if he was being locked by a poisonous snake. The right hand on Mike's shoulder quickly retracted as if burned by something, and he spread both hands and raised them to his chest in a surrender gesture and said, "Oh! Oh! Brother, what's that expression on your face?" Mike also noticed his abnormality at this time. He rubbed his face hard, looked sleepy and said, "Sorry to scare you, Roger. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm in a bad mood now. You can see my current state. I may not be able to go to the new member training." Roger swallowed hard and finally recovered from the shock. After observing Mike's demeanor for a while, he found that he really looked like he was overcultivating as he said, so he said awkwardly, "No, Mike, the main purpose of today's training is to allow new members and old members to get to know each other. It would be bad if you don't go, right? How about this, you don't have to participate in the training later, but you still have to go. After we introduce each other, you can go back and have a good rest, okay?" Mike knew that Roger had been told by Professor Flitwick to take good care of himself. Generally speaking, if he didn't want to go to unimportant training, Roger would definitely not force him. After all, even if he didn't go to any training, he could let the substitute batsman take the field when the game started. Perhaps this would satisfy Roger more. Because Roger himself may not be very optimistic about Mike's talent. In his opinion, Mike is probably forced in by Professor Flitwick to gild the roster. He really thinks of Franklin. If Mike doesn't play, Franklin will replace him, which is exactly what he wants. In this situation, Roger still asked Mike to participate in the training, which shows that this training is really very important. "Well, let's go." Mike sighed and walked straight towards the Quidditch field. Seeing Mike walking ahead of him without caring about him, Roger couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Hey, what are you so proud of, you who opened the back door?" At the same time, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on his face, but it was quickly replaced by an attentive smile. He took a few quick steps and walked in front of Mike. Mike was unaware of Roger's little movements. He was now fighting against the irritable feeling. He found that this feeling was very similar to the feeling after a smoking craving, the same chest tightness, the same irritability. The weather was very good today, and the bright sunshine was shining on the Quidditch field, making the whole field sparkle with golden light. As soon as he walked out of Hogwarts Castle, the dazzling sunlight made Mike unable to open his eyes. After Mike had completely adapted, he saw that the Quidditch field was very lively. Not only were the Ravenclaw players doing training to coordinate the new and old players, but the Slytherin players were also on the field. Two groups, one blue and one green, were confronting each other. From time to time, one or two national curses from the wizarding world would come out of the crowd. The Slytherin players looked very proud under the leadership of their captain, while the Ravenclaws were like little wives who had been wronged but dared not to attack. Before Mike could react, Roger rushed out. "Flint! What the hell are you doing?" Roger's arrival boosted the spirits of the Ravenclaw players. They seemed to have found their backbone, and their voices became much louder when arguing with the Slytherins. Roger walked towards the center of the crowd angrily, and the surrounding Ravenclaw players made way to make a path for their captain. The tall young man with a crew cut at the front of the Slytherin team looked at Roger, who was gradually approaching with a look of disdain on his face, and deliberately raised the broom in his hand so that Roger would notice it. The furious Roger originally wanted to say something, but when he saw the broom in the hand of Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, the words that were already on the tip of his tongue were suddenly stuck. Chapter 84. Challenge. Flint was even more pleased when he found that Roger had noticed the broom in his hand. He said with a smile, "Hey! Isn't this Roger?" Roger, who had been staring blankly at the broom in Flint's hand, was awakened by Flint's voice. He pointed at the broom in Flint's hand and stammered, This is... That's right, the latest Nimbus 2001. Flint interrupted Roger before he finished speaking, "Besides, we have a total of 7 of these brooms." After that, the Slytherin Quidditch players behind Flint raised their brooms one by one, and the 7 brand new Nimbus 7s sparkled in the sunlight. Roger was now looking at the 7 flying brooms and fell into a deeper state of stupidity. He had thought that with the addition of the Nimbus 7 in Mike's hand, the Ravenclaw Quidditch team would finally be able to surpass other houses in terms of equipment this year. He did not expect that Slytherin House would actually take out 7 brooms at once today. Seeing their captain looking stunned, the little eagles on the field all lowered their heads silently. Quidditch is a sport with very important equipment. Originally, everyone used old flying brooms, which was considered fair competition. But with Harry Potter joining Gryffindor with a Nimbus 2000 last year, the Quidditch arms race in Hogwarts seems to have begun. This year, Professor Flitwick first assigned Mike to join the Ravenclaw team with a Nimbus 2001, and now Slytherin has equipped the entire team with Nimbus 2001s at once. It seems that this year's Quidditch Cup basically belongs to Slytherin. How is it possible? How could Professor Snape give you 7 Nimbus 2001s? Roger shouted loudly, gasping for breath. Tisk tisk tisk, you guessed right. Professor Snape certainly won't change our brooms, but that doesn't mean we can't change them ourselves. Flint put his arm around the shoulders of a platinum-haired teenager and said proudly, "Let me introduce you to our new seeker. The current heir of the Malfoy family, Draco Malfoy. He is also the sponsor of our team. The generous Mr. Malfoy sponsored us 7 Nimbus 2001s at one time." Draco raised his head proudly, looking down at the Ravenclaws without saying a word, as if he was disdainful of communicating with them. Draco's attitude angered the Ravenclaws. A tall and thin boy came out and said angrily to the complacent Slytherins, "Isn't it just that the flying broom is better? What's so great about it? Quidditch is a competition between people. Your rookie seeker who only joined the team by spending money is no match for Chu Jong." The boy's words were recognized by the Ravenclaws. Everyone refuted the Slytherins one after another, and the scene became the same as when Mike and Roger first arrived at the stadium. Draco seemed to be irritated by the boy's words. He opened his eyes wide and said, "Since you think I can't compare to your seeker, let's have a match now." The Slytherins also agreed with Draco, and with the addition of 7 Nimbus 2001s, they were almost invincible. Roger, who was standing aside, was gritting his teeth at the boy in the crowd who looked very proud, and he felt like strangling him to death. This boy was a new substitute for the seeker recruited this year. Roger knew from the beginning that he liked Chu Jong, and he also knew that the reason he chose to become a substitute for the seeker was to have more opportunities to stay with Chu Jong. But what he didn't expect was that this guy would be such a fool and would say such stupid things just to please Chu Jong. Now that he was in this state, he was in a difficult situation. If he refused Slytherin's challenge, the reputation of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team would plummet. If he agreed, the opponent would have 7 Nimbus 7s, and it would be extremely difficult for him to win. If he failed, the reputation of the Ravenclaw team would also be hit. However, if you agree, there is still a chance of victory, but if you refuse, you will fail completely. Having made a decision in his heart, Roger shifted his gaze from the boy to Flint and said, "Do you think we are afraid of you? If you want to fight, then let's fight." When Roger said such a domineering statement, all the young eagles cheered. Mike, who had been watching the excitement, yawned out of boredom. It had been too long since Roger had stopped him in the Ravenclaw common room, and Mike was getting a little impatient. "Hey!" Mike took out his own Nimbus 2001 from the traceless stretching spell bag and said to Roger, "Roger, I'll lend you my Nimbus 2001. I'm too sleepy to participate in your friendly match. Go for it. Roger was overjoyed when he heard this. Any dissatisfaction he had towards Mike instantly disappeared, and was replaced by full gratitude. This Nimbus 2001 was given to Mike by Professor Flitwick. If Mike hadn't asked for it himself, he would never have asked him to borrow it. Because if he offended Mike and made him go to Professor Flitwick to complain, Professor Flitwick would certainly be dissatisfied with him, which would be detrimental to his future development prospects. And now, before I even hinted at anything, Mike had already taken the initiative to lend me the Nimbus 2001. That couldn't be better. In fact, in Roger's opinion, it was a waste for a batsman like Mike to use a flying broom like the Nimbus 2001, especially when there was only one high-performance broom in the team. The best user of this high-speed broom would be the Seeker. Just as Roger was about to thank Mike, a somewhat artificial voice suddenly came over. Mike? What are you doing? Are you running away? Draco said in a very strange tone, I didn't expect you to join the school Quidditch team, and you also have a Nimbus 2001. Why don't you be the Seeker? It's too boring to compete with a little girl. Draco's words made Mike stop the action of handing Nimbus 2001 to Roger. He turned around and looked at Draco and said word by word, Do you really want to die? Draco was frightened by Mike's murderous expression, but his proud character prevented him from showing weakness in front of everyone. He swallowed hard, tried to keep his tone calm, and said, It's not certain who will die between us. Then as you wish. Chapter 85. Mike's first Quidditch experience. After Roger accepted Slytherin's challenge, the substitutes of both teams began to run around to prepare for the game, while regular players such as Mike also rode on their broomsticks, ready to start the game at any time. Just as Mike was about to take off, Roger suddenly ran over and grabbed him. You're not really going to be the Seeker for this game, are you? Roger said worriedly. Mike is Professor Flitwick's favorite student, and Chujong is the darling of their Ravenclaw Quidditch team and the goddess of countless little boys. Roger doesn't want to offend either side. If Mike insisted on being the Seeker in this game, Roger would be in a difficult position. Seeing Roger's worried look, Mike knew what he was worried about. He suppressed his irritation and forced a smile, saying, Don't worry, I actually prefer the batsman position to the Seeker position. Besides, we will win this game, I promise you. Roger was relieved to see that Mike had no intention of trying to grab the ball Seeker's position. As for Mike's last words, he thought that Mike was just comforting him. The equipment advantage of 7 Nimbus 2001s was really too great. Lee Jordan, who was pulled in to act as a temporary referee, saw that all the players from both teams were launched into the air, and he also stretched out his magic wand and shot a beam of light into the sky to indicate the start of the game. As the red beam shot up into the sky, the 4 balls used in Quidditch games, a golden snitch, a quaffle, and 2 bludgers, were also released from the box. The Ravenclaw and Slytherin players split into several small groups and rushed towards different balls like arrows. At this time, due to Lee Jordan's promotion, in addition to Ravenclaw and Slytherin, many Gryffindor Lions also came to the stadium. They could clearly see that the flying speed of the Ravenclaw players wearing royal blue uniforms was much slower than that of the Slytherin players wearing green uniforms. This is even more obvious with the chasers. Compared with the Slytherin chasers, Roger and others from Ravenclaw are just like toddlers. The bright red quaffle was extremely conspicuous in the air, and both chasers spotted it immediately. As long as they threw it into the opponent's ring, they would get 10 points. With the huge equipment advantage, the Slytherin chasers undoubtedly seized control of the quaffle and then rushed straight for the 3 door knockers of Ravenclaw. Roger and the others who failed to seize the ball could only follow them. With such a huge advantage in equipment, the Slytherin chasers didn't need any tactics at all, no tactical cover, no fake moves, no collisions, all they had to do was get the ball and run, and the Ravenclaw chasers couldn't catch up with them at all. Boom! Fortunately, the goalkeeper of the Ravenclaw team was very powerful. He was not afraid of Slytherin's fierce attack. He rushed forward and blocked the passes made by Slytherin chasers to confuse him. This time the quaffle finally fell into the hands of Ravenclaw, but the Slytherin chasers were laughing and looked nonchalant. It was not their fault, as their equipment advantage was too great. Now let's talk about the Seeker. Draco was hovering over everyone's heads, carefully looking for the golden snitch. As a Seeker, as long as he could catch the golden snitch, he would get 150 points and end the game. Chujong was not as comfortable as Draco. The 2 Slytherin beaters didn't care about their chasers at all, but rushed to Chu Zhang and started to harass him with various body movements. No matter how skilled Chu Zhang is, she is still a girl. She is not as physically fit as boys. Facing the pursuit and blockade of two strong Slytherin men, she is as pitiful as a butterfly struggling to fly in a storm. A Ravenclaw beater was originally following the conventional tactics to cover the chaser, but when he saw his goddess being besieged by two big men, he immediately left Roger and others to go to support. However, he was riding a sweeper, and he couldn't catch up with the two Slytherin beaters at all. Even if he occasionally caught up with Chu Zhang's delay, he could only passively take the beating in a one-on-two situation. At this time, our Mike seemed to treat Quidditch as a racing sport, circling over the wide stadium at a very fast speed. Roger and the others were so anxious when they saw Mike's expression that they almost lost their temper. Some of the audience even started to curse him. In their opinion, the most important thing Mike should do now is to support Chu Zhang. In this match, when the chasers had no way to defeat the opponent, they had to rely on the seeker Chu Zhang to turn the tide. Mike, who was high in the sky, seemed to have heard the audience's curses. He found the position of the black bludger and dived down from the sky. His action scared the audience. The speed of light cycle 2001 was already very fast, and with the effect of gravity, Mike's speed of descent at full speed was so fast that it was difficult to see clearly. Before anyone could react, Mike suddenly lifted the broom with both hands and raised it up again. By the time the audience exclaimed, Mike was already on a parallel line with the bludger. He held the special bat in both hands and swung it hard, hitting the bludger out. The black bludger made of pure iron immediately turned into a shadow under Mike's strong whip and flew towards a Slytherin chaser. Then a scream was rang out, and the bludger hit him directly on the shoulder, knocking him off the flying broom. Many timid spectators in the audience had already covered their eyes and dared not look. It was obvious what the outcome would be if they fell to the ground from such a great height. In the history of Quidditch games, there were often such unlucky people who died from falling. But this guy was lucky. There were many seniors and even 7th graders in the audience, and their magic attainments were no weaker than those of adult wizards. Seeing that someone's life was in danger, these people took out their wands at the same time, and shot magical auras towards the stadium. Everyone saw the screaming Slytherin chaser falling freely, his speed getting slower and slower, until he was finally gently caught by a large hand made of plant vines and placed on the ground. At this time, Slytherin's logistics staff also reacted and rushed into the stadium regardless of the danger of being attacked by the bludgers. When they reached the chaser, they found that he had fainted from fright. The place on his shoulder where he was hit by the bludger was deeply dented, and his lower body was covered in feces and urine. Although the smell was very bad, the Slytherin support staff did not dislike him at all. One of them waved his wand and made him float up and fly quickly out of the stadium, while the others raised their wands and watched the sky to prevent sudden attacks from the bludgers. Chapter 86. Mike's playing style. Mike's sudden attack caused everyone in the audience to fall into a brief silence. Although Quidditch is a very dangerous sport, it is very rare for a situation as serious as this one to occur in a Quidditch match within Hogwarts. The teams from the 4 major colleges played in a relatively orderly manner, and basically would not deliberately engage in physical collisions. However, things like what Mike did, directly attacking the opponent's players within the rules for the sake of victory, had always been done by Slytherins. Now Mike used his own method to fight back. Flint, the captain of the Slytherin team, looked at the miserable state of his players and gritted his teeth. Although he was extremely angry, he could do nothing because it was allowed by the rules for the beater to hit the bludger at the opposing players. Fortunately, the Slytherin Quidditch team, like the other 3 teams, has a large number of substitute players. After confirming that the chaser could no longer continue the game, a sturdy young man happily took over the Nimbus 2001 and rejoined the game. He was a 7th-year Slytherin student and had been a substitute for almost 5 years since he joined the Slytherin team in his 2nd year. Of course, due to the particularity of Quidditch rules, the game was not paused in mid-air during the substitution. Roger and others took advantage of the opportunity that Slytherin was missing a chaser and scored a goal. Mike was naturally not idle either. After using the bludger to eliminate an opponent's chaser, he turned his attention to the Slytherin goalkeeper. The iron bludgers are smaller than the quaffles, and their black shell makes them hard to find, but this is not a big problem for Mike. It may be because of his recent good luck and the return of his golden finger, the 2 bludgers always appear near him from time to time, and they don't seem to have any intention of attacking him. Everyone on the stage saw Mike hovering in the air and looking around for a moment, and then, as if he had found his target, the Nimbus 2001 under his buttocks suddenly accelerated, carrying Mike in a graceful arc in the sky. At this time, Mike held the big bat with both hands like a baseball player preparing to hit the ball. He aimed at a bludger and swung the bat at the moment when he and the bludger passed by each other. Boom! The specially made batsman's bat hit the bludger accurately. Mike's own strength plus the inertia brought by high-speed movement were transferred to the stick at once, which made Mike's stick extremely powerful. Ah! With a loud bang, the bludger was hit and hit the Nimbus 2001 ridden by the Slytherin goalkeeper. The Nimbus 2001 is indeed the best mass-produced flying broom on the market. After suffering such a blow, it looks completely intact on the outside. But the huge force carried by the bludger still knocked the Slytherin goalkeeper sitting on it off his broom. Yes! When Mike saw that his ball successfully hit the target, he shouted excitedly. At this moment, Mike no longer looked tired as if he might fall asleep at any time before going on stage. He was now in a state of excitement. Only the dense bloodshot in his eyes could prove that Mike's body was still in a state of fatigue. Mike was delighted to find that the feeling of annoyance in his chest was actually relieved a lot after he shot down 2 Slytherin players with 2 consecutive goals, so he worked harder to find the bludger. Seeing this at this time, Flint hurriedly ordered the 2 batsmen who were still harassing Chu Jong to quickly return to defend Mike. The first time Mike knocked down their player could be explained as a coincidence, but right after that, Mike knocked down their goalkeeper again, which showed that Mike had real talent. If he was left alone, Mike might continue to exert his strength and cause greater damage to the Slytherin team. But it takes time for these 2 to return to defend Mike, and Mike has already found the trace of a bludger during this time. So Mike uses the same trick again, speeding up and swinging the bat. Boom! The loud noise of a specially made bat hitting an iron bludger resounded across the Quidditch pitch once again, sending a Slytherin chaser flying backwards. At this time, the 2 Slytherin beaters came to Mike and began to harass him. However, Mike controlled the broom in the air with a nimble S-shaped flick to get rid of their entanglement and rushed towards the next bludger. The 2 batsmen gritted their teeth and chased after him, trying to stop Mike. However, although everyone was using the Nimbus 2001, their speed should have been about the same, but they could never catch up with Mike. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the Slytherin team lost another chaser. This chaser was the sturdy young man who had just been substituted in. He never expected that he would be sent off the field by Mike after just a few minutes of flying on the field. At this time, several senior top students were already standing on the ground. After discovering that the Slytherin players were always knocked down by Mike, they simply left the audience seats and came to the playing field, ready to cast spells to catch the fallen players at any time. The audience and players from both teams were already shocked by Mike's series of operations. It was the first time they had seen such a brutal style of play. In the end, it was Roger who reacted first, and he led his teammates to launch a fierce attack on Slytherin's goal while Slytherin was constantly making substitutions. Finally, the 2 Slytherin beaters took advantage of the opportunity when Mike slowed down to look for the bludger and got close to Mike and began to harass him. No, this is no longer considered harassment. The 2 men kept trying to use their size advantage to knock Mike off his broom, and one of them even swung a stick at Mike. Mike dodged the big stick that was coming at him with a sound of breaking wind by turning sideways, and turned to fly towards the next bludger again. The 2 men followed closely behind him. They knew that they had to stop Mike from hitting the ball, otherwise they would most likely lose today. So, when one of the young men saw Mike preparing to swing the bat again, he rushed between Mike and the bludger without hesitation. He believed that Mike would never continue to swing the bat, because if Mike continued to swing the bat, it would hit him, which would be a foul and he would be sent off the field. However, what he didn't know was that Mike was still excited at this time, and the soul in Mike's body was not that of a 12-year-old boy, but a hero who had lived for more than years and fought and killed his way to wealth. There was a flash of cruelty in Mike's eyes, and his hands moved without any pause, as if he didn't see the Slytherin batsman standing in front of him and swung the bat in his hand. Puff! A different sound was heard, and Mike's bat hit the batter's back. The huge force caused the batter to spit blood and fly out like a rag. Chapter 87. Quidditch is really interesting. Foul. He committed a foul. Flint had been paying attention to the situation on Mike's side ever since Mike knocked down their goalie. When he saw his batsman being knocked away by Mike's stick, he immediately yelled at Lee Jordan with red eyes. Faced with this situation, Lee Jordan, the temporary referee, also became confused and quickly blew the magic whistle to announce the suspension of the game. So all the players in the sky landed on the ground, and Mike's emotions stabilized a lot after venting just now. Looking at the batsman who was hit by his stick and vomited blood, he felt a little bit of pity in his heart. Did I go too far? Mike asked himself. Faced with such a serious accident, Lee Jordan, as a referee, performed his duties very well. He did not make a decision based solely on his own judgment, but began to seek the opinions of the senior students who had spontaneously come to the ground of the court to rescue people, because they were the people closest to the scene when the scene just happened. After consulting the senior students, Lee Jordan quickly made a decision on Mike. Mike didn't commit any foul. Lee Jordan had just uttered the first sentence when the Slytherins went wild. What? How can you be a referee? He obviously did it on purpose. This is intentional murder. Flint roared. The Slytherins around also looked very angry, and many of them even had red eyes, as if they were about to fight Mike to the death. This is actually very normal. The teammates who were with him day and night were sent to the school infirmary one after another by Mike, especially the batsman just now. He was still vomiting blood when he was sent away on a magic stretcher. He looked extremely miserable. Anyone would be angry if it happened to him. Listen to me. First of all, these seniors who were closest to the scene of the incident unanimously believe that it was the seeker who bumped into Mike's stick himself. Lee Jordan blew the magic whistle again. The sharp whistle made everyone present cover their ears in pain. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Lee Jordan spoke slowly, and at the same time he pointed his finger at several senior students on the side. When the senior students saw Lee Jordan pointing at them, they all smiled and nodded to everyone. Around their collars, the blue and gold ties of Ravenclaw looked particularly dazzling under the sunlight. Flint and others also noticed the ties of these seniors and shouted that they were unwilling to accept such a penalty, claiming that there was something fishy going on. Secondly, after examination, it was found that your batsman was not seriously injured. The protective gear protected him well. He only broke a few ribs. Lee Jordan continued, "This is our final judgment. If you think this judgment is unacceptable, I can also declare the game over. According to the current score, the winner should be Ravenclaw." The Slytherins were now at a loss, so they had to agree to continue the game. Due to the long suspension of the game, the Slytherin team has successfully let their substitutes fill the vacancies, which is not good news for Ravenclaw. But fortunately, the level of these substitute players is much weaker than the previous starting players, and they are not familiar enough with Nimbus 2001, so the pressure on Roger and others has been reduced a lot. After seeing the miserable state of the batsmen, all the players of the Slytherin team were afraid of Mike, especially Draco, who returned to the sky as soon as Lee Jordan announced that the game would continue, and was very far away from Mike. Mike was very happy at this time. The new batsman didn't dare to get too close to him, for fear that he would hit them away again. This allowed Mike to look for the bludger and attack it without restraint. So the nightmare of the Slytherin team members began. Although Mike felt a little guilty, he was much gentler than before, and the target of the attack changed from the player himself to the opponent's broom. But Mike's shot was accurate. Just a few minutes into the game, another Slytherin player was forced to leave the court. Roger and others launched a fierce attack again. The Slytherin substitutes were no match for them at all, and the score soon became wider and wider. Draco in the sky was completely panicked. Now he was the only hope. As long as he could find the golden snitch before Ravenclaw pulled the score to 150 points, he could turn the tide and become the hero of Slytherin. But on the contrary, if he couldn't do it, the audience's saliva would drown him. You know, it is a common problem for spectators of all competitive events around the world to brag when they win and criticize when they lose. Especially in the UK, do you think football mang is fake? Here, if you lose, you will not only be scolded, but you may also be beaten. However, the golden snitch seemed to have disappeared. Draco had searched the entire stadium several times so far in the game, but he did not find any trace of the golden snitch at all. Faced with this situation, Draco could only continue to fly around the field in circles, looking for the golden snitch. Time passed by little, and the game lasted from the afternoon to the evening. Basically the entire Slytherin team had their blood replaced several times, and their almost huge substitute team was almost exhausted. Not only were the players badly injured, but even their Nimbus 2001s were damaged by Mike's attacks, and their speed was much slower than at the beginning of the game. The most seriously damaged one could barely fly. The score was pulled to an astonishing 500-80, and the entire Slytherin team fell into despair, and the Slytherin spectators in the stands had already left. Mike watched the sun slowly disappearing in the sky and felt that it was getting late, so he took out a hazelnut-sized golden ball with a pair of silver wings from his shirt pocket. The Ravenclaw players around were all stunned when they saw this scene. They never expected that the golden snitch that the seekers from both sides had been looking for a whole afternoon would actually be in Mike's hands. Mike ignored everything and came to Chuzhong and stuffed the golden snitch into her hand. Chuzhong took the golden snitch in a daze, and even said thank you instinctively. When the cool evening breeze of Chuzhong blew her hair, she finally reacted and asked the most confusing question, how did the golden snitch end up in your hands? Actually, I spotted it not long after the game started. I have to say this little guy flew really fast. It took me a lot of effort to catch it. Mike shrugged and helped. Lee Jordan, who was sitting in the referee's seat, also noticed Mike's action and immediately shouted excitedly, "Golden snitch! Ravenclaw caught the golden snitch! The game is over! Merlin, I can finally get off work." After saying that, he turned around and rushed into the castle without paying any attention to the people on the field. At this time in the competition, Slytherin and Ravenclaw formed a sharp contrast. The Ravenclaw players rolled in the air excitedly, venting their unspeakable joy. Captain Roger even cried with joy. The Slytherins were like bereaved people, and they all flew into the castle with their heads down. Draco was one of them, but he was stopped by someone when he was about to enter the castle. "Quidditch is really interesting, don't you think, Draco?" Mike teased. Chapter 88. Occlumency. In the Hogwarts dining room, Mike sat at the Ravenclaw table and yawned boredly. After winning the game yesterday, Mike originally planned to have a good sleep, but Roger and other teammates were full of energy. They went to the Hogwarts kitchen to ask the elves for a lot of food and said they wanted to have a party. As the MVP of the game, Mike had no choice but to stay at the request of Roger and others. Roger even bought a lot of butter beer from the Weasley brothers, which made the carnival even crazier. The consequence of the all-night revelry was the collective malaise this morning. Mike was a little better, after all, he had strong mental strength and didn't drink much. Roger was different. He was the most excited one last night, and also the most heroic one. No matter who toasted him, he would definitely drink to the bottom of the glass, so he was still lying in bed now, and he probably wouldn't get up before noon. Compared to Ravenclaw, the Slytherin team is in a terrible state. The number of players injured by Mike almost filled up the entire infirmary. Madame Pomfrey was very angry. The weather had turned cold recently and many people had caught colds. Now these naughty kids were trying to grab the beds. It was really unreasonable. I heard that she protested to Dumbledore last night, even disturbing his rest, and demanded that students be banned from playing Quidditch, a dangerous sport. Of course, Dumbledore would not agree. In fact, Madame Pomfrey was sent away just 10 minutes after entering Dumbledore's common room. She was furious when she left, and it was obvious that she did not get the result she wanted. According to a classmate who stayed in the infirmary all night because of a cold, the wailing of the Slytherin players continued all night long, making it impossible for him to sleep. It seemed that Madame Pomfrey forgot to give them painkillers when she was treating them. Mike's deeds yesterday also spread throughout Hogwarts after being spread by Lee Jordan, the #1 gossip man in Hogwarts. Now, except for Ravenclaw, the Quidditch players of the other three houses are very afraid of Mike, and even gave him a nickname, Killer Michael. Although he was famous in the Quidditch circle, Mike didn't care much. Mike had already gotten used to being famous in his first year. The wizarding world was so boring that even a trivial thing that seemed insignificant to Mike could be spread for a long time. What bothered him now was the matter of occlumency. It has been almost 2 months since he first started learning occlumency during the summer vacation, but he has made no progress in occlumency, which makes Mike doubt whether he has the talent to learn occlumency. Because the book Shut Down Your Brain stolen from the restricted area clearly stated that occlumency is a spell that requires a lot of talent. People with talent can learn it quickly, but people without talent will never be able to learn it even if they practice for a lifetime. As the saying goes, when you are poor, you must think of new ways to change. Under tremendous pressure, Mike also began to look for shortcuts to learn occlumency. Things like learning difficult spells are better to have someone teach you personally. Reading books alone is not enough. Just like what is said in Shut Down Your Brain, the way to practice occlumency is to empty your mind. But who knows what it means to empty your mind? Mike thinks it's just daydreaming. When he thought of asking for help, Mike thought of the master of brain occlumency he was most familiar with, Snape. Of course, it was obviously not feasible to ask directly for the secret of occlumency, and the fact that he was practicing occlumency could not be leaked. And it was too dangerous to ask indirectly. Snape was a famous double agent, and there was no need to elaborate on how vigilant he was. So, without even having breakfast, Mike began to act on Snape. Mike wanted to infer the correct way to release occlumency by observing Snape's state, because Snape was in a state of brain occlusion almost every moment. But this is actually a stupid method, and the possibility of success is very small. But now Mike really has no other choice. He has now invested all his time in the practice of brain occlusion, and even abandoned his daily meditation and spell training, but there is no progress. But Mike's plan did not go so smoothly. Snape was actually a otaku. He either attended classes or stayed in his office studying potions all day. Mike had very little time to spend with him. It was no wonder that Harry's mother abandoned Snape and turned to James. After all, James, who came from a wealthy pure-blood family, was obviously more attractive than the otaku Snape. Fortunately, Professor Snape was a very protective person. Mike sent so many Slytherin students to the infirmary, so Snape certainly would not let Mike off easily. Mike was surprised to find that even if he didn't follow Snape, he would occasionally jump out and deduct a few points from him when he made a small mistake. So Mike began his own journey of self-destruction, deliberately making small mistakes so that Snape could appear in front of him. After more than 10 days of revenge and deducting nearly 200 points from Ravenclaw, Snape was finally satisfied and stopped causing trouble for Mike, and Mike got what he wanted. For more than 10 days, he conducted a 360-degree observation of Snape, from his words and actions to his facial expressions, and the conclusion he came to was very surprising. Snape's hollow and deep dead fish eyes, his cold and emotionless tone of voice, and his decisive and decisive movements without a trace of hesitation. These reactions were very similar to those of people hypnotized by hypnotists that Mike had seen on TV shows in his previous life. Is the secret of occlumency the self-hypnosis? Mike was stunned when he came to this conclusion. He had studied the brain-blocking technique for so long but to no avail, but the secret was so simple. Although he felt that this was unreliable, Mike's current situation did not allow him to hesitate. So that night, Mike began his self-hypnosis experiment. Self-hypnosis may sound very mysterious, but it is actually very simple to apply. Many athletes will hypnotize themselves before the start of the game to enable themselves to achieve better results. The specific method is to close your eyes and take deep breaths continuously, while putting aside other thoughts in your mind and constantly reciting the hypnotic content in your mind. The author has personally tested it and it is effective. If used for exams, it can effectively reduce tension. Mike lay on the bed in the dormitory, with his hands crossed on his stomach, repeating in his mind, "I am a tool without emotions, I am a tool without emotions, I am a tool without." Chapter 89. Ghost. As the self-hypnosis progressed, Mike's breathing became lighter and lighter. At the same time, Mike felt that the magic power in his body was slowly flowing into his brain. This magic power was not as fierce as Mike usually felt when casting spells, but gave people a gentle feeling. The feeling was very wonderful. When the magic completely enveloped Mike's brain, Mike felt an unprecedented tranquility. This kind of tranquility is not the physical tranquility we usually talk about, but a kind of spiritual tranquility. The human brain is a machine that cannot sit still. Even when we are asleep, it exercises through dreaming, not to mention in our daily study and life. It can be said that our brains are thinking all the time, and new ideas are emerging, although most of them are meaningless. The fact that we haven't discovered it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, it's just because we are used to it. Mike's mind was clear at this moment, without a single noise. He was free of fear, joy, worry, and other emotions, and completely immersed in a kind of tranquility that was difficult to describe in words. Mike enjoyed this tranquility very much. In the past 40 years of his life, he had never felt as comfortable as he did today. And the amazing thing is that this state is different from a coma. Mike's consciousness is very clear, and his thinking speed has become faster without other thoughts distracting him. Mike tried to move his fingers, wanting to test whether he could maintain this state while exercising. But to his disappointment, the special tranquility was broken as soon as his fingers moved. Suddenly, the fear of the future, the joy of mastering the art of occlumency, the doubts about the light door in the Ravenclaw common room, all these thoughts came back to Mike's mind again, making him frown painfully. Now Mike finally understood why Snape had remained in occlumency. "I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. The tranquility of the closed brain state is simply the supreme enjoyment for ordinary people, not to mention Snape, who was constantly tormented by guilt towards Lily, fear and hatred towards Voldemort and Dumbledore. If he had not maintained the closed brain state all the time, Snape might have been unable to bear it and would have done something extreme. Of course, none of this has much to do with Mike. In fact, he only felt uncomfortable for a while when he just came out of the brain closure state, and then he fell into a kind of ecstasy. It turned out that he had guessed the trick of practicing brain closure by accident. At first Mike felt it was a little unbelievable, but he felt relieved when he remembered that the method of casting the Patronus charm, which was as difficult as the brain occlumency, was just to recall one's happiest memory while reciting the spell. Perhaps the essence of all things in the world are actually very simple principles, but people just think they are too complicated. In the following days, Mike fell into a frenzy of practice. Not only did he lock himself in his dorm after school to practice occlumency, he also practiced while eating and attending classes. In order to avoid being discovered by others, Mike even found a pair of sunglasses and put them on. As a result, there appeared a weirdo in Hogwarts who wore sunglasses every day and refused to take them off even at night. The Muggle-born wizards did not understand Mike's behavior, but the little wizards who had lived in the wizarding world since childhood did not think so. They thought Mike looked very handsome. So soon, sunglasses became popular in Hogwarts. Mike, who was obsessed with cultivation, did not notice this at first. By the time he found out, almost all the little wizards around him were wearing sunglasses. The most exaggerated thing is that many wizards who originally wore myopic glasses even changed their myopic glasses into sunglasses in order to keep up with the trend. Mike didn't care too much about it. He laughed for a while when he first discovered it and then put it behind his mind. He had more important things to do at this time. He discovered that Ms. Grey, the ghost of Ravenclaw, was hiding from him. Ms. Grey is Helena Ravenclaw, the culprit who stole her mother Rowena Ravenclaw's crown and eventually caused her death in Hogwarts history. She is also the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. When Mike was investigating Ms. Ravenclaw, the first person he thought of was this ghost who witnessed the history of Hogwarts, but what made him depressed was that this Ms. Grey seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. According to her classmates, she would stare at the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw for a long time every evening in the Ravenclaw common room. But as long as Mike appeared there, Ms. Grey would not appear. Mike knew that his classmates would not lie to him about such things, and he often saw Ms. Grey in the Ravenclaw common room last year, but for some reason, Mike had never seen her again since this year. Could it be because of the claw marks? Mike couldn't help but think. Fortunately, the other ghosts did not hide from him like Ms. Grey, but Mike was disappointed after asking almost headless Nick, the Fat Friar and other ghosts. These ghosts are all young, and Ms. Ravenclaw died long before they were born, so they know nothing about Ms. Ravenclaw's past. However, the kind-hearted fat monk felt very guilty for not being able to help Mike, and told Mike that the oldest ghosts in the castle were the Grey Lady and the Bloody Baron, and they were the only ones most likely to know the past of the four giants. At the same time, the fat monk also warmly invited Mike to attend the death anniversary dinner to be held at the end of the month, and claimed that this dinner was of special significance. Mike refused without hesitation. Mike, who had read the original novel, certainly knew what the Death Day dinner was. A bunch of ghosts were playing in a room, and the cold air they emitted made the whole room as cold as winter. The food was all rotten and inedible. It was simply a fantasy for Mike to abandon the Hogwarts Halloween dinner and attend such a lousy party. He was not like Harry, the kid who didn't know how to say no to others. Regardless of the fat monk's pleading, Mike went directly to the 8th floor of Hogwarts where the room of requirement was located. It seemed that the Bloody Baron was always there. Almost every time Mike went to the room of requirement, he would see the Bloody Baron wandering in the empty corridor, as if he was looking for something. When Mike arrived at the 8th floor this time, the Bloody Baron was still there, but there was another ghost beside Baron, and that was Ms. Grey, whom Mike had been searching for several days. Chapter 90. Clues. Mike believed that he would never make a mistake. There were only a few female ghosts in Hogwarts, and Ms. Grey was definitely the tallest among them. So even if the female ghost who was talking to the Bloody Baron had her back to him, he could be sure that it was Ms. Grey. The two ghosts seemed to be arguing about something. The usually taciturn Bloody Baron was now very excited, gesticulating as if he wanted to argue about something. Unfortunately, Mike was far away and couldn't hear what they were saying. Just as Mike was about to move closer to hear more clearly, Ms. Grey suddenly turned her head and looked in his direction. In the dim light, an exquisite face suddenly appeared. Although a little haggard, it was still obvious that Ms. Grey must have been a great beauty when she was alive. After turning her head to look at Mike, Ms. Grey stopped talking to Bloody Baron, and disappeared into the wall. The Bloody Baron did not chase after him upon seeing this, and his ferocious expression, which had been caused by his excitement when talking to Ms. Grey, calmed down again. Mike was now certain that there must be something on him that could be sensed by Ms. Grey, otherwise she would never have discovered him. You know, ghosts have very poor perception abilities. Fortunately, Bloody Baron did not intend to avoid him, otherwise Mike would have gone crazy. Mike walked out from the dark corner, and the blackthornwood wand appeared silently in his hand. Ordinary wizards did not have the means to harm ghosts, so the Bloody Baron did not care about Mike and had no intention of communicating with Mike. He walked straight into the depths of the corridor. Mike was not surprised by Bloody Baron's reaction. To be honest, he had met Bloody Baron many times before in the corridor outside the request room. Bloody Baron always kept people at a distance. Even if someone greeted him, he would ignore them. But Mike had done his homework before coming here, so he was not afraid that Baron would ignore him. "Please wait a moment, Sir Barrow," Mike said. However, as usual, Bloody Baron did not stop at all and continued to float forward. Seeing that he was about to disappear into the wall, Mike spoke again, "Barrow, how does it feel to kill your loved one with your own hands?" Hearing Mike's slightly sarcastic voice, Bloody Baron, whose body had almost completely disappeared into the wall, froze. Then he slowly turned around, and a thin face appeared in front of Mike. "I didn't," Barrow said word by word. When Mike saw his reaction, he felt relieved. But Mike made a very annoying expression on his face and continued, "You don't have to deny it. I already know the truth. It's normal for love to turn into hate. For Helena, you abandoned your teacher Salazar Slytherin. Doesn't your conscience hurt? What's more, that woman knew your feelings for her but still kept you hanging for decades. Ha ha ha, do you know what we call your brotherly behavior now? A dog licker who ends up with nothing." What Mike said was not without purpose. According to the history of Hogwarts, Slytherin left Hogwarts in the first few years of the school's establishment because of disagreements with the other three giants on enrollment concepts. The Bloody Baron, as Slytherin's favorite student, should have followed Slytherin to leave, but he stayed in Hogwarts until Ms. Ravenclaw ordered him to go find her daughter. Then it is easy to guess what happened. Since ancient times, heroes have been unable to resist the temptation of beauty. The only person who could make the outstanding wizard Bloody Baron stay in Hogwarts was Helena. It is not surprising that his long-term admiration for Helena turned into deep hatred after Helena rejected him. After Mike spoke out his findings and his own guesses, Bloody Baron's face, which had been frozen for thousands of years, finally showed anger. "I didn't. I saved Helena. Otherwise, she would have been devoured by that demon." Bloody Baron's expression instantly became extremely terrifying, and he grabbed Mike with both hands while roaring. In an instant, a bone-chilling chill surged into Mike's body. Mike was very familiar with this chill. He had felt a similar chill on the night when his mind was bewitched by the light gate. It was this chill that pulled him out of his insane state. But after Mike felt it carefully, he found that this chill was obviously different from the previous one. The previous chill gave him the feeling of a cold wind in winter, giving him a sharp feeling like a knife. However, the chill released by Bloody Baron did not have this feeling, but instead had a faint smell of blood. The chill spread very quickly, and soon began to spread from Mike's chest to the surroundings. Mike's reaction was also very fast. He shook the wand in his hand, which had been ready for a long time, and shouted, "Armor protection." As the spell was chanted, a translucent shield enveloped Mike, isolating the coldness from the outside. The coldness in Mike's body, without the external energy supply, was quickly eliminated by the magic power in Mike's body. Mike shuddered violently, raised his head and was about to continue questioning Barrow, but found that something was wrong with Barrow at this time. Barrow looked as if he had seen something horrible, and his ferocious face became even more terrifying. His whole body was shaking uncontrollably, and his mouth opened and closed as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Facing Barrow's strange reaction, Mike raised his wand in front of him and pointed it at Barrow, ready to release more armor to protect himself. Judging from the situation just now, Barrow's ghost is obviously different from other ghosts. He can cause certain damage to living people. But Mike's action made Barrow react. "Devil! You are the devil!" Barrow pointed his trembling finger at Mike and screamed, "No! Don't come over! I was wrong, I was really wrong, I shouldn't have done that. Please forgive me. Barrow screamed and flew towards the wall, soon disappearing into the corridor. Mike was shocked by Barrow's reaction. He didn't look like he was pretending at all, as if he had really seen a devil. Suddenly, Mike seemed to have thought of something and reached out to touch his face. Although it was smooth and there was nothing unusual, Mike knew clearly that there was an invisible and hideous claw mark at the place where he touched. In the dim corridor on the 8th floor of Hogwarts, a smile appeared on Mike's face, and he felt as if he understood something. Chapter 91. The Demon Devouring the Girl. Yesterday's conversation with Bloody Baron made Mike understand a lot of things. First of all, there must be some strange mark on his body, which can allow Lady Grey to sense him from a distance. At the same time, both Lady Grey and Bloody Baron, the two old ghosts, are very afraid of this mark. Mike initially guessed that this mark was the raven claw mark on his face that was not visible at all normally. Besides that, Mike really couldn't figure out what other strange things were on his body. But if the claw marks were what frightened Barrow so much, then what was he afraid of? And what was the demon that Barrow was talking about? What did Barrow mean when he said he killed Helena not because he hated her, but to save her? After the last incident, the Bloody Baron is now hiding from me just like Ms. Grey. In desperation, Mike could only change the direction of investigation, which was to find out the true identity of the girl in the dream. With all these questions in mind, Mike plunged into the Hogwarts library from the next day and began to look up all the history of Hogwarts since its founding. Fortunately, as the most famous magic school in Europe, Hogwarts itself has a part of the responsibility of recording history. Therefore, in Hogwarts' rich collection of books, there are many books about the history of the wizarding world, among which the history of Hogwarts is recorded in the most detail. So when Mike searched the Hogwarts student list in the range of 1870 to 1890, he easily found a suspicious person, Miriam Lavery. The reason why Mike thought she was the person he was looking for was because behind her name there were two words written in glaring dark red ink, missing. After asking Professor Flitwick, he was sure that the missing Ravi was the girl who had appeared in his dream. Flitwick, I have some impression of the Miriam you mentioned. Although I was not a professor at Hogwarts at that time, I was already a member of Raven's Nest. Miriam was very famous at that time because she was the person who persisted the longest in the initiation test in nearly 100 years. I remember that she was only 15 years old when she joined the order. The elders of Raven's Nest were very optimistic about her, but unfortunately, when Mike finished questioning Flitwick and continued to look through the Hogwarts directory, he discovered a horrible fact that made him shudder. The disappearance and death rates of Ravenclaw girls are alarmingly high. Since 1200 AD, words such as missing and dead have often appeared in the Ravenclaw section of the Hogwarts student list, and most of these people are women. This is actually not surprising. After all, the wizarding world at that time was still relatively chaotic, and the probability of young wizards dying was very high. There were also many records of disappearances and deaths in other academies at the time. But the more he flipped through the pages, the more he could see something was wrong. The mortality rate of students in other colleges had been steadily decreasing year by year, except for Ravenclaw, where the mortality rate of female students had not decreased over the years, but had actually increased. At its worst, the rate had even reached the point where several students died each year. This reminded Mike of the demon that the Bloody Baron had once mentioned. Could it be that there really was a demon hiding in the Hogwarts campus, devouring the lives of young girls for thousands of years? However, these are not all the anomalies on the list. According to the records in the list, the last Ravenclaw girl confirmed dead was named Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, the female ghost hiding in the girls' bathroom in the original book. Since the death of Myrtle, there has been no record of a girl dying or missing without reason in Hogwarts. Mike knew the cause of Myrtle's death very well. She was killed by Voldemort using the basilisk, so strictly speaking, she was not the last girl to die at the hands of the devil. The real last person to die should be Sheila Clinton, a fifth-year Ravenclaw student who died in 1935. After Sheila Clinton's death, the devil disappeared as if he had been killed, which made Mike very confused. Because according to his previous guess, the Ravenclaw marks should be the symbol of the devil. Now that the Ravenclaw marks have appeared on his face, it means that the devil has not disappeared, but there have been no victims in the decades since 1935. What is the reason for this? Mike sat on a bench in the library, looking forward with empty eyes, wondering the reason in his mind. Two Slytherin freshmen walked past Mike, chatting and laughing. As they talked and laughed, they held a small flag in their hands. This was a magic flag specially made by Slytherin students for their Quidditch team. It was made of green cloth, with the Slytherin emblem painted on both sides. A silver-white python was spitting out its tongue and moving on a shield. From time to time, the shield would turn over to reveal the words on the back, "Go Slytherin." Mike then remembered that he had been investigating this matter for almost a month. The Hogwarts Quidditch League had already begun, and today was the day when Slytherin played against Hufflepuff. I have to say that these flags were made very delicately. The silver-white python painted on them even made a biting gesture towards Mike when the two Slytherin freshmen passed by him. As Mike looked at the ferocious white snake in front of him, a thunderbolt flashed through his mind, and a name emerged, Tom Riddle. Excited Mike hurriedly flipped through the Hogwarts student list again, and when he saw a name on it, he burst into laughter. Tom Riddle attended Hogwarts Slytherin House from 1938 to 1945. Now everything is clear. Tom Riddle is Voldemort's real name. Since Voldemort entered school, the Devil of Ravenclaw has disappeared until today when it appeared on him again. So what is the connection between Voldemort and Ravenclaw? The answer is very simple, it's the crown. While at school, Voldemort learned the location of the tiara from Ms. Grey, so he took the tiara hidden in the Albanian forest and made it into his own Horcrux, and then hid the tiara in the Room of Requirement. The crown must have a very close relationship with the demon, so the demon stopped hunting the Ravenclaw girl only after Voldemort made the crown into a Horcrux. No loud noises allowed in the library. Mike's loud laughter not only attracted the attention of the little wizards around him, but also attracted Madame Pants. Mike didn't even look at Madame Pants and rushed out of the library. Chapter 92. Warriors and Demons. Mike rushed out of the library and headed straight for the Room of Requirement. Mike's idea was very simple. Since he knew that the key to the whole incident was the Ravenclaw crown, he might as well go directly to find the crown. Even though Mike has the killing curse, he is not afraid of the remaining soul of Voldemort in the crown. If it doesn't work, he will use an Avada on him. And Mike also had a perfect pathfinder. Barrow. We meet again. Mike said to the Bloody Barrow who was still wandering on the 8th floor of Hogwarts. Barrow, who had his back to Mike, was frightened by his voice and tried to escape by drilling into the wall in a hurry. Hey! Do you still want to defeat that devil? I can help you. Mike shouted hurriedly when he saw this. As expected by Mike, Bloody Baron froze in his tracks after hearing what Mike said, and said in a deep voice, "No, you can't help me. That demon is invincible. If you are so scared, then what are you still doing here? Don't think I don't know that the devil is hiding in the crown, and the crown is hiding behind this wall." Mike knocked on the wall and said, "Come on, I'll open the door for you, and we'll go meet the devil together." Perhaps Mike's words worked, and a light of hope seemed to light up in Barrow's eyes. However, that light only appeared for a moment before being extinguished by endless darkness. "No, it's useless. You are branded and destined to be devoured by that demon, and I am nothing but a waste." Mike was just about to continue to trick Barrow into going into the Room of Requirement to scout the way for him, but a female voice suddenly rang out. "That's enough. Stop tempting this poor man." Mike looked at Ms. Grey who was slowly floating out of the wall, a smile forming on his lips. "Oh? Why aren't you hiding from me anymore?" Mike asked this question, and when he saw that Ms. Grey didn't answer, he continued, "I can promise you, but you have to answer my question." Ms. Grey glanced at the Bloody Baron who was still sad, sighed and said, "Well, let me tell you everything. The devil that Baron was talking about is actually my mother, Rowena Ravenclaw. As far as I can remember, my mother has been the head of Ravenclaw. She is smart, beautiful, powerful, and greedy. In the wizarding world at that time, everyone was impressed by her beauty, and everyone was afraid of her power and greed. My mother's greed for knowledge soon made her dissatisfied with the pitifully small collection of books in Hogwarts. She set her sights on the inherited knowledge of ancient families. Thus, a war of unprecedented scale broke out. The mother led the students of Ravenclaw College to kill people all over Europe in the name of plundering knowledge. She destroyed countless families. The name Ravenclaw also resounded throughout the wizarding world as they fought wars in the south and the north. Of course, the mother's behavior also aroused dissatisfaction among other giants. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff both tried to persuade the mother, but it was of no use at all. Later, Slytherin, who had left long ago, returned to Hogwarts, and brought with him an agreement from all the pure-blood families in Europe. The content of the agreement was very simple. In order to make their mother stop killing, the pure-blood families, who were afraid of being killed by their mother, chose to voluntarily offer their family knowledge and promised not to keep anything to themselves. At first, the mother did not intend to sign the agreement. She felt that she could obtain the knowledge even without the agreement, but after the joint persuasion of the other 3 giants, the mother finally agreed. Since then, my mother has been obsessed with knowledge all day long, and the European wizarding world has returned to peace. However, my mother gradually realized that she could never learn all the spells by herself, so she set her sights on eternal life. I think she must have gone crazy at the time. She used a soul-splitting spell she created to transfer most of her soul into the crown, leaving only a small part in her body to carry out daily activities. At the same time, she began to spread the word that her crown was a divine weapon, and whoever wore it could gain supreme wisdom and endless knowledge. And she did this for only one purpose, which was to lure me into stealing the crown. She knew I would be fooled, because I was just as greedy as she was. Once I put on the crown, the soul inside would take over my body, and I would gradually become the new Rowena Ravenclaw. Ms. Grey laughed at herself at this point, and then continued, in fact, my mother was not lying. The person who wears the crown can indeed gain supreme wisdom and endless knowledge, but the price is the shattering of his soul. After I stole the crown, I didn't put it on immediately. Instead, I kept running away with it. I knew how terrible my mother's power was. I stole her treasure, and she would definitely chase me to the ends of the earth. After escaping all the way to Albania, I finally felt a little safer, and I couldn't resist the temptation, so I put on the crown. The moment I put on the crown, I lost control of my body. I could see and hear, but I couldn't control it. I was terrified, and at that moment, Barrow came. Ms. Grey paused again, and reached out to stroke Barrow's hair, looking at him with extremely gentle eyes. Under her caress, Bloody Barrow, who had become extremely irritable after hearing Ms. Grey's words, gradually calmed down, held Ms. Grey's hand, and rubbed it gently on his face. Barrow was not sent by my mother. He came to find me because he was worried about me. Ms. Grey's voice became very sad. He saw that I was abnormal at the first sight. He wanted to save me, but I had lost control at that time. I killed him. I killed the person who loved me most in the world. At this point, Ms. Grey was already sobbing, while Barrow just held her in silence, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. This was the first time Mike saw the ghost shed tears. The crystal tears slid down Ms. Grey's face like pearls with a broken string, and disappeared when they fell to the ground. Mike did not disturb the man and woman who had been entangled for nearly 1,000 years, but waited until they had almost vented their anger before asking. So how is Voldemort connected to the diadem? He was a very ambitious young man, just like you. Lady Grey poked her face out of Barrow's arms. I could see that he longed for the crown and the endless knowledge and wisdom within it. So I took the opportunity to tell him the whereabouts of the crown. So poor Tom is just a wretch you've tricked into going to his death. No, I prefer to call him a warrior who risked his life to defeat the devil for the princess. Ms. Grey and Mike smiled at each other. Chapter 93. New Warriors. This child Tom really gave me a big surprise. Originally, I just wanted him to weaken my mother's main soul in the crown, but I didn't expect that he also learned the soul-splitting spell. Although it was only the most primitive version invented by Herpo, he still managed to make the crown into his Horcrux. Ha 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 ha. Ms. Grey laughed very strangely at this moment, dancing as if she was celebrating something. The Bloody Baron wanted to comfort her, but she kicked him away. My mother. She has been fighting with Tom's soul in the crown day and night for nearly 50 years. Although Tom's soul has been almost completely destroyed by my mother during this period, she has also become extremely weak. Now is the best time to destroy her. Go ahead, Mike, destroy my mother, destroy one of the 4 giants of Hogwarts, destroy the breeze from the lake, and destroy the legendary wizard Rowena Ravenclaw. You will win supreme glory. Everything in the world will praise your name. So, after Barrow and Tom, you want me to be your new warrior? Mike said with a smile. Although Mike was smiling, his eyes were not smiling at all, only full of murderous intent. The thing he hated most in his life was being used by others to die. Ms. Grey, the 1,000-year-old ghost, also noticed this, but she continued as if she hadn't noticed the wand that suddenly appeared in Mike's hand. No, you are different from Tom. Tom was driven by his ambition to find the crown, but you are doing it to save yourself. What's the meaning? The claw marks on your face were left by my mother's servant, the Nightmare Raven. The nightmare raven is an extinct magical creature that feeds on the magic energy that wizards or magical creatures emit on a daily basis. Its ability is to drag people into the nightmares it creates. Its nightmares are between reality and fantasy and are very magical. That claw mark was a branding magic created to make the chosen one's body more receptive to my mother's soul. The magic talent of the person who is branded with this mark will be permanently improved, and the face and figure will become more and more beautiful. What my mother wants is a young, beautiful girl with amazing magic talent. You should understand what I mean, right? You mean, Mike seemed to have thought of something, and his voice began to tremble. That's right. This brand will gradually make your body more feminine, until it completely turns you into a beautiful girl. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. Ms. Gray interrupted Mike. Mike was completely stunned at this moment. He had originally wondered if the claw marks on his face were some kind of curse with negative effects, but he never expected that the negative effects of the claw marks would be so vicious. But you don't have to worry. The magic of the mark comes from my mother. As long as you destroy my mother's main soul and the soul fragments, you can rest assured. Mike's experience seemed to make Ms. Gray very happy, and even her tone of voice became playful. So come on, my warrior, for your princess and for yourself, work hard to destroy the devil. What should I do? Use the killing curse. Mike said word by word. After hearing what Mike said, Ms. Gray laughed as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. After a long pause, she replied, No, my mother used very precious magical materials when making the crown, and also added a lot of protective spells. So neither the killing curse nor the fiend fire can destroy the crown. The setting here is that when Black released the fiend fire in the Room of Requirement, Voldemort's soul had been destroyed by Ravenclaw's main soul. There are only two ways to destroy my mother. Either you put on the crown and fight my mother's main soul directly, or you ask the goblins to make a silver sword as sharp as the legendary Holy Sword, and then use this silver sword to split the crown in two. I personally suggest that you just go and fight my mother. I can see that your soul is very powerful, almost twice that of a normal wizard. You have a high chance of winning against my mother. As for the latter, you don't even have to think about it. The craftsmanship of making silver swords has been lost since the Goblin Rebellion. The sharpest silver sword in the world should be the sword of Gryffindor, but that silver sword is still not sharp enough. What about the light gate? That's what you're talking about. That was a test set by my mother. According to my mother's idea, her servants would select candidates with extraordinary talents for her, and only after passing the test in the light gate would the candidates be truly qualified to become her new body. According to my observation, the whole test has at least 3 stages, and the magic power of the testee will be improved to a certain extent after completing each stage. But I advise you not to go and die. In all these years, I have never seen anyone who could survive the 3rd test. After listening to Ms. Gray's story, Mike fell silent. Judging from the current situation, he seemed to be in a dead end. Ms. Gray, who was standing by, saw Mike looking down in deep thought and said, "Take care of yourself. I'm not in a hurry. Or rather, I hope you can do nothing. After all, I'm very curious about what you'll look like after you become a beautiful girl." Hee hee hee. After saying this, she disappeared into the wall with a string of silver bell-like laughter, and the bloody barrow beside her hurriedly followed. Mike still had his head down. He basically didn't hear what Ms. Gray said at the end. Only the 3 words "beautiful girl" kept echoing in Mike's mind. Mike had noticed before that his skin seemed to become whiter and smoother during this period, and he was very proud of it at first. The 12-year-old boys who are more precocious have already entered puberty, and acne has gradually appeared on the faces of their peers. Only Mike's skin is getting better and better. Thinking back on it all now, Mike felt a chill. After thinking for a long time, Mike finally made a decision. He must not turn into a beautiful girl, no matter how beautiful she is. This news must not be leaked to Professor Flitwick. There are many fanatics of Lady Ravenclaw in Raven's Nest. It would be terrible if they caught him and turned him into a beautiful girl to possess the body of Ravenclaw. If it doesn't work, just go for it and fight her. Mike's originally empty eyes gradually became sharp and firm after he made the decision. He shouted at the wall where Ms. Gray disappeared with all his might, "Send Q. I will never become a beautiful girl. Absolutely. Absolutely not. P.S. I thought about this plot for a long time, and originally wanted to put it in the Lightgate copy later and slowly reveal it to everyone. But after careful consideration, I decided to write it here all at once. After all, I am a novice and my writing skills are not good enough. It is easy to get confused when writing such a plot. In addition, should Mike become a beautiful girl? This is a big question. Chapter 94. The Heirs in Action. In the magnificent hall, Mike, Penelope, and Franklin sat side by side at the long table that belonged to Ravenclaw. The hall was decorated with many pumpkin lanterns and monster sculptures, and there were countless bats hanging from the ceiling. Ghosts and bats flew past the three of them from time to time. But don't worry that these bats will urinate and defecate everywhere like the owls that delivered the message at breakfast. These bats were created by transfiguration and have no excretion function at all. Penelope, Franklin, you must follow me closely tonight. Mike said to the two people sitting next to him. I know, Mike, you've said this countless times. Penelope said helplessly, rolling her eyes. Franklin, who was standing by, had his mouth full of food and couldn't speak, so he could only nod in agreement. Smelling the faint pumpkin aroma in the air, Mike sighed deeply, picked up the dolphin magic drink beside him and drank it all. Mike's worried look seemed out of place with the laughter around him. Ever since talking with Ms. Gray, Mike has been in a tense state. After all, for a straight man like Mike, turning into a beautiful girl is a punishment more painful than death. However, after checking the information, Mike discovered that, just as Ms. Gray said, Mike could give up the silver sword route. The sword of Gryffindor was indeed the only remaining strongest silver sword. Then the only remaining method is to fight hard, but the strength of the soul is basically something that is inherently constant. Mike asked everyone he could, but he couldn't find any way to increase the strength of the soul. In desperation, Mike could only meditate and practice brain occlumency desperately, hoping to increase his soul strength a little while his mental power increased. However, time waits for no one, and just when Mike was worrying about the crown, Halloween came again. In order to ensure the safety of Penelope and Franklin, Mike had to ask them to follow him closely. You know, in the original book, tonight is the time when the basilisk attacks for the first time. If the two turned around and ran into the basilisk, it would be bad. After all, this is the real world, not the children's book in the original novel, at least the Chamber of Secrets is a children's book. In the real world, there will be no coincidences like petrification in the original novel. Ordinary people will basically die if they encounter a basilisk. Why are you so depressed, Mike? The Weasley brothers appeared out of nowhere. Today is a happy day, not only because it's Halloween, but also because our dolphin magic drink is sold out again. The new orange-flavored dolphin magic drink is so popular. Looking at the two excited Weasley brothers in front of him, Mike forced a smile and said nothing. Instead, he raised the dolphin magic drink again and drank it. Mike has had too many worries recently and he really wants to get drunk to drown his sorrows. The Weasley brothers seemed to notice that Mike was in a bad mood, so they stopped pestering Mike and went somewhere else to sell the dolphin magic drink and some of their homemade magic joke props. During this period, the Weasley brothers could be said to be the happiest people in the entire Hogwarts. After having money, they could finally try to make magic joke props without any hesitation. These two people are indeed geniuses. Although the magic joke props they made still have some major shortcomings in quality, they are all quite creative. For example, they have played with the prank candies that can transform people after eating them, toads, fire dragons, turkeys. They have basically tried all the animals you can think of. And they have recently improved the formula of dolphin magic drink and made a new flavor of dolphin magic drink, which has been very popular in Hogwarts. Of course, the new flavor of dolphin magic drink is also dolphin magic drink, and Mike will also get a share of it. Watching the funny skeletons dancing on the stage and the rare delicacies on the long table in front of him, Mike was gradually infected by the cheerful atmosphere around him and had a little appetite. He cut a piece of steak and put it in his mouth to chew. The tender taste and mellow aroma of the steak instantly burst in Mike's mouth. Mike closed his eyes in enjoyment, secretly praising the hard-working house elf in his heart. The food he made was comparable to Michelin food. Mike secretly made up his mind that he must get a house elf to be his servant in the future. He didn't ask him to fight for him or anything, just ask him to cook for him every day. But a house elf is a rare commodity that is in short supply and cannot be obtained with money alone, and luck is also needed. However, Mike is very confident about this, as he is a cheating character with a strong luck golden finger. Although this golden finger often goes offline, it will always work after a long time. Delicious food really makes people happy. As Mike ate more and more, his depressed mood gradually disappeared. As Mike finished the last dessert in a few bites, tonight's Halloween dinner came to an end. After Professor Dumbledore announced that this year's Halloween dinner was successfully concluded, the little wizards, who had eaten their fill, lined up and left the hall in an orderly manner under the direction of their respective college prefects. At this time, Mike, who was mixed in the crowd with Penelope and Franklin, was also very alert. The magic wand in his sleeve was ready to appear in his hand at any time. The bloody words on the wall are about to appear. Merlin. We didn't even make it to the last dessert. I said we should have left earlier, now we're done for. The voices of Harry and Ron's conversation reached Mike's ears. He saw the two of them standing in the corridor outside the door, looking at the crowd leaving with frustrated faces. Mike was a little surprised. He looked around but didn't find the petrified cat or any bloody words. However, Mike's face became even uglier. The unknown enemy was the most terrifying. If everything went according to the original book, Mike would be relieved, but now it seems that everything has deviated from the original track. Damn it, I'm clearly far enough away from the main line. Mike cursed in his heart. Continuing to be vigilant about his surroundings, Mike followed the crowd back to the Ravenclaw common room. Mike didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he returned to his dormitory. At least nothing would happen tonight. The eaglehead door knocker of the Ravenclaw common room was very powerful, and the basilisk would definitely not be able to break in. But Mike was still too naive. The next morning, when Mike walked out of his dormitory in high spirits, he found that the Ravenclaw common room was empty. After looking around, he found that people were all gathered at the eaglehead door knocker. When Mike squeezed into the crowd, the scene in front of him made Mike's eyes widen. A stiff man was standing facing the eaglehead door knocker, holding an opened letter in his hand. That person was Penelope. Chapter 95. Fog. Looking at the petrified Penelope, Mac felt like his lungs were about to explode. He had given Penelope Mac so many warnings and instructions, but he didn't expect that something bad would still happen in the end. Isn't she dead? No way. Shouldn't people fall down when they die? People around were talking about it. There was no expression of extreme fear on Penelope's face. On the contrary, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she seemed to be in a very good mood. The strange thing is that Penelope was not wearing a Hogwarts school uniform or pajamas, but a thick khaki windbreaker and a pair of black trousers. Mike took the letter from Penelope's hand. What surprised him was that the letter was signed by Mike Townley. Judging from the content of the letter, it should be a love letter inviting Penelope to go out on a date in the middle of the night. Now Mike understood everything. Someone had asked Penelope out in their own name. No wonder Penelope was dressed like this. It seemed that she must have dressed up carefully before going out and was very much looking forward to this date. On the wall behind Penelope was a line of words written in blood: "The secret room has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The surrounding students' attention was mostly focused on the row of bloody words, and most of them looked confused, while the few senior pureblood students present were proudly telling others about the legend of the secret room. The Muggle-born young wizards listened with great interest at first, but their faces suddenly changed when they heard that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets would slaughter mudbloods. An atmosphere of panic quickly spread among the crowd. "Everyone, be quiet." Mike began to maintain order. "Go and inform Dean Flitwick." Also, who was the first to discover Penelope? Mike still had some prestige in Ravenclaw, and several people immediately rushed to Professor Flitwick's office after he gave the order. A pockmarked blonde girl also came out timidly, indicating that she was the first person to discover Penelope. With Mike's maintenance, the order at the scene was finally restored to normal, and Professor Flitwick quickly came over, along with Dumbledore and Professor Snape. Mike went up to the girl with the pockmarked face, recounted the whole story in detail, and finally handed over the letter. Dumbledore looked at the crowd gathering, took out his Elder Wand, waved it lightly, and the bloody words on the wall disappeared. He said, "Phileas, take Penelope to the infirmary first, and maintain order. Mike, you and the lady come with me, I need your cooperation in the investigation." Upon hearing this, Professor Flitwick immediately ordered the other prefects who had arrived late to disperse the students at the scene, and he took Penelope to the infirmary. Before leaving, he patted Mike's arm to show encouragement. He was very satisfied with Mike's handling of the situation today, and he did not doubt whether Mike was the murderer. Mike nodded to Professor Flitwick and followed Dumbledore to the headmaster's office. No one spoke on the way, and the scene was very awkward. The girl with pockmarks on her face was sweating from nervousness. Mike was happy to be free, and entered a closed brain state after a long period of preparation. According to today's situation, Dumbledore might use legilimency on him. Although Mike was not the murderer of this attack, he had a big secret in his brain that he was a reborn person. Who could guarantee that Dumbledore would not find out? After following Dumbledore all the way to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore spoke, "Sit down, everyone. Would you like some cockroaches? You know, sweets are the best way to relieve tension." The girl with pockmarks on her face looked at the cockroach that was still crawling in front of her and shook her head like a rattle. Mike and Snape's reactions were very similar. Both had no expression, their eyes were empty and deep, and they were completely indifferent to what Dumbledore said. "I have a general understanding of what happened, but I still need to confirm it." Dumbledore was not angry when he saw that everyone refused, and continued, "Did you send this letter written with a magic automatic shorthand pen to Penelope, Mike?" "It wasn't sent by me, Dumbledore." Before Mike could finish, Snape interrupted, "He's lying." Mike looked at the expressionless Snape in front of him and knew that he had seen through his closed brain state. Mike's occlumency skills were far from being mastered at the master level, so he couldn't hide anything from Snape, the master of occlumency. However, Mike had no intention of hiding it from them. Although doing so would make him more suspicious, it was nothing compared to the secret in his mind. "I believe that the observant headmaster Dumbledore will definitely make the right decision, Professor Snape." Mike, who was in a closed brain state, did not hesitate to answer Snape's questions. He ignored the cold aura he exuded and answered word by word. Snape stared at Mike for a long time, and when he saw that Mike's expression didn't change at all, he ignored him. "This matter is very serious, Dumbledore." Snape said to Dumbledore, "I suggest using unconventional means to interrogate Mike. If necessary, I can provide truth serum." Just as Dumbledore was about to say something, a man suddenly burst into the headmaster's office. "Snape! You actually want to use truth serum on my student? Do you want to turn him into a fool?" Professor Flitwick suddenly appeared and stared at Snape with bloodshot eyes. In the face of Flitwick's questioning, Snape's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't understand anything. He just stared at Flitwick silently. Professor Flitwick, who was only a little over 1 meter tall, burst out with a brutal aura that was extremely inconsistent with his short stature, giving people the feeling that he was a hungry tiger that might eat anyone at any time. The pockmarked girl at the side was already so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Professor Flitwick's current appearance was completely different from his previous kind and gentle image of smiling at everyone. It was only now that she remembered that Professor Flitwick was once a dual champion. Seeing the two people who might start fighting at any time, Dumbledore tried to mediate. "Filius, Severus just wanted to scare little Mike, he didn't mean any harm." "To scare you? Are you kidding me?" Professor Flitwick roared. "Everyone knows that the Chamber of Secrets refers to Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. I think the real murderer must be a Slytherin. We should give all the students in Slytherin House Verita serum." Dumbledore looked at the furious Flitwick and knew that he would not be able to get anything out of him today. "Well, I also believe that little Mac would not do such a thing. After all, the letter was the only thing left at the scene after the attack. It smells too much like a frame-up," Dumbledore said. When Flitwick saw that Dumbledore began to defend Mike, his expression became much better. "That's all for today. The most urgent task now is to cure Miss Penelope. You need to follow up on this, Filius." Dumbledore continued, "Severus stays, and the others go first. I have something else I need to discuss with him alone." Chapter 96. The Second Attack. As soon as the three of them walked out of the principal's office, Flitwick spoke up to send the pockmarked girl away. The girl didn't say anything, but skipped away. Seeing the gossip in her eyes, Mike felt that what happened in the principal's office today would soon spread throughout Hogwarts. Seeing the girl gradually walking away, Professor Flitwick comforted her, "Don't worry, Mike, it's okay, I believe you." Mike was still in the absolute rationality caused by brain closure. Facing Professor Flitwick's comfort, his heart remained calm. He forced a fake smile and nodded slightly to Professor Flitwick to show his gratitude. "This is for you. I know you and Penelope have a good relationship. I hope you won't be too sad." Flitwick handed Mike a note. "This is the approval note I wrote. Take this and go see Penelope. Don't worry about the classes. With your grades, it's okay to miss a few classes. I'll go and say hello to the other professors." Mike took the note in a daze, and almost couldn't maintain his brain occlusion. From Professor Flitwick's words, Mike felt Professor Flitwick's sincere feelings for him. Actively exiting the closed brain state and removing the fake smile on his face, Mike bowed deeply to Flitwick. Mike felt that it was an insult to him to continue to maintain a fake smile in front of such a teacher. "Thank you, Dean." Professor Flitwick showed a look of relief when he heard this. He patted Mike on the shoulder and said, "Go, kid. This is what I should do. As your dean, I failed to protect you. I should apologize to you." Mike didn't continue to be pretentious. After saying goodbye to Professor Flitwick, he ran to the infirmary. When Mike arrived at the infirmary, a group of people had gathered at the door. They were all here to visit Penelope. But Mike knew that they were just there to watch the fun, so he didn't treat them well. He squeezed through the crowd and finally arrived at the infirmary after knocking down several people. Mrs. Bonfleur blocked Mike like a door god and said impatiently, "The infirmary is under martial law now. No one is allowed to visit Miss Penelope." After handing over the approval slip given to him by Professor Flitwick, Mike walked into Penelope's ward amid everyone's envious eyes. Penelope, lying on the bed, still remained in the same state as when she was petrified, with that smile on her face. Looking at that brilliant smile, Mike gradually became infatuated. Mike was not a little kid who knew nothing. He certainly knew Penelope's feelings for him, but because this body was too small, he did not respond to Penelope. I don't know how long he watched, but Mike suddenly noticed that Penelope's bangs were a little messy, and instinctively reached out to help her smooth them out. But when his hand touched Penelope's forehead, it froze. The hardness and coldness from his fingertips reminded Mike that the girl in front of him had been petrified. The cold reality once again made Mike understand the cruelty of the world. Mike suppressed the anger that was rising in his heart, entered an absolutely rational brain-locked state, and walked out of the infirmary. He was now going to the scene of the crime to investigate carefully to see if there were any clues. Anger would only affect his judgment. When Mike walked out of the infirmary, he realized that it was already dark outside. He had actually stayed in the infirmary for the entire day. Without too much hesitation, Mike walked quickly towards the Ravenclaw Tower. It was late at night and it was the best time for him to investigate on the scene. Rustle, rustle. Before he walked far, Mike heard a rustling sound similar to that of a snake crawling. The sound was very faint, but it was particularly loud in the quiet corridor late at night. Mike's heart was filled with alarm. He turned his wrist and a blackthorn wood wand appeared in his hand. With a gentle wave, a transparent protective shield enveloped Mike's entire body. At the same time, Mike quickly closed his eyes, and his magic perception surged around like a tide. Swish! The strange rustling sound was getting closer and closer. Mike knew that the basilisk must be near him, but he did not find anything unusual in his magical perception vision. In a corridor late at night, you know that a dangerous giant python is slowly approaching with its scarlet tongue spitting out, ready to deliver a fatal blow to you at any time. If it were anyone else, they would have been sweating from nervousness by now. Fortunately, Mike had entered a closed brain state early on. With the buff of absolute rationality, Mike monitored his magic perception vision very calmly, and even his heartbeat did not change at all. Suddenly, something unusual appeared in Mike's magical perception vision. At the corner not far away, a suit of armor placed there suddenly moved. The flames are blazing. Mike didn't care about anything and just fired a fireball. In the magic vision, a fireball with dazzling magic light was launched from the tip of the staff. However, the fireball suddenly exploded as if it encountered some transparent obstacle during its flight, turning into sparks all over the sky. Mike thought to himself that this was not good. The basilisk's skin actually had the ability to block magical perception. The basilisk just now must have closed its eyes and relied on the pheromones collected by its snake tongue to determine the direction. He pulled back suddenly, waving the wand in his hand violently, and fireballs the size of tennis balls flew in the direction where the previous big fireball exploded. Mike is ready to run. Before the second grade started, Mike had already been thinking about how to deal with the basilisk. The most difficult thing about the basilisk is that anyone who looks at it will die instantly, and Mike's strategy for dealing with it is to close his eyes and use magic perception. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Mike never expected that the snake monster's skin had the ability to block magical perception. In addition, the snake monster's intelligence was also terrifyingly high, and it could cleverly use this to sneak. Now that the plan has failed from the very first step, Mike's only option is to escape. Boom boom boom. Hearing the roar coming from behind him, Mike ran towards the infirmary without looking back, and even cast a wind speed spell on himself on the way. Due to the martial law, the school has specially arranged several senior students to guard the infirmary day and night. As long as Mike arrives at the infirmary, he can get several free thugs. The fire spell didn't seem to have much effect on the basilisk. It didn't even make a sound under the attack of so many fireballs. The basilisk seemed to know that Mike had discovered it, so it stopped sneaking and pounced towards Mike. Mike, who was running away, suddenly felt his heart tighten, and he dodged to the side, narrowly missing the basilisk's bloody mouth. Chapter 97. Escape from Death. Mike dodged and narrowly avoided the basilisk's bloody mouth. Although he didn't open his eyes and still couldn't detect the basilisk in his magical perception field of vision, Mike was still able to confirm the location of the basilisk's head by the fishy smell coming from its big mouth. It has been confirmed before that the scales on the basilisk should have strong resistance to magic, and the fire spell is basically ineffective against it, so this time Mike decided to give it a ruthless blow. Avada Kedavra. A green light with an ominous aura flashed by and hit the basilisk's open mouth directly. Hiss. Although the soul damage caused by the killing curse did not cause instant death to the basilisk, it still caused it to suffer certain damage. Listening to the basilisk's shrill scream, Mike realized that his previous attack had worked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mike stepped on the ground continuously. With the help of the wind speed spell, Mike's speed was extremely fast. In just a few seconds, he rushed out more than 10 meters and once again distanced himself from the basilisk. However, Mike knew that the basilisk would soon catch up with him at its speed, so he tapped his wand and released several shatter attacks directly above his head. Although split into pieces was not Mike's major spell, it was still very powerful after the magic power in Mike's body was amplified. The blue stone ceiling immediately shattered after being hit by split into pieces, and countless pieces of rubble immediately blocked the corridor behind Mike. However, such an obstacle was nothing to the basilisk. After recovering from the severe pain, the basilisk shrank back, made a common charging action for snakes to hunt, and then pounced hard and knocked away the pile of rubble blocking the road. Although Mike had his eyes closed at this time, his powerful magical perception provided him with a clear vision. He turned several corners in a flash and came to the passage where the infirmary was located. The basilisk behind him spit out its tongue after breaking through the obstacles, and then he realized that Mike had escaped not far from the infirmary, and he knew that the night attack had failed. But it did not give up. It opened its eyes and watched Mike running away through the wall. At the same time, a pair of lantern-sized light balls emitting amazing magical auras appeared in Mike's magical vision. Mike was overjoyed when he noticed this. The most difficult thing about dealing with a basilisk is that you can't know its exact position when facing it. Now, for some unknown reason, the basilisk opened its eyes and exposed its position. Without such an advantage, the basilisk is just a giant python with thick skin and flesh. Mike believes that he can kill it even if he grinds it hard. But just as Mike shifted his attention to the two balls of light, he felt a sharp pain in his brain. The basilisk's eyes could actually hurt people who looked at it using magic perception. Mike, who was moving at high speed, lost his balance due to the sudden pain. He staggered and fell out. At this time, the two senior students who were guarding the infirmary also heard the noise outside and rushed over. These two senior students had extremely high combat skills, and when they saw Mike in such a miserable state, they had no intention of helping him. Instead, they took out their wands and looked vigilantly in the direction where Mike came from. Mike climbed up with difficulty and shook his head to keep himself as clear as possible. The attack by the basilisk just now did not cause him much harm. The stinging pain came fiercely and disappeared very quickly. Mike was fine except that he was a little dazed. He opened his magic perception again to look for the basilisk, but to Mike's disappointment, the treacherous basilisk had disappeared long ago. "Mike, are you okay?" Professor Flitwick ran towards Mike with his short legs. "I'm not late. I rushed here as soon as I received the warning signal. I know what the monster in the secret room is. It's a basilisk." Mike answered the question irrelevantly. Professor Flitwick was horrified when he heard what Mike said. As the head of Ravenclaw College, who was known for his intelligence and erudition, he certainly knew what a basilisk was, and what the consequences would be if a basilisk ran rampant in the school. If it were to let loose and kill, with its killer gaze, Hogwarts would become a hell. "Are you sure?" Professor Flitwick said sharply. "Let's not talk about this for now. Go to the infirmary first. I'll go and see what's going on." Mike's injuries were not serious, so he did not accept Professor Flitwick's kindness and followed Flitwick directly. At the same time, he told Flitwick the information that the basilisk could not be detected by magic. Mac and Flitwick took 2 senior students to the previous battle site several times, but found nothing except a small broken snake fang. Mac knew that this snake fang must have been broken by him using the killing curse, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the killing curse has a lot of damage to the basilisk, so it will be easy to deal with it. As long as the damn eyes are removed, the basilisk will not be a threat. The most frightening thing is that even the killing curse cannot break the basilisk's defense. Professor Flitwick quickly confirmed that the small fang was indeed a basilisk's fang, which confirmed what Mike said. Then the whole Hogwarts was in an uproar. Dumbledore and other professors acted quickly and gathered all the students from their beds to the hall. In order not to cause panic, Dumbledore did not disclose the truth about the basilisk. After the gathering last year, these students had experience with this kind of situation. Instead of being afraid, they speculated on the reason for the sudden gathering. After the students were evacuated, Dumbledore led many professors to start a carpet search of Hogwarts Castle. Most of these professors graduated from Hogwarts, so they were familiar with all the secret passages in Hogwarts. They were very confident about finding the basilisk. After all, the basilisk was so big that there were not many places for it to hide in Hogwarts Castle. However, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. After a whole night of searching, the professors returned with nothing. Mike was not in the hall that night. After investigating the scene with Professor Flitwick, Flitwick forced him into the infirmary, because he was afraid that he had some hidden injuries and needed a thorough examination. Although Mike kept saying that he was fine, and even performed his automatic tracking levitation exploding fireball technique in front of Flitwick, he was still unable to defeat Flitwick in the end and was put in the infirmary ward. Facts have proved that the first law of true fragrance discovered by Mr. Wang Jing's is indeed one of human instincts. Mike, who said no, fell asleep like a dead pig in a few minutes after lying on the bed. Madame Pomfrey was going to do a small check on Mike, but when she saw that Mike was sleeping soundly, she had to give up. As a doctor, she could see that there was nothing wrong with Mike's body, he was just too tired recently and he would be fine after a good sleep. Looking at Mike who was snoring, Madame Pomfrey smiled and shook her head, then carefully left Mike's ward and closed the door. Chapter 98, School-wide Martial Law. The next day, when Mike woke up, he was shocked to find that not only had the martial law in Hogwarts not been lifted, but there were even more patrols. Mike was very confused about this, because in the original book, Hogwarts did not have such a tense attitude towards the basilisk and the heir of the Chamber of Secrets, except for the fact that it was almost closed in the late second year due to the increasing number of casualties. However, after a careful analysis, Mike also understood why Dumbledore did this. In the original book, since the victims were petrified, Dumbledore might not know that the monster in the chamber was a basilisk, or he knew it was a basilisk, but he was confident that he could deal with it. So in order to allow Harry to accumulate adventure experience and prestige again, he deliberately did not impose martial law. But the current situation is obviously different from that in the original book. The news that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk has spread, and the other professors and directors of Hogwarts will not allow such a magical creature that may cause huge casualties at any time to continue to stay in the castle. You have to know that almost all the children in the entire British wizarding world go to school in Hogwarts. These children are the future of the wizarding world. If they are all slaughtered by the basilisk, it will cause a huge blow to the wizarding world. Under these circumstances it was no surprise that Dumbledore declared martial law throughout the school. After being discharged from the hospital, Mike joined the temporary management team to protect and maintain the order of students. This temporary team was composed of outstanding senior students. Dumbledore gave them the ability to deduct points from other schools, but set a limit, with the maximum deduction limit of 50 points per person. In order to make up for their wasted study time, Dumbledore promised that as long as they joined this team, they would get extra points in the subsequent NEWT exams. Mike was originally not qualified to join the team, but after his constant persuasion, Professor Flitwick finally agreed to his request to join. However, Professor Flitwick was still very worried about Mike. Although Mike had escaped from a basilisk before, he still gave him the task of protecting his classmates and did not let him participate in dangerous patrols. So Mike's job now is to stay in the Hogwarts Hall with the other team members to protect the students gathered here. In order to distinguish Mike and other team members from ordinary students, an H-shaped metal brooch, which symbolizes Hogwarts, was pinned on their school uniforms. The function of this brooch is not only for decoration, it also has the function of instant warning. Once someone encounters danger, as long as the magic power is used to slightly stimulate this brooch, it will issue a warning to all brooches within 5 kilometers. This warning not only allows the person who receives the warning to know the location of the danger, but also has a special reminder function. After receiving the warning, the needle of the brooch will deform and shallowly pierce the wearer's chest. Although it will not cause any harm to the wearer, the pain will ensure that you will react immediately even if you are asleep. Mike heard from a senior student in the same team that this brooch is a simplified version of the Aura brooch, so its functions are relatively simple. The special brooch equipped by the Auras has other practical functions such as real-time communication in addition to the early warning function, which surprised Mike. Mike had thought that the Wizarding World's research in this area was very superficial, but now it seems that alchemy in the Wizarding World has developed to a very high level, and even portable communication equipment has been developed. Dumbledore also made a promise that after this incident, this brooch would be given as a medal of honor to Mike and other brave warriors who were willing to stand up at the critical moment of Hogwarts. This is also the reason why many 7th grade pureblood students are willing to join the temporary management team. In the eyes of these pureblood students, honor is far more important than Newt points. Time passed day by day, and the professors and the temporary management team still did not find the basilisk. The students who were trapped in the hall also knew about the existence of the basilisk, and then what Dumbledore was most worried about finally happened. The heir of Slytherin will kill all the Mudbloods, and you'll be next. A Slytherin boy yelled at a Muggle-born Hufflepuff student. The Hufflepuff student was listlessly chewing the dry food distributed by the school. These days, the kitchen of Hogwarts was shut down due to the invisible threat of the basilisk, and he was almost sick of chewing the dry food every day. The Slytherin student suddenly jumped out and yelled, which scared him so much that he dropped the dry food on the ground. The Slytherin students nearby burst into laughter upon seeing this. The little Hufflepuff wizard's eyes suddenly turned red as he looked at the people laughing. Amid the laughter of the crowd, he quickly bent over to pick up the dry food that had fallen on the ground and fled away. His action triggered even more intense laughter, and one Slytherin boy even lay on the floor laughing so hard. But what they didn't know was that the little Hufflepuff wizard's family conditions were very poor. His mother taught him not to waste food since he was a child. The reason he came to Hogwarts to study was not because he was interested in magic, but because Hogwarts did not charge tuition and provided food and accommodation. As long as he came to Hogwarts to study, the pressure on the family would be greatly reduced, leaving more food for his younger brothers and sisters. There are many people like him in Hogwarts. As an old socialist country, Britain is not as glamorous as it seems to outsiders at this time. The rise of the British Empire was built on the corpses of countless workers. Mike, who was guarding in the auditorium, saw everything that happened. Looking at the muggle-blooded wizards around him who dared not speak out, he couldn't suppress the rage in his heart. Deduct 50 points from Slytherin. Under the gaze of everyone in the hall, Mike walked up to the Slytherins and said coldly. The Slytherins didn't seem to care about the points deduction from Mike. In fact, they were all very smart people. They had already sent letters to tell their families what happened in Hogwarts. Most of their families were old established aristocrats in the wizarding world and had great influence. Now the families of these Slytherin students have united to put pressure on the Ministry of Magic. If Dumbledore still can't find the basilisk in the next week, Hogwarts may have to be closed for rectification. If Hogwarts is about to be closed, the house points will of course be irrelevant. Oh! Who was that? It turned out to be Mike from Ravenclaw. The leading Slytherin said sarcastically, why? You want to be a hero and stand up for your fellow Mudbloods again. Chapter 99, We are in the same boat. I'm not a pureblood idiot like you who was born of inbreeding. I'm just fulfilling my duties as a member of the management team. Mike replied expressionlessly in response to the provocation of the Slytherin boy, also, apologized to that Hufflepuff just now. The many Muggle-blood students who were already indignant all surrounded Mike with joy when they saw him come out, especially the Hufflepuff student. He was so excited that he almost cried. Originally, he thought he could only swallow his anger because their Hufflepuff patroness Cedric was not in the hall because he had to go on patrol. He didn't expect that the notorious Mike would stand up for an ordinary Muggle-blood student like him. From that moment on, most Hufflepuff students, including him, had a greatly changed impression of Mike. The Slytherin boy flew into a rage after hearing what Mike said. He had always been proud of his noble bloodline, and what he hated most was others insulting his bloodline. Although Mike's notoriety had spread throughout Slytherin House after the Quidditch match at the beginning of the semester, his extreme anger obviously suppressed his reason. Say it again if you dare, I promise I will make sure there is no trace of you left. I'm not that loser Malfoy who can't even deal with a second-year trash mudblood like you." The Slytherin boy cursed. At this time, the other Slytherin students around him had already noticed the increasing number of Muggle-blood students, and realized that something was wrong. They hurriedly grabbed the Slytherin boy who was confronting Mike and signaled him to shut up. However, the boy who was already in high spirits couldn't stop himself. He just poked Mike's chest with his finger and continued, "You bunch of mudbloods, don't you know yet? Even if the monster in the Chamber of Secrets can't kill you all, you won't be able to stay in Hogwarts for long. Hogwarts will be closed soon because of the basilisk incident. And you mudbloods should roll back into your mud pits by then. Especially you, Mike. I heard that you are an orphan, right? Now, you can finally go back to your garbage dump and continue to pick up garbage to eat." As soon as he finished speaking, Mike hit him on the chin with an uppercut. Although Mike was only 12 years old and usually obsessed with magic and had no intention of training, he was a street thug in his previous life and was a first-rate fighter. The end of the jawbone is directly connected to the main nerve of the brain stem, and there are also very rich vagus nerves near the chin. A heavy blow can easily cause a person to fall into a coma. Although Mike's punch was not very powerful, the Slytherin boy still felt dizzy and fell into the arms of the people behind him. However, things were not over yet. Franklin, who was mixed in the crowd, had already come to Mike with the grown-up Alfu on his head. Seeing this, he kicked him. The muggle-blooded young wizards around became furious after hearing the insulting words from the other party. When they saw Mike and Franklin taking the lead in the fight, they could no longer tolerate it. They immediately rushed forward and started punching and kicking the Slytherin boys. Some of the more timid girls did not dare to squeeze into the crowd to beat up the Slytherin boys, so they could only cheer from outside the crowd. The other Slytherin students were also paying attention to the situation here. At first, when they saw their classmates having a conflict with Mike, they looked like they were watching a good show, but when they found that the situation took a turn for the worse, they quickly stood up and joined the battle. Thus, a verbal dispute smoothly turned into a group fight between Slytherin House and Muggle-blooded students from the other three houses. When Cedric received the news that his junior was bullied, he came to the hall with Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, only to see many Slytherin students lying on the ground in a mess and many Muggle-blood students gathered together to listen to Mike's speech. "I am a mudblood. I have always used this discriminatory name to refer to myself. I do this not because I am self-degrading, nor because I have no shame, but because every time I say these three words, the strong sense of humiliation will remind me what kind of environment I am in now. Remind me to fight back bravely when facing discrimination. Remind me to help my compatriots who are also suffering from discrimination. My compatriots, please do not despair or lose heart in these difficult days. Please remember, only when we unite together can we be the strongest. The so-called Slytherin heir is simply vulnerable to the power of unity. Let us work together to get through these difficult days." As Mike's speech came to an end, the crowd erupted in deafening cheers. Professor Sprout, who was full of emotion, had tears welling up in his eyes. He wiped his eyes with his hand and said to Cedric, who had been stunned for a long time, "What a great thing to say. Although I was very touched, I still had to do my work." After his emotions had stabilized a little, Professor Sprout finally stepped forward to maintain order. The student who came to report the news on the road had already told Professor Sprout and Cedric the whole cause of the incident, so at this time Professor Sprout simply ignored the Slytherins lying on the ground and began to comfort the Muggle-born students present, and also emphasized on thanking Mike for standing up to help her students. The Slytherin students present were not treated until Professor Snape, who arrived late, spoke. Professor Sprout was quite dissatisfied with this. She could see that the injuries of these students were not serious, and Mike and the others had not used any spells just now. She had no good feelings towards those who bullied her students, and according to her thinking, they should lie on the cold floor for a whole day. Professor Snape was going to deduct Mike's points, but Dumbledore denied it. So many people were involved in the fight, and the Slytherin students were the cause of it. If they really followed Snape's advice, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among most of the Muggle-born students in Hogwarts. Snape certainly understood the principle of not punishing the masses, but he had no other choice at the moment. If he did not protest to Dumbledore, his reputation within Slytherin would be reduced, which he could not tolerate. After this incident, Mike became a hero in the eyes of the Muggle-blood students. The students who were previously a little afraid of Mike also changed their views of him greatly. Mike's speech in the auditorium spread among the Muggle students, which greatly improved the mental outlook of the Muggle students. Now when they see fellow Mugglebloods in trouble, they no longer stand by and watch, but rush to help. They also change their previous behavior of avoiding pureblood students and instead stare at them with hatred, making all the pureblood students very nervous. Chapter 100. The Third Attack. The next day, Mike became someone who could walk around Hogwarts at will. This is not because of how powerful Mike is, but because no matter where Mike goes, he will be followed by a group of little wizards of Muggle descent. After the last incident, the wizards of Muggle descent have completely united together. Just because of Mike's words that unity is strength, they now do everything in groups, and even many half-blood wizards have joined in. The people who gathered around Mike were undoubtedly the most, and Mike once asked them why they did so. The answer he got was that they were worried that Mike would be retaliated by Slytherin students and Snape because of the last incident, so they would take turns to stay by Mike's side. At first Mike was a little touched, but after just one morning he was in despair. Because even when Mike went to the toilet to urinate, there would always be a few male students standing guard next to him. Although they said they would never peek, Mike still noticed their furtive glances and shocked and envious expressions. Although Mike was very proud of the development of his capital, he was still very annoyed. Mike couldn't drive these people away, after all, they had good intentions. So Mike had no choice but to apply for a patrol assignment. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick was a reasonable man. After understanding Mike's situation, he agreed to Mike's request. Since most of these young wizards of Muggle descent did not join the management team and did not have the right to leave the auditorium, Mike finally had some peace and quiet. However, when Mike walked out of the auditorium at night to start his first night patrol, an accident happened. Hiss! Mike and the two patrol members who were traveling with him felt a sharp pain in their left chest and they all gasped. Several people reacted instantly and realized that someone had sounded the alarm. Mike and the others quickly opened their magic perception, and with the clear vision of magic perception, they clearly sensed a warning brooch in the distance that was constantly emitting intense red light. Not good. Go get support. The leading team leader rushed forward after giving the order, and Mike and another team member followed without any hesitation. When Mike and others walked around the corridor and finally arrived at the warning site, they found that other teams had already arrived. Hurry and report to Headmaster Dumbledore. 3 team members have died here. At the same time, Harry Potter was petrified, and the other 2 Gryffindor second-year students were slightly injured. The captain of the team that arrived first shouted to a team member next to him. The team member who received the order nodded to their captain and ran towards the principal's office, and Mike finally had the opportunity to observe the scene. There were 6 people lying on the ground. Hermione and Ron didn't look seriously injured, but they looked terrified and were huddled in the corner crying. Harry looked exactly like Penelope, with his limbs stiff and lying on the ground in a very strange position. It was obvious that he was petrified. The other 3 members of the Night Watch team had a lifeless grey skin, as if all the vitality in their bodies had been sucked away, and it was obvious that they were dead. Although Hermione and Ron looked miserable, especially Ron, it seemed that what happened before had given him a great shock, so he vomited all over the floor. But the team members at the scene did not go to comfort them. On the contrary, the captain who gave the order earlier yelled at the 2 men, "What the hell is going on? Why are you here?" The other team members around did not stop the captain's inappropriate behavior. After so many days of living together day and night, these night patrol members have already accumulated deep feelings. Now the companion who was playing and joking with you yesterday is lying on the ground without a sound. No one can bear it. Ron didn't respond to the captain's questioning and just continued to vomit, while Hermione wanted to say something but looked like she was having trouble breathing. "Hey, Hermione!" Mike stepped forward and comforted her, "Don't be nervous, breathe through your nose, yes, that's it, breathe through your nose." Yeah, it was Harry. He said he could always hear a voice in the wall saying he wanted to kill the Mudbloods. So he used the invisibility cloak to sneak out of the hall with Ron and me to investigate the voice. Later we really encountered the basilisk. Harry was petrified after just one look at it, and we ran away desperately. Later, the night patrol team discovered the abnormality here and came here to check, and the result was, wow. She breathed through her nose for a long time as Mike had said, and only after her breathing became steady did she give a brief account of what had happened. By the end of the story, Hermione was already sobbing. The captain, who was already heartbroken over the death of his teammate, immediately went berserk upon learning that his friend had died as a result of the suicidal actions of Harry and the others. You damned brats! The captain roared and kicked the crying Hermione, but just as he was about to kick her, his body suddenly froze. Dumbledore appeared in front of everyone with his wand in hand and said, "Calm down, Blaise. What has already happened. Taking your anger out on these children will not bring back the lives of Baker and the others." The captain of the night patrol named Blaise burst into tears after hearing what Dumbledore said. As soon as Dumbledore lifted the spell, he collapsed to the ground, still muttering, "It's all your fault, Baker, Joshua." Dumbledore looked at Blaise, who seemed to have lost all his strength, and several other members of the Night Watch who were equally grief-stricken. Finally, he said to Mike, the only one who was still relatively normal, "Mike, you take care of Blaise and the others here. I will take Harry and the others away first." Mike was also chilled when he heard that Dumbledore was going to leave the Night Watch members in this dangerous place and take Harry and the others away first, but his expression did not change at all, and he replied expressionlessly, "Yes, Headmaster." Fortunately, Dumbledore also took away 3 bodies of the Night Watchmen when he left. This action made Mike feel a little better, but the deep chill in his eyes could not be wiped away. After Dumbledore left, Mike became extremely alert and vigilant. According to Mike's understanding of the basilisk, the cunning basilisk was likely to attack them again after seeing Dumbledore leave. Fortunately, other night patrol teams soon arrived at Mike's place. Mike told everyone exactly what had happened, including the fact that Dumbledore had left first, without exaggerating anything. Everyone fell into sadness, and most of them did not notice the strangeness of Dumbledore's behavior. Under their escort, Mike and others returned to the auditorium smoothly. If you enjoy the content of this channel, subscribe, like, and comment, to help this channel to grow.